Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is the 1st of September 2020 and it has started off as a doozy. Getting a little bit of a late start today and this may turn out to be quite a long night. There's about 4 or 5 videos I need to get made and I've had my energy drink, I'm raring to go. And depending on how long things take, this could be a while. And I might split these up into separate live videos. So I'll keep you up to speed on what's going on as we figure this out. Everything is live, unscripted, and unrehearsed. So I have no idea if I'm about to start something I'm going to regret, because I don't like to stop until I've completed. Gotten to a point where there is a clean break, such as when I build a system and I get the motherboard and all prepped and the case all prepped and get the motherboard in the case and get Windows 10 installed. And then it's the little things like cable management, drivers, Windows updates, activation. That stuff I can do later, but that's a clean break point for me because there's several hours of work that I don't want to start without finishing. So because of that, there were a number of projects I explained yesterday that I had scheduled, and making plans, of course, is sort of like challenge accepted from the powers that be that control the universe, whatever that is. So I explained how I had a client call last week with a dead machine, and I had to build a computer, get it delivered, and I still have to recover the data off the old machine, or attempt to, and then upload it. I haven't done that yet. Had another client I haven't heard from in years call me. They need a problem I can't help with. Then another client called me today, and this is a this is a situation that changes everything. This client, I'm not quite sure what's insensitive, what I should talk about, what I shouldn't talk about, but given that you don't know who the client is, they suffered a tragedy in their family Friday. And yesterday, the laptop that I have worked on about a year ago, I had replaced the mechanical hard drive with a solid state drive, stopped working today. And they need the laptop in order to communicate with people, sending condolences and to take care of business that relates to what happened on Friday. And for these two things to happen so close together, first of all, it's a terrible tragedy, number one, terrible loss. And then 2 days later, with no warning or expectation, laptop stops working at the time when they need it the most. So what choice do I have? I have to push everything aside now because this is of critical importance. This person is depending on me and things are not going their way. So a while back, I replaced the hard drive in this laptop with a solid state drive. You've seen me do that a number of times here on the channel. It's a pretty simple upgrade. Anybody can do it. Some laptops are harder to get in, some are easier, and the result is like a brand new computer. And I've never seen a solid state drive go bad. I've never had a client bring me a machine with a bad solid state drive. And no solid state drive I've ever installed since 2013, 2014 has ever needed repair or replacement. Well, we've replaced them because they're too small. The capacity is too small. We go to the larger capacity, the faster drive, but not because of a failure. The customer reached out and said, I'm getting a no bootable device found on the screen. Now this laptop's about 7 or 8 years old, and it's possible the hard drive controller or something on the board has gone out, but not likely. In my experience, that's usually a bad hard drive. I make it a practice to always give customers their old parts. Whether the parts work or not, they're not my parts. A lot of places don't do that. In this instance, the laptop was running slow. I recommended a solid state drive. It was in for repair anyway, and it's a flat rate labor, so why not take advantage of it? The customer agreed, and I cloned the existing hard drive to the solid state so the customer would have all their stuff. It would be faster. And I gave the mechanical drive back to the customer, and I said, put this away, treat it like glass. It's very fragile. And while I have no reason to expect we'll ever need it, just in case, stick it in a drawer, forget about it, you know? And if you ever get rid of the laptop or things change and maybe one day the computer's really frustrated you and you don't want the data on this old mechanical drive to fall into the wrong hands, take it outside with a hammer and beat the heck out of it. It's very therapeutic and it solves two problems. Now, I can't count the number of times I've done this for customers and how rare it is that a customer would produce back the drive. So when the customer reached out to me, I don't even know what the date is on there. You guys can probably see it. When the customer reached out to me, I said, it sounds like a bad solid state drive, which I've never before had that happen. Do you still have the original drive that I gave you and told you to hang on to? And he was, I don't know. I said, well, it would, like, if that drive is dead, I can't get anything off of it. So we could start all over again if we have to with a new drive. But if you can find it, if you can find the original mechanical drive, then we go back in time and, you know, I can clone it to how it was. And he's a pretty basic user. Most of what he's doing is through Gmail and things like that. So installed applications aren't really an issue for this customer. You know, I've mentioned before that customers often are not as demanding as people on the internet are. People who claim to be representing looking out for people by talking about technical minutia that is of little interest to the majority of the population, and talking about it as though it's important to anybody else but them and a select group of others is not representative of the common computer user. And I can say this because I've been fixing computers for a living for 29 years. I'm not making stuff up. I'm not a hobbyist helping out friends. I have been able to pay my bills month after month for 29 years, and I've seen this industry grow, and I've seen the and I work with the end users who call me, and I've done so without a break for 29 years, like without a big break, maybe a couple weeks vacation here and there, but for the most part, this is all I know. And so for anybody to challenge it, I would hope that they can back that up with the credentials that I have for you to consider them. But that's your choice. It's your choice. I don't need anybody's approval and I don't need anybody's agreement. I'm simply sharing my experience with you. And if you choose to invalidate that, have at it. It doesn't impact my ability to earn a living or the happiness of my customers. I will mention again that the only time I hear from people who complain, not the only, 99% of the time, the people who complain to me are the people who get stuff for free, like YouTube videos. The people who pay me for the things you're seeing in the YouTube videos, like this computer repair, they say thank you and they write me a check. And I think that's pretty interesting psychology that we should think about, especially if we're about to criticize somebody. But that aside, that's a normal everyday challenge, and I'm sure you're tired of talking about it. I'm tired of talking about it. And when it stops happening, I'll have probably nothing to say. But I fully intended to be live much, much earlier today. And through a series of one event after the other, and then another client contacted me, and they have another problem. Whole different client, whole other problem. This all slammed down on me today. So I have I haven't even eaten today. I'm doing my best to just keep marching forward. I just fed the dogs, and now I can focus, and we can do this, and we'll see. We'll see what kind of endurance I have for going without. I've got my Coke. It's got sugar in it. That'll do. It's fine. But if I seem a little bit maybe shaky, or if I seem a little manic, it's a combination of being stressed out, overwhelmed, and not eating. But I'm okay. All right? Don't worry about me. It's fine. I won't. I do believe I know where my limits are, and if I feel I'm reaching that, then I will stop broadcasting, okay? So, YouTube isn't that high up. It's not above my health. So don't worry about that, and I appreciate your concern. So I wanted to get the other streamer finished. I haven't had time. So I'm still broadcasting to you on Thready, which has been remarkably solid. Go figure. As soon as Thready sees death coming, Thready starts to behave. But it's too late for Thready. Thready's gone. Thready will be gutted, and a Thready 3, a third generation Threadripper, will be installed. Thready 2.0. We're going to stay with the AMD naming convention, right? It's third generation, but it's really a second generation, but it's the 3 series, but it's truly a second generation. This will be Thready 2.0 with a third generation, whatever. The Threadripper 3960X with a new board and new RAM. We'll reuse the cooler. We'll reuse the power supply. And I'm going to replace the NVMe drive from a Samsung 860 500 gig to a Samsung 870 EVO Plus 2 terabyte, just for a little more performance. I had it prior in a RAID 0 configuration with 3 Samsung 860s. It's a driver and BIOS setup nightmare, and it just kept haunting me over and over. Every time there was a BIOS update or Windows update, then the RAID driver was bad, or the BIOS gets reset after. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. And the benchmarks look great. You're like 10,000 megabytes per second. Do you know the difference between 5,000 megabytes per second and 10,000 megabytes per second when you're transferring a file? Depending on the size of that file, it's milliseconds. After a certain amount of performance, you start reaching diminishing returns where you're spending a lot, but you're getting very, very little back. And the more you spend, the less you get. And it just keeps diminishing and diminishing and diminishing. You can keep spending, and you will get a little bit. I'm not really interested in that. I'm not interested in pursuing Guinness World Records of nanoseconds of performance. It has no interest of practicality of sustaining a business model. Not any business I know. So I'll let other people do that. They got that down. That's what they like to do. Don't let me get in your way. Have at it. For the rest of us who have a real computer that we rely on and count on, oftentimes in the worst possible time for no other explanation. Okay, I'm not going to get into anything other than an observation that Murphy's Law is alive and well. Murphy's Law states that if anything bad can happen, it will, and at the worst possible time. This is a prime example, and maybe it's because we're choosing to see these events and correlate them, but I see this all the time. Like I see a computer that is being used as a novelty. It's sort of a want and not a need. And then when it's needed, for some strange reason, something fails on it, even though the end user didn't do anything to cause it. They used it the same as they used it the day before, the week before, the month before, only now when they actually needed it, now it doesn't work. I can't explain it. And it's not that it happens all the time, but it happens often. And it creates a lot of stress if your job is to answer the phone from that person and rescue them, okay? At first it feels good, but then when they start piling up and they're more than you can keep up with, it's challenging to overcome a feeling of being overwhelmed, that it's too much. The mountain's too high. The road is too long. It's just no way. And it's times like that when, for what I do, is I just start to tunnel my vision down into one problem. Ignore everything else, get it out of my head, focus on one problem until I see that through, as long as it takes. And then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And then hopefully I come up for air and everything's clear and I'm not constantly bombarded and more overwhelmed. And so far that's worked out well for me. However, a business kind of goes in waves. It'll get really busy and it'll get really slow and it'll get really busy. We call it feast or famine. And it's pretty typical in darn near all business. And it's been that way for me. And it's unfortunate for me only that I had other plans. So you got to be flexible and you've got to know how to triage, or you're going to lose customers and you're going to go out of business. And what I'm trying to bring to my channel here is an inside view of what it's like having that accountability, having that liability, and having that responsibility that you voluntarily place yourself in order to collect a paycheck. It's a reason to get out of bed in the morning because nobody does what I do the way I do it. So that is something I need. If I did a job that anybody else could just easily take over, why bother? You know what I mean? If my job is to pump gas, not that that's a bad job, hey, if you want to do that, that's your thing. But for me, anybody can pump gas. It doesn't require a special skill. And if I don't get out of bed, somebody else is going to do it. It's not like there's any pre-qualifier. You got hands, you can do that. You probably do it if you don't have hands. So for me, I need to know that people count on me. The downside of that is when too many count on me at once. And then people start getting nasty because you let them down. They counted on you and you didn't meet what their expectation was. And they want to make sure you know. Now, when you're already feeling overwhelmed, when you're already sort of at a point of looking and saying, this task is insurmountable, that's when cracks start to appear. And when those cracks appear, you have to be very careful because that's where business can be made or broken if you don't proceed cautiously and thoughtfully about how to keep those cracks from getting any bigger. And it is very, very easy to fall into a trap by allowing a single upset customer to grab your focus, causing other customers to be upset. It's almost like its own kind of pandemic. And there is a very unique challenge psychologically to leave them behind and keep moving forward and don't let them pull you backwards, because the very survival of your business depends on it, and they may not be considering anything other than themselves. So if they're already gone, like if they're already upset and you've already got enough work anyway, cut them loose and double down on the ones you still have remaining and do the best job you can do as quick as you can do it right the first time before they become another zombie customer, because it's infectious. It's really infectious. Don't let it infect you as a business owner. You've got to maintain a very sharp focus. You've got to have the endurance, and it helps that you love what you do even when you don't. I know that sounds like a contradiction, but there are parts of this job that I would much prefer to not be involved in, but there just kind of comes with the territory. But overall, I really do enjoy what I do. And I'm very lucky that I was raised with accept nothing less attitude. and to get off your butt and earn it. Nobody's going to hand it to you. Nobody owes you anything. And if you want to make something of yourself, get off your butt. And if you don't, then sit there. You're the one that's going to sit there, not us. And I can, as an older adult now, instead of a child, I can look and see what my parents did, and I can thank them for giving me the belief that if you work hard enough, you can achieve. It's not about excuses. It's not about finding blame. It's about getting off your butt and doing the work. And if you're not doing that, you're not working hard enough. That's just how I was raised, right or wrong. And if you don't have this attitude, you're not going to be a successful business owner. It's just not going to work out for you. You might have a good run for a year or two. A lot of businesses do. And then something challenging happens and it's all over with. And I've mentioned, and I'll mention it just one more time, most of the tech stuff you see on YouTube is by enthusiasts. They just enjoy this as a hobby. They do things that are completely impractical that no customer would ever ask you to do. And if you want to work as a technician because you're inspired by the RGB lighting and the liquid cooling and the overclocking and, I don't know, lapping a CPU. Do people still lap a CPU? I don't know. It's not what happens in the workplace, not in corporate America where you can actually earn a really good living, but you're not really learning a whole lot that will help you in a career from enthusiast level stuff, because companies don't spend money they don't have to spend for stuff they don't need. They're in business to make a profit. They're not there to play. If you want to be self-employed, of course, you can do whatever you want to do. And if you can cut a career out of that, installing RGB, have at it, good on you. I don't know how to do that. I could get a couple of customers, but I don't think I could consistently have work week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade. I just think it's a fad. But regardless of what I think, knowing that I'm one of the few YouTube channels that actually shows actual work in the technical arena here on YouTube, it compels me to have to make more videos to counteract the preponderance and the overabundance of enthusiast channels, which are great if you're an enthusiast. They're fantastic channels. No bad words, no ill thoughts about enthusiasts. They're fantastic. It's great. It's great. But please don't confuse that with working as a tech, because you don't see stuff coming back, that's broken, unless they're somehow held accountable, somehow held liable. They might be using stuff themselves, and then their stuff breaks, but that's not the same level of stress, nor is it the same level of responsibility. Now, that said, there are some very, very good tech enthusiast channels that do a very good job finding a more delicate, more level balance between what the end user might be interested in and what the viewer might be interested in. Understanding the tech channels by their very nature are created by enthusiasts, and the people who watch them are primarily are enthusiasts themselves, which is why they're watching. In fact, the majority of you are probably tech enthusiasts, and that's great. The fact we all share a common interest, and where I'm just trying to come in on a different angle is say, I've had emails from people who were inspired by watching what I do, and then went into the field of IT for a career. So I've seen people switch careers midlife, and other young people who didn't have any direction said, I can connect with this and I like this. And I want to give them a realistic expectation, if you want to go into this as a career, what to expect, because it's not that other stuff. So with that said, one of the tech channels that I absolutely think is fantastic, if you care, is Tech Deals. Rogue and Tech over at Tech Deals do a fantastic job of being enthusiasts, but balancing that against practicality. And I very rarely see that. And they're very good at what they do. And there's a couple other people they brought on recently, and I apologize. Is it Deals and Tech Junior? I don't know. They're all just pseudonames. But regardless, it's great content, and I highly recommend it. I might even be competing against Tech and Rogue right now on a live broadcast, because they were broadcasting earlier, and they'll go 4 hours like I do. So if that's happening, it's not happening with intention. If I wasn't broadcasting and I had nothing, pressing to do, I definitely enjoy watching their content. So a couple contributions have come in, and there's been a couple of news items. The $39.99 deal for Windows 10 is back on at PC World for this month only, and I will make a separate video about that. NVIDIA finally uncovered the upcoming 30 series RTX graphics cards, which, according to the marketing that they released, are twice as fast as the equivalent 20 series at half the price. So I have a 2080 Ti blower style $1,250 card, brand new in a box, for Xenos. And apparently the new 2080 is $699 and twice as fast. I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But good luck getting one, because they're being released. The first model is being released in 2 weeks. The next model in October. And given history, what you can probably expect is there will be more people wanting to buy them than they can make at first. And I expect the prices will be inflated over suggested retail to whatever somebody's willing to pay to be first. All those people who pay that money to be first, they're going to go through whatever teething problems they have, with this new video card. I don't anticipate being able to get a 30 series card this year. I think that the amount of money I would have to spend and the amount of effort I would have to extend to get myself on a waiting list or click the buy, just keep watching, refreshing until I can, it's available, buy it. Look, it's just another graphics card. It's just like the 20 series compared to the 10 series. It's like the 10 series compared to the 900 series. It's like the 900 series compared to the 700 series. You want to go all the way back to the Voodoo 2 from 3DFX? We'll go all the way back. It's just the same thing over and over and over and over and over. There's nothing new being introduced here. All they're doing is they're making it faster. Okay? If you want 8K gaming, anybody here want to game in 8K? You have an 8K TV and games capable of producing 8K. Though that 3090 for $1,200 sounds like that's what you want. I don't know. I don't know anybody that's shooting anything in 8K or watching anything in 8K, but there it is. It's there. So who knows? It's weird to me that people keep getting excited over the same thing. It's not new. It's just the same thing, but faster. We get it. All right. I'm sorry I can't be more enthusiastic than that, but honestly, I feel like I'm stuck in Groundhog's Day sometimes. You ever see the movie Groundhog's Day? It just feels like, we're doing this again? And we're all excited, and we're going to wait in line, and we're all going to, and we're going to charge a lot of money and compete for one another. Who's going to have it first? Okay, you can do that without me. When they become standard, when you can just go on Amazon or Newegg and buy one, I'll buy one. But I'm not going to go through all that. I mean, honestly, how many of you are pushing your graphics card that hard now? Certainly some of you, but not most of you. Most of you aren't. So regardless, it's your money. Spend it how you want. You can just move along. Move along. Go without me. Leave me behind. I'll be fine. I'll catch up later. I'm happy to announce the folks at RoboForm, their sponsorship ended yesterday. And thanks to your participation in clicking on the link and at least trying, at the very least just looking at the RoboForm page, let alone trying the product and then let alone buying the product, RoboForm is very, very happy with this whole arrangement. They are as happy as I am, and I hope as happy as you are. And they've been an absolute delight to work with. There has been No issues of control or censorship or filtering, nothing. They don't dictate to me what to do or how to do it. All right? They just want to see results, however I get there. I can't get those results without you guys. So you will notice I didn't hammer RoboForm into your, every single video for the last 4 months. I didn't do that because then you just get RoboForm fatigue and I would have the opposite effect. And I'm using my best judgment on how often to bring it up. And as a result, that has worked out apparently well for all of us. It's worked out well for me, for them, and for those of you who have participated. And so I am happy to announce first and foremost, they are going to renew until the end of the year. And I can't explain to you how delighted I am because it's really an honor for me to work with such a reputable company that offers a solid product with a solid history of reliability and no selling of customer data, no data breaches of any kind, no updates that cause systems to crash ever. And it's cheap. It's really inexpensive. And once you start to use it, you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll say, well, he's a good salesman. No, don't let me sell you on it. Try it. And they have tutorials on their website if you don't immediately get what it's doing. I use it. I've been using it for a long time. And I can't tell you how tickled I am because I get asked for sponsorships constantly by companies I've never heard of. Typically, they're out of China. I don't know what kind of support they have or how you even get support. A lot of companies that want to sell gray market software keys, I get at least 3 emails a week. The bigger the channel gets, the more of those requests I'm getting. And I just stop replying to them because they just don't quit. And I've had other companies that dictate that, you're going to say this and you're going to say it this way and you're going to do it within the first 30 seconds of the video and and I'm like, no. If I can't control it, if I can't do what's best for my audience, and if you can't offer my audience a special deal that you don't offer anybody else, then what's the point? Because my audience can just go to another YouTube channel and get the same deal. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of that? So these companies, that the bigger the company gets, the harder it is because they're less flexible and they have a way of doing business. And you have a smaller company that's a little more open-minded and they're willing to take a reasonable risk to see, try what Kerry wants to do. And I don't know, right? I'm just feeling like, well, if I was a viewer, this is what I would want. That's the only attitude I take. And so far, I'm happy to say thank you to both Cyber Systems over at RoboForm, and thank you to you guys. And I'm excited to bring them to continue that relationship and continue to offer other deals to you guys through them exclusively here. All right. So with the laptop, customer says there's no bootable device. My instinct is we have a bad storage drive. And as I mentioned, I've never seen a bad SSD. I know they go bad. I'm not telling you they're indestructible. I'm telling you I've never had a customer ever bring me a computer with a bad SSD, and no SSD I've ever installed has ever gone bad. It just hasn't happened. So, is this a bad SSD? Because it's basically based on the symptoms telling me it's a bad SSD. And I think it is. So I'm kind of anxious to find out. But first, you're like, oh, now what? There's a few people I need to shout out to very quickly, I promise. Mike Yazzie has contributed $20 via Super Chat. Glenn's Music with $2 via Super Chat. And says, here's 27 cents for you. Because, YouTube takes 30% of the money and then it's Australian converted to US dollars. So it's funny because it's true. Rick Lakes contributes $15 and Planet Cryos contributes $25 and said, here's a part of the light bill on me, Kerry. Keep the videos coming, my friend. Thank you. Thomas Tidwell with a $25 contribution says, thank you, Kerry. A great deal of stress. Professional is still going and it shows. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Wayne Trexler with $1.49. Planet Cryos with another contribution, this time $5, and says an additional $5 because I feel bad for some of the stuff you have to go through as a business owner. Well, that's voluntary. I mean, I could quit. Don't feel sorry for me. But thank you for the contribution. Tony Wallow, look at this, $99.99. Very generous That's from a good friend of the channel, Tony, very supportive, very kind and generous person. And as all of you, Mike, Glenn's Music, Rick Lakes, Planet Kraus, Thomas, Wayne, Tony, thank you guys so much for helping keep the channel go. More contributions means more content, essentially. I'm able to buy stuff instead of asking companies to send me stuff. Trust me, you don't want me to. Then I'll be making all the same videos everybody else is making. I did a review from a company called Azul of this little HDMI computer on a stick thing, you know, for like an HT PC. And then they came out with another generation of it, and they said, "Hey, would you be interested in the, you know, the Azul 3?" And I said, "Sure, send it along." And I saw somebody else had posted a review on it, and what they used for a thumbnail was a picture of the product that they had taken from Azul's website. So I just took their thumbnail, right, and I used it on my video, and we're both reviewing the same thing. Azul sent it to both of us equally. And that person sent a copyright takedown notice to YouTube that I stole his thumbnail. And then I responded to him and I said, you know, your thumbnail is really nicely shot. What camera did you shoot that on? And it's pretty interesting how you lit it, because it looks exactly like the press images over at Azul, only that you cropped it. So as the copyright owner, could you please produce the original? And then the copyright claim was removed. And then I informed Azul, you want me to review this, and yet you gave the product to another reviewer who has effectively taken down my review of your product. So I don't know if you want to continue to send them product, but I want you to know it happened. So now the Azul 4 has come out, and Azul sends me an email. And I just ignore it, quite honestly, because everybody, it's like, it seems like all these YouTube channels, if you Google, if you search it, there's already a number of reviews up on the Azul 4. Well, then they tweeted me, they followed me on Twitter. I'm like, okay. They're like, please, please, please. That's never happened before, so I can't help but be flattered. I know what to expect. I mean, it's already reviewed. I'm not the first. I won't be the first. So it's just going to be more the same of what other people have already done. But I gave the Azul 3 to Mitch Morrison. And Mitch loves that thing. He loves it. We had an issue getting Windows 10 1909 or 2004 installed because it doesn't have enough onboard RAM. And so because Mitch is just using it as a playback for his television, which is really what it's designed to do, I formatted it and installed Windows 10 fresh and clean, latest version, and everything was fine. There was no space issues. And as far as I know, Mitch is still happy with it. The new Azul 4 should be capable of doing 4K video output at 60 frames per second. Even though it's got less than a 3 gigahertz processor, it is quad core. And it's got 4 gigs of RAM. So like, I already know about this without even holding it, because it's already been reviewed by a lot of people. But Azul, they won't take no. So I was like, all right. So that's going to happen. It's hard to say no. Eddie Sawyers contributes $2.54. He says, "Carrie, how you doing today?" I'm good now that you're here, Eddie. Thank you. Perry. I'm going to work on this. Perry Hammer. I'm going to try it. Perry Haralambidis has contributed $1. Haralambidis? Am I saying it right? Haralambidis. I think that's right. And Sharon Idle. Hi, Sharon. Sharon contributes £1. Thank you. Thank you all. Let's verify what the customer's description of the problem is. One of the first things I noticed when the customer brought when I got the laptop, is it had a light blinking on and off on the side, which means he didn't turn it off. He just closed the lid, and probably by now the battery has drained. So it's possible maybe he didn't do a full power off and power on, and maybe, Have you tried turning it off and on again? Is all this requires? In which case, whew, right? So I don't know. Everything is live. Everything is real here. The battery is dead. I did see the light blinking on it as it was sitting on the table, and I meant to get up and turn it off, and I just got distracted and forgot why I came in the room. It's happening more and more. Should I be worried? When I work on a customer's laptop, I always ask them to bring the power adapter for this very reason. People often don't think to bring it. And when I work on a customer's desktop, I tell them, keep all the cables. Don't bring me any cables. Because those are the things I forget to give back, and then they get the computer home and they realize I can't plug it in. And it's one of us making a trip for a cable. But on a laptop, it's absolutely required. Laptops don't all use the same power adapters. I've seen customers that go, well, that fits, so that must be the right one. And then smoke comes out. And they go, oh, can you fix that? I'm like, not anymore. I could have before you did that. You can see there's a little light. There's a little light right there. And that was blinking on and off in blue. So I suspect this laptop was asleep or hibernation. Well, it had to be asleep. It wouldn't have been hibernation. It had to be asleep, and then it lost power, which means it didn't power off properly. It didn't get to close all the Windows files. That's not good for Windows. But Windows 10 is pretty robust and usually recovers from that pretty well. A couple other contributions have come in. Let's see, Joseph Hawkins with $5 New Zealand says, good to see you in fine spirit as always. I'm trying, man, I'm trying. Glenn's Music contributes $5 Australian. He says, if you don't get to that laptop soon, I'm going to steal your cat. Lyle. Lyle the dog cat. His cat dog. Blue Johnny 79 with a 10-pound contribution says, thanks to you and the great community. I built a system in November last year, recently upgraded my system to a dedicated graphics card, and what I learned here helped me greatly, so thank you again. Thanks, Johnny, I appreciate that. Okay, I wanted to just give this a minute before I powered it on, just to give the battery just a little bit, because sometimes if a laptop battery is completely flat, I've seen laptops that won't boot, so let's see what happens. I expect it's going to say that it wasn't powered off correctly. We're going to get some kind of an error message. On the other hand, if it wasn't able to boot to Windows to begin with, I guess that wouldn't be an issue, because if the solid state drive is bad, then you can't cause any more damage than it's already there. This is a bit concerning that we have a completely blank screen. Nothing is happening. And I'm going to let it sit here for a minute and let it think about what it's done and see if it feels bad. It's probably a pointless exercise. I probably filmed this upgrade, and it's probably somewhere in my library of videos. I'm so busy, I just haven't had time. But if you search for it, I think you'll find this particular laptop being upgraded. One of the benefits of filming the majority of the repairs and upgrades I do is to have that historical record to go back to in times like this. So you're getting some reflection on the screen here from the lighting. There's nothing on the screen, it's just sort of backlit, and that's all we're seeing. And you know, as I move the laptop, you'll see that reflection, there's a reflection of the screen I'm looking at right there. That's kind of freaky. So it's pretty apparent to me nothing's happening. I'm going to hold the power button in on all computers, desktop and laptops alike. If you hold the power button, for about 10 seconds, it will force a power down, just like pulling the plug. Except laptops have batteries, and sometimes pulling the plug has no effect whatsoever because it just kicks over to the battery. Now I'm going to turn it back on one more time, just to see if it was trying to reawaken from sleep. But we should get some kind of a post or power on self-test. We should see an HP logo. And my concern is, I want you to understand where I'm coming from. I've never seen a failed SSD, but I've seen a lot of failed HP laptops. And this is an old HP laptop. This is about 7 years old. So it's possible something in the laptop has, failed. And it could be a hard drive controller. It could be the main board. I don't know. The only reason I'm thinking bad solid state drive is because he described an error message, which means it did post and it did try to boot. It couldn't find any bootable device, and it said as much. So that doesn't sound like, as much as I want it to be, a bad laptop. It sounds like my very first ever bad solid state drive. But now here I have the machine in front of me, and I'm not getting what the customer described. I'm not getting that at all. Now it looks more like a bad laptop. It doesn't look like a bad SSD because we're not getting initialization of the BIOS. And it's pretty interesting. So what do you think it is? Let me know in the chat room. You guys always know all the answers when I post the videos. There's always, that's the thing I would have checked first. Well, now here's your chance. Tell me what to check first. Let's see who's right. Let's see who's wrong. Throw a dart at the wall. Who cares? Don't let your pride get in the way. It's okay to be wrong. Put a guess out there. You might win a prize. The prize is self-satisfaction of guessing correctly. I knew what it was because I'm clairvoyant and I can see into the future. There was no guessing involved. David Griswold contributes $5. He says, hey, Kerry, here's a little something for the channel. David, thank you. Adam Lukasik has contributed as well. I missed that one. He contributes $7. Thank you, Adam. I still want to know, Perry, did I pronounce your name okay? Haralambidis? Am I just totally butchering that? Could RAM be the issue? It's a dead laptop. Well, I mean, could you be a little more specific? The laptop is made up of a lot of different components all working together. What's wrong with the car? Won't start. Okay, could you be a little more specific? Something wrong with the engine. Okay. Could you be a little more specific? Come on, you take the gut. Have a little guts. Michael says, take the battery out. Brilliant suggestion, Michael. Tiger thinks it's a BIOS issue where you need to reset the BIOS. HP is rubbish, throw it in the bin. That's not what customers want to hear when they're bringing it to you for repair. Blue Dog Ron is going with a corrupt BIOS. A lot of people think it's a corrupt BIOS. Eric Ingram thinks maybe a bad motherboard. Michael Dane says it's HP. Okay, all right. Perry says I said his last name correct. Hey, see what happens when you put yourself out there? Sometimes you get your head chopped off, but sometimes you get a little pat on the back. It's totally worth it. Thank you, Perry. I like the suggestion of taking the battery out. Some laptops you cannot take the battery out of. Much like many smartphones, laptops are also being designed with batteries that are not user serviceable. But that wasn't happening 7 years ago when this laptop was made. Just saying. I just want to make sure it won't turn on without a battery or power, because then we got a whole other level of problem. Okay, power light is now blue instead of orange. It was orange when it was charging clearly. Let's see what happens when we turn it on this time. I keep losing my my live view here. There it is. No change. Clearing the BIOS on a laptop can be pretty tricky. It often requires exposing the motherboard. And on some laptops, the exposure of the motherboard is relatively simple. In others, it's overly and unnecessarily, in my opinion, complicated. I can't remember. Was this one an easy one? I don't know. How many computers have I worked on since I worked on this? At least like 4, right? So I don't remember. I've slept since then. I'm going to be honest with you, as if I'm anything other than that all the time. But in my mind, I want to continue telling you I've never seen a bad SSD. I want to say that for as long as possible, but I have no control over SSD failures. But I've had a good run, especially hearing from so many of you that have experienced it. I've just never experienced it. And I deal with a lot of computers, right? I'm not just a guy with a computer or two. I'm dealing with not only my own, but my customers and a lot of customers, right? I have to sustain a business. One customer could have, if it's a business, they can have 16, 20 machines, just that one customer. So when I tell you I haven't seen one, I want you to just keep in mind how many computers I've seen, how many solid-state drives I've seen. And I would very much enjoy that because it seems to really surprise people, and yet it's completely true. And I would like to continue to surprise people with truth, backed up with video evidence that I'm not making anything up. You can verify everything I'm telling you. And this machine here, if it's a laptop and the drive is fine, it's not on me. The drive I sold the customer didn't go bad, as if I have any control over that. But truth be told, it still makes me feel a little bad. Like, oh, I put in a part that failed. I try my best to be careful over manufacturers that I select, because it's very inconvenient to both the customer and myself to go back and redo anything. It also doesn't really make me look good, even though I don't manufacture the parts. Customers are relying on me to choose for them. Any customer can shop for the cheapest thing. That's not why they're hiring me. They want the best value. That's why they hire me. The cheapest thing is often not the best value. Please remember, when you're shopping and you're looking at those prices, remember what Uncle Kerry said. The cheapest thing is not likely the best value. Well, I should make a bumper sticker out of that and charge a lot of money for it. All right, so I'm going to it's a joke. I'm kidding. I'm not going to charge a lot of money for it. I might make the bumper sticker. It would just be ironic if I charged a lot of money for it, and that humors me. It's a joke. It's sarcasm. I'm all over the place. Speaking of sarcasm, there's a young man who gets dressed up to do food reviews. Now, food reviews are very, very subjective. What somebody likes, somebody else won't like. Oh, this is the delicious, Taco Bell. He's not eating anything special. He's not like, going to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse or something. He's just eating fast food and whatever, and he's reviewing it. And the suit looks like it's on a skeleton. This kid's got no meat on his bones, and he has no tailor. I'm sure he could afford a tailor. So he looks like, in the 1980s, we would wear like padded shoulders and stuff, He looks like the skeleton wearing an outfit. And he's aware of it. And while he's not overt in the things that he says, if you listen to what he says, he is not taking himself as serious as he appears to be. Like if you just look at him, you're like, well, this is way too serious for a Taco Bell review. He's hilarious. If you listen to him, he'll read mean tweets because people are nasty, and he'll read them, and he will appear to be responding sincerely. He will genuinely seem sincere. He's not cracking a smile. He is the funniest, most sarcastic. He's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it's even his name. Is his name Bob? Doug? Fred? No. His name is the Report of the Week. That's what he calls himself. And if you've not seen him, please Listen to what he says, because it's hilarious. He's very, very good, and he's got a lot of viewers. And people are like, why does this guy have so many viewers? Those viewers are listening, and they're getting it, and it's just brilliant. If you've not seen him, you can never unsee him. He's that good. All right. So I don't know what's going on with this laptop. It certainly doesn't seem to be. I'm not leaning on bad SSD anymore because we're not getting far enough into the boot cycle to even attempt to boot. But I can't deny this customer knows nothing about the technical nature of a computer and did read to me there no boot device found. Like, he wouldn't make that up. It's just not something an average person makes up. So at some point that laptop did display that screen, but maybe it was on the verge of failure, and that was sort of its, I don't know, sort of a symptom of a failure that occurred earlier in the line, and now it's just not starting at all. Clearing the BIOS on this may prove to be a little bit of a challenge. I'm not exactly sure how, but anytime you want to learn how to do something these days, you bring up Google, you type in the make and the model of the laptop, and you type in what you're trying to do. How to disassemble an HP blah, blah, blah. How to reset the BIOS on an HP da, 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 da. Somebody somewhere's got a video or an article about it, and it's probably pretty accurate, to the point of even taking you to HP's website or Dell's website, and they may even have the user manual or technical manual, which Google will bring it right up to the right page and everything and say, here's the disassembly process, which is what I had to use on that Dell all-in-one that I took apart and did the hard drive upgrade on. When I Googled it, I could find a lot of the same model of Dell, but they didn't, for whatever reason, Dell kept the model name when they switched it. They changed it. So what's the point of having a model number and then you have 4 different models all using the same model number? It was weird. But what it ended up doing was there was no YouTube video, and there was no web page from an enthusiast or a repair center. It took me right to Dell's technical manual for that laptop, right to the page of that manual that shows how the cover comes off. So if you're dedicated to look for information, instead of asking people to provide it to you, if you actually type it in and look for it and make a modicum of effort, you'd be surprised what you can find. Probably stuff you don't want to find. Be careful what you look for, because you might find stuff you didn't want to find. So be prepared for that. I don't know what that means. Okay, so to take this off, we have a number of screws back here. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one probably doesn't have to come, well, I guess it wouldn't. This one usually holds the DVD or the optical drive in. When you take that screw out, this whole unit probably slides out, I'll bet you. They're probably all the same screw, and they're probably all the same length, so it's not like we have to remember which hole they came out of. I mean, you could, if you want to take them out and set them down in a pattern in the order you took them out. There's no harm in that, but it may be unnecessary. There may be one screw sometimes. There's like one screw that's different from the others. So you just may have to remember where that one goes back. That's usually the worst of opening up the back of a laptop. Some of the more modern laptops, you have to get a little spudger tool. And then you've got to crack it open, which makes me nervous. When you hear that crack, it's like, was that a good crack or a bad crack? That's the thing about cracks. There's good crack and there's bad crack. And if you don't know the difference between good crack and bad crack, you don't want to be a tech. I don't know if that's quotable. I'm waiting for the LOLs. I'm sorry, I was looking for self-praise about how funny I am. I got one, so I mean that counts. 1,292 people watching. I got one LOL. Come on, that's funny. Wasting it. A couple other contributions have come in, so thank you to. Oh, did I get it? No. Wayne Trexler, again with $1.49. Guillaume Moran with a $5 Canadian contribution. Says, hello, Carrie. Have a Coke on me from Montreal, Canada. Well, thank you. Joe Biancardi with a $4.99 contribution and said, HPs are my favorite. Not. That's an 80s thing, right? Psych. Paul O'Brien with a €1 contribution. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Joe. Guillaume. I'm not sure how to say your name. I'm sorry. It's French. What are the odds? Guillaume? 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 Guy? Guy? Can I just call you Guy? Do they call you Guy? I don't know. Oh, there's LOLs from Michael Dane. See, Michael's solid. You can always count on Michael. You got to have that. You know, you got to have that. You got to plant somebody in the audience to laugh at the jokes. It's contagious. Alan said, there must be something wrong with me. I'm waiting on the edge of my seat to find out if the SSD is bad. Come on. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Savor. Do you chew your food or do you just swallow it whole? Chew your food thoroughly. If you enjoy what you're eating, savor it. Chew your food. And I think I got a sarcastic ha 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 from Blackwatch. That's not the same. What was the name of the channel I was talking about? It's called The Report of the Week. Put that all together as one word, no spaces. You go to YouTube and search The Report of the Week, all one word with no spaces. The guy is genius, absolute genius. There is a level of sarcasm to which I hope to one day ascend. It is very inspiring, and you'll never be able to unsee it. You've been warned. Not that he needs the views, okay? He's doing just fine. I got to get that guy on my show. I got to get him over here. Sharon Idle's got an LOL with an ROFL LMFAO. That's fantastic. That's the kind of enthusiasm and appreciation my humor sometimes, rarely, on occasion, under certain circumstances, earns and is deserved. Sometimes. Tuesday, except on Tuesdays. Steve Warrington contributes $2. It said, here's a couple of bucks for the LOL. Thank you. As Mitch likes to say, please tip your waiters and waitresses and try the lobster. Is that what it is? Where's Mitch? So the screwdriver has lost its magnetic abilities. So have I. That's a different problem for another day. And I have a tool that can fix the screwdriver, but it doesn't really do much for me. But everything is stuck to it. It's a pneumotium magnet that if you slide a screwdriver through the hole in it, it will magnetize it in one direction and demagnetize it in the other. I don't know which way's which. So we'll try one. That seems to have done the trick. And it'll stay fairly magnetized for a period of time and it'll eventually wear off and then you'll do that again. This never needs to be replaced. It'll last, till you lose it. You will lose it. Now I'm going to just put this right over here. sometimes I feel like I'm missing something in the chat room, that everybody's talking about something. There's Mitch. All right. Whew. Good. I just needed a witness and an alibi. Stick around. All right. So anyway, I think these are probably all the same length of screw as I mentioned, but now I'm going to just verify that. That's why I'm mentioning it again, because now I can set them side by side, and yeah, those two are the same. There's no particular order other than, I mean, if I just go randomly, I don't know where I left off, so I try to work in some sort of pattern that moves me in one direction, and I just kind of make it up as I go. Yeah, that one's the same length as the others. Yeah, I just make it up. Don't care. I'm a rebel. Can't stop me. Yeah, more of the same. Ooh. Turning the screwdrivers, you know. No? I tried. I would try to make this more entertaining, but honestly, I mean, sometimes work is work. Okay, I think that's 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's one here. Now, if there was going to be one different, I would suspect it's going to be this one. I think this one holds the DVD drive in. And I think either way, it's got to come out regardless. Some laptops, it doesn't have to. It just kind of depends on the laptop. Let me just see if it looks any different. No, it looks exactly the same as all the others. Is it? Yep, it is. But just to verify my thought, I suspect if I pull on this, on the back of every optical drive on every laptop ever made, it's got this little single point of secure mount that holds it in place. So it's not that I'm a genius. Well, I kind of am. But besides that, you don't have to be a genius like me to recognize that on every freaking laptop over 29 years. Well, it hasn't been every laptop, but it's basically you can just buy this style of slim DVD drive and replace it in your laptop. Pretty much what the manufacturer is doing is putting a different, fascia on it that matches the color and the mold. But the standard optical drive is the same. Even though it says HP on the back, it's probably made by somebody else. What's the date on that? How old is this? June 2015. So it'll be 5 years old. That's not that old. 5? We thought it was 7. That says June of 2015. We're past June of 2020, and he wouldn't have bought it right off the factory floor. It would probably sit in distribution and warehousing before being purchased by a customer for at least a month or two, wouldn't you think? It's still 5 years old. Unless this was replaced, which is possible. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change anything. It's just kind of interesting, I suppose. To me, anyway. Okay. Now this probably I'm going to guess that it's being held in place with little plastic clips. And Mitch, What's that tool called we use to separate the plastic? It's not a butter knife or a credit card or a guitar pick. It's not a pocket knife or any sharp object. It has a name, and you introduced me to that name, which I thought you made up. Turns out it's really what it's called. What was it called? Mitch says spudger. I got to get a video clip of Mitch saying spudger. What'd you call me? Thought you were my friend. See how people turn on you. A couple of contributions have come in. Let me give some, just bear with me. Let me give some shout outs to Abdul Azim Patel contributes $7.77 and says, here's Johnny. Sarge Tech contributes $5 and says, LOL, LMAO, GAFAW, GAFAW, guffaw. How about trying to boot from an external hard drive or USB stick? Well, the machine's clearly not even posting. If it won't post, it's not going to boot. Why not put the cart before the horse and see if that works? It's not going to work. You got to get the horse in front of the cart. That much I know. Thank you for the suggestion and thank you for the contribution, but horses and carts. Got to get that order straight. Reverend John O'Toole, speaking of here's Johnny, there he is, contributes $5. He says, this mad scientist is uploading a 7-part series on building your own battery backup system, and it has my quirky self starring. Well, do be careful, because building your own battery backup system could result in a fire, depending on where you source your batteries and how you assemble it. And I wouldn't want anybody to, I don't think there's any legal issue there for you, but you just might put a little disclaimer that you're not accountable for any injury or death occurring from, whether that's to a human or to property damage. Anytime you have batteries, depending on, if you remember the whole Samsung Note 7 blowing up and all these vaping pens blowing up, those are all battery issues. Somebody had a laptop that was catching fire on airplanes and stuff and freaking out TSA, and you know, bring your laptop through. But it's all related to the batteries. Now, just because something has a battery doesn't make it dangerous. Remember when people were shopping for the cheap thing? Remember I mentioned that? You can get a lot of really cheap batteries off eBay. Really cheap. Like 1/10 the price of what those same batteries cost if they were sourced from Japan. And in my experience, those cheap batteries don't last very long. They tend to sometimes get so hot as to be a little bit concerning, at least to me. And if you want to take on a project like that, please understand the potential harm and be very careful. And don't use cheap parts. I think that we can agree on that. Trond Lazans has contributed 100 Norwegian krona. Says, thanks for mentioning Scotty Kilmer. I must have seen 100 videos last couple of weeks, and he's brilliant. Check out the Outer Hebrides Broadcasting Corporation. I think you might enjoy that. So the Hebrides is in Scotland. Isn't that an island in Scotland, the Hebrides? Checking my geography. Like an uninhabitable, harsh, kind of survivor level game show. Let's see what happens if we put a bunch of people on the Hebrides and see if they'll all get along and not kill each other and figure out a way to survive. Kind of, is that the same? Because Norway is kind of far from the Hebrides, isn't it? Or is there, or am I completely missing this whole thing altogether and mispronouncing it? I don't know. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for the contribution. Scotty Kilmer's fantastic. He's great. And, you know, he's got the views and the subscribers. Forget what I said. Just look. He's obviously doing something right. So he's not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But he's got the right intent. And he never mentions anybody ever saying anything bad or criticizing him. In any video ever, it's fantastic. I don't know how he does it. It completely ignores them as though they don't exist. Good for him. I want him to teach me how to do that. Scotty Kilmer is the Kerry Holzman of cars. You know, Scotty has a very similar attitude that I have. The only difference is Scotty will tell you he's only interested in telling you the truth, right? He's never had any sponsors. I've already got a sponsor. He's never had a sponsor, and he just wants to tell you the truth. I think Scotty could take a step back a little bit. Everybody's a critic, but he's telling you his perspective of truth, right? So every coin has two sides. And it's not that it's dismissing what he's saying as not being truth, but that there may be a valid other reasoning behind why something is designed a certain way. I know I've been embarrassed a few times when it's been brought to my attention over a stupid design that it actually served a form and function that I hadn't considered that doesn't apply to me. And I think it would be nice to hear Scotty just a little correction to just go, it's what I believe from my perspective to be the truth. Because to universally say this is all true no matter what may sometimes be true, it may sometimes not be true based on the information you have at the time. So he's been in the business a long time like I have, and he's got customers, and he's not just a YouTube personality, he actually does the work. And he mentions that there are other mechanics that started YouTube channels and put all their full-time energy into YouTube and stopped being a mechanic, and then the technology passed them by and they don't know what they're talking about anymore. So now their videos aren't getting many views and they're not hireable because they don't have any current experience. And that he's always kept the balance between working and creating videos so that he always knows what he's talking about. And he's working for customers that he's held accountable for the work that he does, which I also do. And he's insisting on, just trying to get the information out there for free, which is what I'm doing. So we're sort of kindred spirits, even if we're separated by 15 or 20. How old is Scotty Kilmer? He's in his 60s, isn't he? Is he like 64? So he's more than 10 years older than me. But even with that generational gap, we are very aligned in our moral compass, which is it's nice for me to see that. Maybe not for you, but for me, I think that's really cool. I appreciate it. So some people have said that there's some screws under the rubber pads on these hinges. There very well may be, I don't know. I had to open this up before to get the hard drive in, or the solid state drive replaced, and I don't remember how I did it, and I really don't want to. When you're at a customer's location doing work and the customer sees you watching YouTube videos, that's not a good, you're not really giving your customer a whole lot of faith in your ability. So as a tech, especially before the internet, come here, let me tell you kids a story for an hour and a half that's completely disjointed because I'm old. When I was growing up, what'd that shirt cost you? $60? When I was growing up, that shirt was a nickel. How old are you? 14? When I was your age, I was 12. So I don't want to do that, but here it comes. There was no internet. You had to know how to fix stuff. You had to know how to use your brain and your experience to get better, faster. And then the internet came along, which wasn't that useful. And over time, it's become extraordinarily useful, but not while you're in front of a customer. Because the customer's going to go, well, I could have done that. I could have watched a YouTube video and done that. I won't call you next time. So it's not good for business. When you're a technician, a field technician, and the customer's looking over your shoulder and you don't appear to know what you're doing, you probably aren't going to see that customer again anytime soon. And if you want a sustainable business, you need referrals. You've got to have referrals. So as great of a resource as Google can be, and I strongly suggest you use it, place and time is pretty important when somebody's paying you for your time. And if you don't appear to be prepared or qualified to do the job, that's not very inspiring of confidence for somebody that's charging them because you're paying somebody who's supposed to know how to do it. I'd have done it myself if I knew that's what you did to fix it. And that's what they'll do next time. So, in order to keep this as authentic as possible, and because I am profoundly efficient, because I'm profoundly efficient, I don't want to Google how to do this any more than I want to Google how to win a game. I don't want to walk through. I want to play that game, and I want to figure it out, because that's the whole point of the game. Remember, I love what I do. I think some of you forget that. And part of that passion of what I do is in puzzle solving. But if I'm trying to solve a puzzle and you guys are giving me the answers constantly, I know your hearts are in the right place, but you're kind of taking the fun out of it for me, a little bit. But I do sometimes ask. I say, hey, what do you guys think about that? And sometimes you guys are, warning me about something, and you're repeating it over and over and over again, and I'm totally ignoring it because I'm in that frame of mind that I'm trying to solve this the way I've always solved it. Long before you and I ever knew each other, I was doing this. And somehow I made it along without you. It's weird, right? So I do appreciate it, but I do want you to understand, it's sort of like telling me who the murderer was, I'm into this movie 15 minutes and you're like, you see that guy right there? That's the killer. Oh, great. You saved me an hour and 45 minutes. So anyway, so they said there's screws underneath these rubber tabs, these rubber feet, which there may be. There is a screw there, but I don't know that I suppose it would have to come off, wouldn't it? Sometimes there are screws and hinges that stay in and the back cover still comes off. It depends from one laptop to the other. And I'm just kind of looking at this, trying to see if it has to come off. Now, you guys might have Googled it and you might know for a fact. But it does appear to be all one molded piece. Once again, while I do appreciate the suggestion, I want to remind you that I would have gotten there in my time, the way I do it. The only thing I can compare it to is giving away the answer to a puzzle that somebody's trying to solve. And the reason they're trying to solve the puzzle is for fun, and you've just sucked the fun, a part of it out of you. You're just kind of taking a little bit of the fun away from me. And I know you meant well, and I appreciate that you mean well. But I really would have liked to have discovered that on my own and shown you how I did that, show you how I came to that conclusion, what led me to think to look there. But now we can't do that because you gave me that answer. So thank you, I guess. It's difficult. It's difficult because I know what your intent was. And I know what my intent was. And you didn't do anything wrong, but I'd prefer that you wouldn't do it. It's a preference. It's just a preference. Yeah, it's the same screw again. Next thing you're going to tell me what hot dogs are made out of. Won't you ruin that for me too? Yeah, all those screws are the same, which is typical, and one less thing to worry about where they go back, Just don't have any left over, you're fine. Now, this is still not budging any more than it was before I removed the screws. It's still something is, what's that word, Mitch? How dare you? How dare you? Paul says hot dogs are made of horse meat and gym mats. Delicious. You know, you can't really get good gym mat these days because, you know, the kids aren't in school. So it's all very rubbery. Sorry. Spudger. Jimmy, where's my spudger? I don't know, do I look like Mitch? Well, spudger. Okay. Whether or not I have a bad solid state drive, I have to take the laptop apart regardless. I have to take the back off of it to, you know, if there's going to be a BIOS reset, I have to get the back off the laptop to do that. So it's not like we're taking this off for one reason. The diagnostic to go any further than I've taken it requires now the back has to come off. And I can take the solid state drive out and test it in another, you know, in a dock or in another machine. That's no big deal. We're not getting that far. But a bad solid state drive or a bad hard drive could theoretically short circuit the motherboard from posting in some designs. That's absolutely possible that any component literally can cause a short circuit that would prevent the posting of the motherboard, the power on self-test to occur. It's not likely, but possible. And there's Mitchell saying, I'm about as funny as a cry for help. Well, that sounds pretty sadistic, Mitch. Have you talked to anybody about that? Do you laugh a lot at people crying for help? Oh, that took a turn. I'm trying to think of something funny to say back to Mitch, but nothing's happening. I'll let you know. Stay tuned, and when I come up with something, be ready. Because it's going to be a real zinger. You just wait and see. This is a spudger. Yeah, I said it. And it's from Disassembling, which is how you open magic doors. And it's metal. They make them plastic, but it's plastic. You know, I want metal because I'm a metalhead. Really, that's why. And I'm a firm believer that metal is stronger than plastic. Now I realize there are plastic deniers, and that people think that plastic doesn't exist. But regardless, I much prefer metal. I do believe it's built better, will last longer, and is a better tool for the job that I buy one tool one time and not one tool 7 times every time the little plastic edge starts getting messed up from too many spudges. Sure. It's metal. That's all I care. It's metal. Could you use a guitar pick? Sure. Could you play a guitar with this? Of course. Either way, it's all good. I bet I give you this to Brian May, and he will play Bohemian Rhapsody without missing a chord. Doesn't mean he should. But that wasn't the question. Okay. Alrighty, here we go. I'm going in. Somewhere there's a seam. Sometimes the back doesn't come off. Sometimes the front comes up and out. Sometimes. I just want to check that real quick. Sometimes on some laptops, the hard drive is located underneath the keyboard, and then you would use a spudger to bring the keyboard out. But that's only on some laptops. You see, on this laptop, you can quickly identify that the keys are they're protruding. I was going to say extending. Each key is extending through a cutout in the lid. So you can't pull this keyboard out. On other laptops, if you look closely at any laptop you might have laying around, or maybe you're sitting in front of right now, is that creeping you out? It should be. On some laptops, this keyboard is all one piece, and it's clearly, there's like an edge all the way around the keyboard. And you would get the spudger tool right up in that edge, and you would pry the top of the keyboard up onto an angle, and then lift the keyboard out. But clearly, if the keys are going through holes in the lid, you cannot pry that keyboard out. That is underneath the lid, and that's easily identifiable to a trained eye. So clearly, this keyboard doesn't lift out, but that doesn't mean the top doesn't separate. But if the top separates, then so does the bottom, so we're still back to where we were. Do you understand the diagnostic process? Did I confuse it? I'm not quite sure I understand it myself, so we're fine. Carrie, the gap where you pry is the shiny black edge around the palm rest. Michael says you spiked your Coke. I would not. I would never ruin a perfectly good Coke by spiking it with anything other than more Coke and maybe some ice. And by ice, I mean vodka. I'm kidding. My doctor said I should drink. Alcohol keeps blood platelets from sticking together. And if you have a high blood platelet count and they stick together, it can cause a stroke or a heart attack. And drinking alcohol helps lubricate the existing platelets and helps reduce the creation of new platelets. So I guess I'm supposed to start drinking now for my health. I mean, it's a doctor. Who am I to question him? Okay, underneath the touchpad, they say there's a gap. There's no gap underneath this touchpad. I don't know what you're talking about. The touchpad has the same level. Okay, so let me take a look. Let me show you what I'm looking at. So I'm looking here for a gap, and there is no gap here. It feels like there could be one, and it's super tight. But if you look along this edge here, I can actually get my fingernail under that. And it's not just, I see if you described it as being under the touchpad, one might interpret that as it's literally under the touchpad, but it's actually literally around the entire front. It's not where I was looking. It's not on the side, it's on the top, which I think would have been more accurate to say, but you pointed me in the right direction, which, it's fine. Thank you. So yes, what I have to do is I've got to get the spudger tool anywhere along the front or the sides. You don't have to start. And now you can hear those clips. And one of the problems is I don't know which way the clips are going. So if you use too much force moving it one direction or the other, you could break the clip, and that would be a bad crack. So we only want good crack. That was not cracked, that was the spudger tool slipping out. So all I'm trying to do is lift up. I'm trying not to pick a direction so that I can be fair in the removal. I want to take under consideration that those clips may be on this side or that side, but by lifting straight up either way should be a safer bet than pushing it one way or the other. That's just a theory. Don't take that as unchallengeable. Not that you would anyway. What? Okay, this is pretty interesting. Oh, that didn't sound good. But I guess you do the best you can. And hopefully the clips are a bit more robust. I'm using that word robust a lot. The clips are a little bit more robust than other laptops. I've seen some where they're just extraordinarily brittle and thin, they weren't engineered well, and I've seen others that are like what's the word I want? Where they're quite large and nowhere near as brittle. And I'm hoping this laptop has those larger ones. We're going to find out here in just a minute. Okay, so the clip is on the bottom half. Okay, so yeah, these are the good clips. These are exactly what I was hoping for. You'll see what I'm looking at are these little squares. I'm pointing at them. Instead of having like a single plastic piece that wiggles back and forth, those break off all the time. They're just in Arizona. It's so dry, brittle. Plastics become particularly brittle in the western desert states like Arizona, New Mexico, southern Utah, Nevada, etc. It's kind of a universal problem. People that have lived there for a long time can tell you about anything from plastic broom handles to other types of plastics that'll just break on you because there's no humidity. Everything's very, very dry. It's very, very low humidity, and plastics don't tend to last very long as a result, especially if they weren't built very strong to begin with. So, long story short, these are good clips. I like these kind of clips. These are the best clips. They're tremendous. They're the best clips. Yeah, that. Now, on the back here, we can see a standard battery that keeps the date and time accurate when the machine is completely off. And it should also store our BIOS settings when the machine is completely off and the battery is drained. Every desktop has one of those. For a while, they were making desktops that had I was looking for the solid state drive. It's right here. It's a long day. For a while, they were making desktops that had a rechargeable battery instead of a CR2032 battery, which is a pretty standard button cell, about the size of a quarter, a United States quarter. And the rechargeable ones were soldered onto the boards, and when those rechargeable batteries died, as all rechargeable batteries do, typically then the motherboard was quite obsolete. But sometimes parts failed prematurely, and you had to replace the whole motherboard. We weren't breaking out soldering irons and changing batteries. Not in America. No, it was cheaper and faster to just get a new motherboard and get the customer back, up and running, than to spend the time and effort to locate the right battery, heat up the soldering iron, and granted, it's not a lot of work, but you still have to take the motherboard out. So since you're taking the motherboard out anyway, toss it aside, put a new one in, slap it together, get back to the customer, have a nice day. We may have a bad battery that could cause this very symptom. Possible. Just saying it's possible. And it's worth checking because it's a very simple part to remove. It's a simple part to check. It's very inexpensive. Always check the easy things first. Always, always, always. The more overwhelming the problem appears to be, the more confusing it appears to be, the more likely it's something very simple in front of your face the whole time, and you can't see it. Happens to me all the time. Do I really want to brag about that? Now, I used to have, I used to call it my cheapo Chinese battery tester. I bought it for $2 off eBay. It took like 6 weeks to arrive. and it had a little swinging needle, and it was great until it stopped working, which who saw that coming? So now I have this other one. I don't know how accurate these are, but you're supposed to put the batteries in on an angle, like this is the negative post, and then the positive post, depending on what size battery, unless you have a giant battery that goes like it, maybe a D cell. And in that little slot, you can put a button cell battery and make it crooked, and then connect it, and it's something. It's good enough. It's not real precise, but it can give us an idea as to, are we at 3/4 strength, 1/4 strength? Is it completely flat? I don't know. We don't need precise measurements of voltage on batteries. If it's not 3/4 or better, just change it. It's cheap. It's no big deal. Because if you don't change it now, you'll be changing it later, which means you're going to take all this apart. So for $2, I want my $2. For $2, be careful where you buy your batteries. If you buy them off eBay and they come from China, they could just cause the whole thing to have all kinds of problems. Ask me how I know. Now, where did I put those cheap Chinese batteries? Oh, here they are. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Wow. Even the plastic that holds the batteries is brittle and breaking apart. I've had these batteries a long time. What's the shelf life on these? Like 10 years? I don't even know. I should be able to put this battery in the tester. Let's see. It shows a little picture of the direction. Okay. So it wants me to put it in that way. So I have to put it in on an angle. You see that? Let's do it again. Put it in on an angle, and then watch the meter. What? Didn't go to 100%? Hold on. Let me do it again. Ah! That's a full charged battery. That's great. It's been sitting on a shelf for about 4 or 5 years. It's still fully charged. These typically have about a 10-year lifespan, but when they're in use, especially if the machine is powered off without any power at all, like it's unplugged, they will drain faster than if, like let's say you had a desktop, it's plugged in, there's still power going through the motherboard. Same as a TV. A modern day television doesn't really fully power off. That's why it comes on so quick. Now, modern desktops and laptops, modern desktops, when you shut them off, the power still goes through them. Modern laptop, when you shut it off, it should be completely off and running totally off that battery, but it may also draw from the laptop's battery, but it's drawing such a little tiny amount of power, you shouldn't ever notice it. But over time, they can fail, they will fail. It's just a matter of time. And so what I'm going to do, this battery says JHT. I don't even know who that is. It's not any manufacturer that I'm from. It's not Duracell. It's not Energizer. I don't know what it is. It's maybe something. I don't know where it came from. Did it come with a laptop? Did somebody replace it? I don't know. So when you're diagnosing something, we want to verify what's working. So what can we easily check first? We know we can easily check the battery. There's typically a little tab, and you have to get a smallish screwdriver or something pointy. This screwdriver's a little large. I gotta find something smaller. A little more precision is required. This is a great little, no, that's not it. This is a great, no, that's not one. This is a great little driver. And these are great if you're, the reason I have this is I had to change a bunch of electrical outlets at the other studio location, and there's the wires were pushed into the outlets, and you have a little slot. You can jam a really fine driver, flat blade. You can take a really small flat blade driver and jam it into the hole, and it releases the wire from the physical outlet. So you don't have to cut the wire or restrip it. But finding a screwdriver that small, and also this short, so I can do it one-handed. I can hold this and I always set the circuit breaker off, don't be stupid. So after the circuit breaker's been clicked off and you verify there's no power, then you can jam this in there and using your fingers pull up on the wire and it pops out, and you can do that with the other 3 wires if you have 4 wires in the outlet, which usually you have 2 going in and 2 going out to the next one, and that's how you complete the circuit as it goes around the room. Whatever, it might go around a couple of rooms. I don't know. I'm not an electrician. I didn't wire your house. Give me a break. But this looks like it would be just about right to get right in this little tab, and should be able to just kind of lift up on it. It doesn't want to come out of there. Don't force anything. There's usually a type of release. It almost looks like, I'll tell you what, I've never seen this before, but I'm just looking at it. Now I need a bigger driver because I want to show you what I'm looking at. This is kind of interesting because I've never seen a battery holder for a CR23. I'm really having a hard time today. For a CR2032 battery, they typically have a little area where you can push, and it's a little springy deal that holds the battery. It's a springy deal. This one's unique in that it has this opening right here. You see this? You see this opening? And it looks like if you put a flat blade in there and twist it, you'll pull it apart and release the tension. I might be wrong, but that's certainly how it appears. And I've never seen one like that before. So I don't know. I'm guessing it should be relatively simple. We're not going to take it out from this end. This end is clearly not accessible. So when you insert a battery back in here, you're going to put it in this end first, and it's going to hold the battery, and then you're going to push it, and it's going to snap in. But to get it out now, it looks like maybe we have to separate these 2 parts. I can't really tell. Like I said, I've never seen one like that before. Okay. So what I ended up doing is I put the driver straight behind the battery and then lifted it out. So I don't think this moves. I think that's fixed on the board. So that's just, I don't know why that opening is there, but it didn't really help me. Now I want to try this battery out, and let's see what it does. Oh, that battery looks good. Yeah. So we're good. Battery's fine. So because we know the battery's fine, putting it in is super easy. Like I said, you're going to rest it down just like that, and then I'm going to push it. Push it real good. Do, 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 do. Copyright violation. All right. So we may have just cleared the BIOS by doing that. Bonus, right? So 2 birds, 1 battery. Now, if I'm careful and if I'm respectful, I can power this laptop on exactly as it sits without worrying of short-circuiting anything. Nothing metal is touching the back of it here. It's resting on its screen, which is fine. It's not going to hurt anything. And if I just leave it in this position and I don't touch any of this stuff, I can give it power with the battery out of it, which is going to go... Where's my power plug? Right here. Just like this. Okay, you see the LEDs come on right there? Okay. I'm not going to electrocute myself if I touch this stuff, okay? It's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about electrostatic discharge. I'm worried about completed a circuit that isn't supposed to be completed with my human skin, which turns out to be, carries electricity. It's a conductor. Ask John Williams or Mozart or Beethoven. They're conductors. They'll tell you. So to avoid any possible damage to the motherboard, it's very, very important that I don't make any contact with it physically. Emotionally and psychically, knock yourself out. Physically, no touchy, as Mitch would like to say. Now I'm going to reach around, oh, that didn't sound good, and I'm going to hit the power button, and we should see the CPU fan right there spinning, as it is, and aha! Can you read that? Probably not. Uh-oh. It said CPU checksum invalid, and then something like press F1 to continue, something along those lines. That's the closest thing to a power on self-test that we've seen so far, but now it's gone back to this blank backlit screen that isn't going any further. But that's okay. That's okay for now. I'm fine with it, in case you were wondering. I'm not worried. I'm not bothered. Do I look bothered? I'm not bothered. Okay. Turn it back on. So we are back to, it's almost like it's resuming where it left off, which is really unfortunate because I really need a cold, what we call a cold start. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the plug, but that battery still may be reserving some setting that's giving us this grief. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. So the BIOS did get reset, and then the system just is behaving exactly as it was before, with just the backlit screen with no text, no HP logo. It just seizes. It freezes. And tell you what I'm going to do. You see, because I stopped to show you and talk to you, I missed an opportunity to get in there. It's very impatient. It's entirely your fault, and I hope you feel bad about it. No, I don't. It's fine. Everything's okay. Don't feel bad. It's totally cool. We'll do it again. Just repeat what we did before. We're going to take the battery out, which I know how to do now, right? Just get the screwdriver back behind the battery. Very gentle. Little twist. Just a little twist to the driver. Little twist. So, two things universally batteries don't like. That is heat and dropping them. That will reduce the life of the battery. Also, these little button cell batteries, the oils from your skin can get on them and cause their rapid deterioration. It may sort of accelerate the deterioration, possibly. So it's a good idea to, it's a $2 battery, I don't really care, but like a halogen bulb in a car or a halogen bulb in a whatever, you're best to not get the oils from your skin on them. So that means wearing some latex gloves, or it means using a tool to apply them, whatever. Or don't. I mean, this is a fully charged battery. I'm not too worried about it. And while I've been talking to you, what I'm not so cleverly doing is biding my time to give the system time to discharge, so that I could, when I put the battery back in, I hope I get the CMOS error again, now that it's had time to fully drain any existing capacitors of whatever energy was left in them. I don't know how much energy is left in me. Okay, one more time. And I need to be able to see. Okay. Oh, great. this has, you got a whole function key. The CMOS reset, checksum and balances. This CMOS will be reset to the default configuration and will be rebooted. Please check your BIOS setup options. See CMOS reset error 502. Enter to, and it just rebooted on its own. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting press F1 or F2 or something, and then I noticed the function keys do not default to F1 and F2. They default to like speaker volume and Wi-Fi on and off. And then you have to hold the function button and then hit the F1 key for it to function as F1. And it's really hard to do when the keyboard's sideways, because usually you just hit F1, but now they added the function key. But then that wasn't even offered to me to begin with, so that whole thing I was expecting was completely different than what I was looking forward to proceeding, and it didn't happen that way. So I know what I want to do next, but I want to see what you think I want to do next. So what am I going to check next? So if it was you, if this was your laptop, it's 5 years old, whatever it is, do you want to spend this much time on it? Do you? Ordinarily, I would say, look, isn't it time to reward yourself with something nice? A new battery, a faster processor, faster everything. It's all new and shiny. But under these circumstances, that's the last thing this person needs to do right now. So I'm going to do what I don't normally do, and I will spend more time on this given the circumstances. They're extenuating circumstances, so it'll be extenuating repair processes. Meterman says, read the manual. I don't think the manual really covers this. Bob Mick says, check the RAM slot. And Carlos also thinks it's the RAM. Michael's suggesting the SSD cable. John suggests taking the SSD out and reset the BIOS. Well, the BIOS is reset all on its own, twice now. Super Marula says reset the CPU. CPUs on laptops are soldered onto the circuit board. You can't upgrade them, you can't repair them, and you can't replace them or reseat them. That's why that's funny. A little tech joke. Pull SSD and put it in a new laptop. Okay. New laptop. New laptop. Alexa, new laptop. Uh-oh. Carrie, you just ordered a new laptop on my Alexa. You're welcome. Alexa, tell me a joke. Did anybody's Alexa tell them a joke? Be nice to me, or you're getting a new laptop. Billed to your credit card. Joe says, do you think you can boot to the BIOS at this point? I mean, you just saw. It's not, no, I cannot boot to the BIOS. Unless you know something I don't, please tell me. Flash the BIOS. Well, you have to get into the BIOS to flash the BIOS. The machine has to post. You guys are, boy, you like putting, so here's the way it works. So there's a horse, and then there's the cart. And the horse goes in front of the cart, and the horse pulls the cart. I know this might be before your time, but this is how horses and carts used to work. And so the expression of putting the cart before the horse means that you are not putting things in the proper order. You're trying to run before you've learned how to stand or walk. You must have a machine that at least does a power on self-test before you can proceed to go into the BIOS to do anything, or before you can flash the BIOS. There are some desktop motherboards, particularly from Asus, that have a flash mode that works without a CPU or RAM installed on the motherboard. But I can assure you that is only on super high-end motherboards, and it's a pretty rare feature that most motherboards don't have. it's not something that one would normally assume was there. One would normally be surprised at finding such a feature on a desktop board, and one would be extraordinarily surprised to wonder why anybody would bother putting in such a feature in a laptop, since you can't change the CPU. The whole reason for that is for CPU compatibility. One might also speak as though one were the Queen of England, but one does as one does. Gary, press the BIOS key. So, and I apologize that I'm so stupid. Which key is the BIOS key? Because I'm looking at them. Let me look again, but I'm pretty sure I don't have a key that says BIOS. I mean, I'm going to double check. Excuse me a minute. Let me go look for a BIOS key. Nope, don't have a BIOS key. I've looked. What else you got? His laptop came. Okay, that was funny. Reduce the RAM to make the BIOS come up with an error. Okay. Okay. It's a good learning opportunity. Can anybody identify which of these little thingies here and whatchamacallits and whoodads? Anybody here can recognize how many RAM modules are installed on this board? I'm going to help you out. I'm not going to put anybody on the spot here. This is the RAM module, the only one we have. There is no other RAM module, or it would be here. If we remove this RAM module, we will have no RAM. Although some laptops do have some built-in RAM on the motherboards, again, I wouldn't assume that it does, and that the RAM is most likely, the only RAM is this only chip. So we can't pull this and think anything's going to happen any more than, take your desktop computer and pull all the RAM out of it and turn it on and watch what happens. Nothing will happen. Now, if this module has gone bad, it's quite possible that it's behaving as though there's no RAM, and which results in the same symptoms, but I doubt I have any RAM that's compatible. I can check and see. I can, at the very least, I can reseat this RAM. We can obviously make sure that it's unplugged, and there are two little springy deals here on the sides, and that springs forward, yeah, and then we pull it straight out. Now this RAM has been working just fine, but then so was the rest of the laptop. And if you want to look at the details, obviously you can Google it or you can just look at it. I don't know why they put the sticker on upside down. And then we can look at the other side just in case there's any valid, oh yeah, that's the actual side we want. That's the side that tells us all we want to know. 4 gig, PCIe 3L, basically DDR3. Yeah. Yep. Now I'm going to just go ahead and put this back in. Now if it's a bad memory module, this will have no effect at all. But if it was a connection issue, which can happen through chip crawl, chip creep, you seat it back down on the same angle it came out, and then you just got to push it forward and it locks in. And let's turn it back on. It's highly unlikely to be that simple, but definitely an easy thing to check, and you shouldn't assume anything you haven't tested yourself. Don't even take somebody else's word for it. Like if you're trying to solve a problem, doesn't make any sense, likely what other people did or did not do is not to be trusted. You experience it for yourself, and verify it. Because just because they quote unquote checked it doesn't mean they checked it the way you would check it. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But you really don't know what you didn't experience. And when a problem doesn't make any sense, everything is up for grabs as far as, what's the potential cause. Now, we're still exactly where we were. We're not getting the boot screen. Now, one of the reasons that I think it's not the RAM, I'll tell you why. And it doesn't matter what I think, because you still have to test everything. But we work our way down to the less likely issues, and we focus. When I say we, I mean me. People like me, people in business, people looking to work efficiently and have my experience. We, which is just me, start with the most likely candidate and work our way to the least likely candidate. And the reason why I don't think it's RAM is because it did turn on and it did say, hey, the BIOS reset. If this had other RAM besides that RAM, then yes, it could be bad RAM. But that's the only RAM it has. So if that RAM didn't work, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't come up and work 1 minute and, well, it could. It's possible it's got flaky RAM that sometimes work. It's just very unlikely. Very unlikely. But until we test it, we don't know for sure. And when I say very unlikely, it's coming from a place of years and 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 years of doing this. And yes, problems come up and you go, I never saw that. I never saw that solution. That was really strange. But that doesn't happen very often. More often than not, it's what you think it is. It goes down this progression of likelihood that is for me, has been a very successful pattern of troubleshooting. And every once in a while, it's the far-fetched thing that you think this is a waste of time. I don't know why I'm checking this. And it actually solves it. And you go, wow, I'll never see that again in my life. So if we're playing the odds and we're working towards being efficient, the statistical likelihood of that RAM being the cause of the problem, in my experience, is by a lottery ticket level of not likely. But until we test it, we cannot put this logic in our brains and say we don't have to test it. It doesn't replace a test. And if you're that kind of person, don't become a computer technician, because you'll be awful at it. Well, it can't be the RAM. Why? Did you check it? Well, no, I just put it in yesterday. Please don't become a computer tech if that's the kind of reasoning you use. Until you have verified and checked, you don't know. You're assuming. Right now, I'm assuming that RAM is good because there are other more likely candidates that I want to check first. And I don't have another spare stick of RAM laying around. And for me to have to get one, well, I can dig around in my office and see if I've got something. That may take a while. But I want to keep moving forward. And so I want to disconnect the solid state drive just to see if that might be shorting out, preventing the motherboard from booting. It seems unlikely, but until you test, you cannot say. You absolutely cannot say. It can't be this, that, or the other without testing. I was trying to emphasize that. I can't. I got nothing. It's a long day. I got nothing. So this drive looks like 3 screws are holding the caddy in. It looks like we've got one here. Now these are a different length probably than the ones we removed. These are probably shorter, shallower. Oh yeah, these are very tiny. Don't lose those. They got a little blue Loctite on the end of them. We've got one down here. Now this metal frame that the solid state drive is screwed into, this is called a hard drive caddy. You know, like a golfer may have a golf caddy. This is a caddy, and there's a little hole next to the screw where a plastic post aligns to hold the caddy in the proper position before you screw it down. So when we put this back, we'll put it back on an angle because this plug that it plugs into, sometimes this plug is screwed down and then the drive separates from it, and sometimes it's not. We're going to find out. But we're going to remove this plug, not these ribbon cables, but this plug right here. Once I take this last screw out, and don't break that little post off. It's there for a reason. You're going to want that later. It's going to make your life easier. Okay, so I can see the whole drive is moving, and you'll see that magnetic screwdriver is very helpful. It prevented that screw just now from dropping on the floor, and because it's tiny, the only way to find it would be to walk around barefoot in the dark. Now, you'll see this whole connector comes off with the drive. There's that little plastic post I told you about. We're going to lift up on that. And we don't want to remove this ribbon cable. It's delicate. And we want to remove, well, can we remove? Yeah. So we're going to remove it like so. So now we've got the drive out. And I'm going to put the drive right over here. And once again, we're going to try and turn the machine on and see if its boot behavior is any different or if it's exactly as it was before. Now, that doesn't guarantee anything, but if it does change the behavior, well, that would be interesting. It would suggest the drive is bad. If the behavior is the same, we still don't know if the drive is bad. Power. Oh, here we go. Boot device not found. Please install an operating system. F2 is system diagnostics. F2. What comes up? It says memory test, hard drive check, language, and exit. I'm going to go to exit. And everything's backwards and upside down. Are you sure? Of course it's going to ask me that. I'm not sure. Okay. So this is the error message the customer described over the phone, which I will try to get on camera for you. And it's not working. All right, I guess I'm not going to get it on camera for you. Well, it's very difficult to film. But you can see there's some words on the screen there, yes? And we weren't getting words on the screen before. Now, as much as I am willing, I'm using the power of my will to not want that SSD to be bad, because I've never ever seen a bad SSD. All signs are pointing to a bad SSD. Clearly, very clearly. It couldn't be any more clear. So, let me grab a spare SSD back here. Got one here somewhere. What do we have? That ought to do the job. All right, so just for the sake of testing, unlike laptop memory, which, you know, I don't think I've got any spare compatible. I might, but I don't think I do. I have lots and lots of solid state drives, and it doesn't even have to be a solid state drive. I could even just plug in the customer's old mechanical drive for the sake of testing. It should always work as slow as it did the day I took it out, but that was still faster than the way it's working now. I'm going to hit that power button and shut her down, okay? And then I'm going to unplug the power cable and wait for that light to go off before I go touching anything. And that light turns off instantly, which is good. Doesn't always, depends on the laptop. Now, I don't have to put this in the caddy and mount it for testing reasons because there's nothing in this area for it to interfere with. I want to show you this big blank area is not a big blank area. What that is is when you slide this drive caddy in, that socket is that's a socket and that's a plug. Those are going to align, and then it seats right like that, and then the screw goes in right there and holds. See, it doesn't look so empty anymore, does it? That's what that's for. And that's why a lot of newer laptops don't come with these. You can see how much real estate that takes up for something people very rarely use these days, especially now that you can just plug one in via USB on the rare occasion when you might need it. So more and more, you're going to see laptops without this, and those laptops will be probably thinner, lighter, and have one less thing to break. But that's what the inside, that's what's happening when I slide that out. Okay, that's pretty standard on any laptop that has a slim drive. They're pretty much all the same slim drives. Okay, just the end of it here is what the manufacturer is changing for aesthetics. Now, if I plug this, this is a crucial, one of the viewers sent this to me, and it had broken off screws, and I drilled them out and cracked the case. So this is just in-house testing drive. I won't sell this to anybody. I won't even give it to anybody. It's just for this type of work. And I'm going to plug the connector on. Again, be very gentle with it. Fully seat the connector. Now, this is a pretty delicate cable, so I don't want to let the drive hang from that, because that will pretty easily unplug, which would also cause the same error, by the way. And I can also test this drive. This is an ADATA SU650, and this would be the very first. This drive will have the distinct, potentially, right? I'm still assuming, this drive potentially has the distinct reservation of being the very first failed solid-state drive I have ever witnessed, and you're here to join me on it and say, I was there that day. Kerry experienced his first SSD. And then the follow-up question will be, when's the second failed one? Well, we're still waiting. So don't think the SSDs are not reliable. And don't assume this one's bad yet. Well, it's probably bad. But we don't, until we verify it, we don't know for sure. I think I still have an operating system on there, but let's just see what happens. How long have I been doing this? 3 hours? 2 hours? Why does it feel like 3? Power on. Now, because this has no moving parts, it's not going to fall. Like if it was a mechanical drive and it has a rotating platter, it could fall. And what I'm looking for, I got the HP logo now. I got the Windows logo. You guys see that? This has a Windows 10 that was installed from, I don't know, a desktop or something. And you can see sometimes you can move Windows 10 from one platform to another, and sometimes it works. Well, I want to congratulate all of you, because you're watching a live video that is unprecedented. This day was going to come. I didn't know when. I knew somehow, some way, sooner or later, at some point, I would see a failed SSD. I've heard your stories. I know your stories. Oh, you had a failed SSD. Sure, of course. Yeah, sure you did. It's great. I believe you. It's fine. I don't care. I don't know what brand you bought or how you installed it. I don't know if you bought it off eBay or at a swap meet. I don't know. I don't know if the manufacturer was reputable or not. Maybe you got a bad batch. Maybe you didn't install it right. I don't know, right? So I take everything I hear with a grain of salt compared to what I experience, because what I experience is undeniable. Just ask the ghosts that haunt me. Now, I really don't feel the need to test that drive, although I will anyway. I suspect that's a failed SSD. On September 1st of 2020, Kerry Holzman experienced his very first failed SSD after installing them from either 2013 or 2014. It was on this day, on the 1st of September in 2020, during a live video, that it was verified with a live audience of witnesses that the solid-state drive had failed. A solid-state drive that was brand new, that he installed from a reputable manufacturer, proving that no hardware is perfect. All drives are susceptible of breaking. And that's why we always back up our data so that we can replace the drive and recover from that. In this case, the customer still has the old mechanical drive that was cloned, and the customer doesn't do much with the laptop as far as any particular software. They're pretty much using Gmail and maybe have a printer configured. So even doing a wipe and a clean install wouldn't be that bad for this customer, except I don't know their login and password. Preferably they do, I don't know, but if I can put it back the way it was a year ago, it pretty much hasn't changed except for Windows updates over the last year. So that's what we need to do now. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean ADATA products are unreliable. It doesn't mean that your ADATA product is bad or going to be bad. Nobody makes a product that has no failures. There's going to be a failure. I don't know why it failed, and I don't care why. Forensics are very time-consuming and expensive, and quite often result in the universe and the stars aligning in a certain position that would be, the knowledge of knowing why it failed would be useless unless you had a string of failures, right? And then you could use that knowledge to prevent further failures or to circumvent them. But because one problem happened one time, we don't need to know why, right? It is a complete waste of time that you can't bill for, that the knowledge of which does you no benefit, because you're unlikely to ever experience the same set of circumstances ever again. But if you do, different story. All right, so I'm shutting it down. I just tapped the power button. That cycles through a proper shutdown sequence. The light should go off on the monitor any minute now. It should just go black. There it goes. And so now the machine is off and I can proceed with the repair. I can confidently move forward knowing I have a bad solid state drive. And to replace the drive, it's still under warranty. And I will be able to have this drive replaced by ADATA. This is a 480 gig, so 500 gig drive. The customer doesn't know who makes it. The customer doesn't care. The customer probably wouldn't even notice what the size was, but I'm not doing that to my customer, right? I'm an honest repair tech. If I pull a 500, they're getting a 500 or bigger. They'll never go smaller. Customer doesn't care. Honestly, this customer doesn't care. He's got bigger fish to fry right now than worrying about this, okay? But they trust me. There's a reason why they trust me. And I'm going to make sure that they keep that reason. So back here, I hope I have, a 500 gig solid state drive. Let's see, this is a SanDisk. This one is, what size? 480, beautiful. And I have a Kingston. I don't want to give them a Kingston. I don't like Kingston. If I'm not using it, I'm not going to sell it to them. There's a Samsung 860. Oh, it's an 850, 1 terabyte. I don't know, it's kind of old and used. I want to give them a new one. Here's another SanDisk. What's this? This is, what is it? What's another 480? Oh, I think these came out of that system I worked on, that repair. What's this? An ADATA 960, brand new in the box. What's this? This is a Team 1 terabyte. What's this? This is an old Toshiba mechanical drive. That's a good paperweight. Okay. Okay. All right. What else do I have? I have some others. I don't know where they are. Oh, they're at the other studio. I have some other drives at the studio. But those are for the veteran giveaways. They're not for customers. So that's fine. I'll use this. So this is a lightly used, this is a verified tested drive. Still with the same warranty. Everything's still good. And I'm going to check the life on it. I'll check how many hours it's got on it, but I'm sure it's fine. Particularly how much data has been written to it. But I don't think it was used very much. What's the manufacturing date? The alternative, of course, is I can make the customer wait, which is I create an RMA with ADATA. I ship the drive back to ADATA. When ADATA receives the drive in about a week, they will return a drive back to me, which may be used, refurbished, whatever. It's tested. and it'll take another week to get back. And I'll tell the customer I'll have your system ready in about 14 to 20 days. Or I can provide a solution today with a lightly used drive that is equivalent or better than what he has now. This is a judgment call. There's no right or wrong answer. Knowing the situation the customer's in, I'm not going to ask the customer. I'm going to replace it under warranty the same way any shop would. They wouldn't guarantee the same manufacturer. Like if you had a warranty from a computer retailer or electronics retailer, and they were out of stock on a particular manufacturer, their warranty states that they can replace it with something equivalent or better than the value of what it was that was under warranty. This is all standard operating practice. I'm not pulling a fast one. My goal is to get the customer up and running as quickly as possible. So if I can do this tonight, he can have his computer back tomorrow, and he's under the same warranty regardless. Everybody's happy, and the customer will be fully informed. You know, here's the deal. Here's what I did. And if the customer doesn't like that, which is highly unlikely, then I'll say, hey, no problem. I will send your other drive in for RMA, and I'll call you in 2 weeks when the drive comes back, and I'll install it for you. No problem. I strongly suspect the customer does not want to go that route. I could say to the customer, you could buy another drive. 500 gig drive is about $50, and I'll install it. Or I can give you this one for free. I really, really think the customer wants the free, fast solution now. I won't know that until I call the customer. It's 8 o'clock at night. I'm not calling my customer right now. So I'm moving forward with the way I truly believe this customer is going to answer. Because I've been in business for 29 years, I sort of know what the customers want. Not always right, but I'm usually, when you offer something for free now, or pay or wait, more times than not, they'll take whatever's free now. So I'm going to play the odds on this one because I've already got it ripped apart, and I'm going to put it all back together and clone it. And if he doesn't like that, I'll take it back apart again. But in the meantime, I'll have the drive out of it, so I won't need to take it back apart until the new drive comes back. Now, assuming this goes the way I think it will, and I'm about 98% sure that's how it's going to go, I'm still going to RMA the drive back to ADATA, and it'll sit on my shelf where this was sitting on the shelf. That's it. It doesn't matter to me how long it takes. How long has it been sitting on a shelf? You know, who cares? ADATA could take a month. I don't care. It's coming, and when it arrives, it'll go back on the shelf. I will test it. Just to make sure it's okay. But we have a problem here with this drive. So what I'm going to do, pay attention to where the SATA ports are. Notice they're exposed on the side facing me. They're not exposed this way. And just pay attention to how this drive's coming out of the caddy, because we want to install the replacement drive, which has stickers in different places, right? Like this has ADATA on that. Oh, well, they're kind of similar, aren't they? And you want to just put it in the same orientation, right? So different manufacturers sometimes have the stickers the other way around, and if you're looking at the stickers, you could put it in and go, oh wait, that's not lining up with the plug anymore. Like if I turn it around this way, because I wasn't paying attention to how I took it out and I got to put it back in, or did it go in like this, or does it go in like this, or does it, see, it can go in any of these possible ways that I'm showing you, 4 possible ways. It will screw down, but it won't plug in, and then you'll take it back apart. I would prefer you did it right the first time. These are the same very, very shallow, very tiny screws. So you don't want to work over carpet. You don't want to work where you could drop and lose the screw easily. There are 4 of these screws in the caddy, 2 on each side. It's a pretty straightforward, simple thing to do. You will notice I do not use a powered driver when working on laptops. But they do sell these little tiny power drivers. They're really cute. Now, you might have thought that caddy was all one piece. So now you got to remember, okay, which side did the drive go on? How was that? How did that go? So sometimes the caddy is all like a sled. It's like a drive sled it sits in. In this case, it's just a rail, and obviously there's two rails here. Yeah, you can probably see it better now if you weren't noticing before. Typically, you can't read the bottom of the drive if it's a drive sled versus these rails. So if I turn this drive the way I had it, which is like that, I don't know how much of this you're seeing. I want to orient the drives the way I was just showing you on camera because I know that this piece faced it went on like that. And this drive is a little thinner. The SanDisk drive is not as thick. I do believe that makes it a little harder to line the rail up because of the difference in width between the drive and the rail. So you kind of have to hold the rail, Normally, it would just rest naturally along where it aligns with the holes in the side of the solid-state drive. But because of the size difference, and I hope I'm putting this on right. Was that the way it was? So what I'm looking at now is this little part here that's bent and it's going over the top of the drive. I don't remember that. It kind of looks right, but I don't remember that. And you can see the hole doesn't quite line up exactly, which is making me doubt if I'm putting that on upside down. Does it flip the other way? Hold on, let me see something. It might flip the other way. No, that looks right. I suppose. I think that's right. I'm sticking with it, sure. Sometimes you just got to make a decision. Why does that not line up right? And the other rail has nothing going over the drive at all. Well, let me think about this for a minute. If that were to go on that way, no, hold on. This would go on this way. That would go there. Then what would secure this? So this is not on right. That's got to be a mounting screw to hold the rail down. Now, and here's the thing that you have to understand. From 1993 until let me think about this. From 1993 until 2001, I was a laptop specialist. That's all I did. But from 2002 until 2020, 97%, 96%, 95% of the machines I work on are desktops. And so because I'm not opening up laptops 8 hours a day, I can't remember some of the ways certain things go. Like if you work on enough of them all the time, or I suppose if you watch enough videos, you'll say, oh, well, that's obviously upside down. But if you're just like a regular person and you're just doing your own upgrade like I'm doing, I'm trying to show you how to figure it out, right? If you weren't paying attention. I mean, I can rewind a live video. I can do that right now and go back and look, which you can't do. And I would like to try and replicate what a regular person, not a technical person, but how a regular person can use critical thinking to take a look at it and say, oh, this doesn't make sense, or this does make sense, instead of just copying what you see on the screen like a monkey. Well, monkeys don't do that. But you understand, right? I don't want you to ritualize a repair. I want you to use your brain and to understand why you're doing what you're doing, and not just repeating what you see without any thought. Well, if I rub these chicken bones together and turn around in a circle counterclockwise 3 times and say the word Beetlejuice, no. That's not the technician's way. So you should be able to sort of figure it out. You should be able to look at it. All right. We know which side this rail goes on. That's pretty obvious, right? Again, critical thinking. You can say, okay, I know by holding this in the same orientation, I know that rail goes on that side. And I know that this end has to go there, and this piece here has to be on the outside, and this has to then be on this piece has to be on the inside, this piece has to be on the outside. So this has to go on logically with this orientation, without looking at a manual, and without There's also some arrows, one arrow pointing up and one arrow pointing to well, I guess that's your right. But I guess if you flipped it the other way, those arrows aren't very helpful. I'm not sure what they're pointing at. Just read the arrows, dummy. But what are they pointing at? So in theory, based on logic, this should go on like that. Now, I could rewind the video and I can watch it, but, that's not using my brain. And if you don't use something for a long time, when you go to use it, you might find out it's not working anymore. This is a truth of life. Sit in a chair all day and then try and stand up. Let me know what that feels like. So this is good exercise for the brain. Now that appears to be on the correct way, with this facing down. And then when we insert this, that is going to align, and that hole will align with that mounting point. Totally makes logical sense. Very easy to deduce. If you slow down and think about what you're doing, you can figure it out. You don't have to have experience. You just have to pay attention. And I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking, I don't know why, I was thinking the whole thing was one drive caddy. I was fully expecting to have to remove all 4 screws. So I was kind of surprised, but that's okay. I'll pay attention to this one. So now I know next to the 2 slots that this tab sticks out towards the bottom, not towards the top. So that way I don't, flip it 180 degrees, because I could, and it will screw on, but it won't fit. So I prefer to do it right the first time. And it's always the assumptions that will get you into trouble. I want you to remember that, especially when you're going to comment on a video. Until you've verified you have all the information, there may be information that you missed, or maybe information that for one reason or another was omitted. That lack of information then leads you to draw a conclusion which may be completely and totally inaccurate, and you may be upset. You may be like, how could you do that? And you're like, well, hold on a minute, that you're assuming something. So do yourself and the other person you're criticizing a favor and ask for a little clarity about your concern. And then if you get that clarity and you still have concern, then voice it. But you'd be surprised, maybe you wouldn't, at the number of conclusions people jump to, rather than just clarify what they're filling in gaps with their imagination and then assuming the worst. And then I have to say, hold on a minute. This is backwards. Sorry. I'm talking and working, and this has to go, like I said before, it's got to go like that. You think I'm going to change anybody's? Do you think the people that do that are going to listen to me? Do you think they're going to? Probably not. But I'm still going to try. If I can just change one person to open their mind a little bit up, just a little bit, then my job is done today. Again, be very gentle. We don't want to pull on that little ribbon connector because it will come right off, and they're kind of a hassle to get back on unless you're doing that all day every day, in which case it's no big deal. But for the rest of us mortals, it can be a real royal pain. It's very delicate, very tiny, very difficult to see. It's got a little locking mechanism, and you need be careful with a little tool. Yeah. So I just avoid that whole scenario by not by being delicate with that little ribbon cable right there. I don't want to pull on it or on the socket here. So I'm going to just line that up. I'm just going to line that up. You have to turn it in the right direction, folks, or it's not going to fit. And it won't let you do it wrong. It's just not going to happen. And then that little plastic post I told you about, see how that's helping us? It's going to hold that drive exactly where I need it. And I can put the 3 securing screws back into it. There's also a little plastic post in the opposite corner. And it's pretty clear to me because I'm standing right in front of it. Uh-oh. We have a little issue. Having a little issue here. Let me one of the things about working on a laptop that I don't like is that they don't necessarily all follow the same build design. And from one laptop to another, even from the same manufacturer, it could be an entirely different disassembly process. There are laptops that have a spot for 2.5 inch drives. As I mentioned, some of the laptop drives, you have to pull the keyboard out to get to the laptop drive. They just keep changing the way it works. And so when I worked in, it was not, okay, that screw up there, we don't use that one. The reason why this little screw won't fit, remember, it's not going to let you do it wrong. The reason that won't fit, for those of you paying attention, which is not me, that's where one of the screws on the lid goes. This screw goes down here. Remember, we only had 3. So we're putting back 3. And that one right there, when we put the back cover back on, there's a screw that goes into the back cover that goes in there. And that's why I wasn't able to get that screw in. It went in, but it wasn't long enough. And make your own jokes. And so that prevents you from doing it wrong. Don't force anything. That's the best advice I can give you. Take your time if you've never done it before. Don't be afraid to do it. Don't be afraid to, oops, I put it on upside down. So what? Who cares? Are you broadcasting in front of 1,200 people? Because I am, and I don't care. 1,600 people? No, still don't care. A couple of contributions have come in. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Cooter contributes $2. He says, screw under the rubber pads of the hand. Oh, yeah, I guess we talked about that, huh? Cooter contributed $5 again. Says, I watched your video of this laptop last week. Oh, yeah, okay. And then opened my HP the same way. You missed the hinge screws for a while. Yeah, again, not every laptop requires you to remove the hinge screws. Sometimes, some laptops, the bottom comes off around the hinges. It doesn't come off. It depends on the laptop. So I try to not remove screws that don't have to be removed. and that typically leaves screws in that have to be removed. I'll get there, but thank you. Majestic White Tiger contributes 10 New Zealand dollars and says, Carrie, my 1200 watt power supply has an OmniGrid power connector. What is this and what does it do? Cheers from New Zealand. Let's get back to that in a minute. Rock and Rob contributes $5. He says, hey, I finally made it. Ooh, a laptop repair. Cool. Howdy, Carrie, and the chat. And Rock and Rob with another $5 says, looks like you found your first failed SSD. Congrats. Glad to be a witness to history making educational teaching. Thanks for being here. Robert Malovich with a $5 contribution said the SSD may have been corrupted and not physically faulty. Yes, Robert, this is true. That's why we still have to test it. Jose and Veronica Lopez contributes $2 and says, great seeing you again, Mr. Carey. Thank you, Jose and Veronica Lopez and Robert Malovich and Rock and Rob and Majestic White Tiger. So, OmniGrid power supply. I've never heard that term before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just type in OmniGrid PSU into Google search. Okay. And it looks like, and maybe somebody in the chat room can tell you from experience, but it appears OmniGrid may simply be a trademark name for a plug-in modular connection. I don't know that that's necessarily I think OmniGrid is the name of a company, not the type of technology. But I could be wrong. I've never heard the term before. No one's ever asked me that. But let's look in the chat. Maybe somebody in the chat knows more than I do on that. That's why I had to get back to your question, because I don't know. I think that's just I think it's just it's a modular cable designed by a company, and they designed to give it a name. They decided, rather, to name it. That's our, what kind of modular system do you have? One that plugs in? Well, can we name it? Yeah, what should we call it? Well, it's sort of a universal. Well, is it universal? Can our plugs fit in anybody else's power supplies? Oh no, they'd sue us. Oh, so it's not universal. No, it's what's a technical sounding name? Omni. Omni's pretty technical. Omni. Okay. And the pattern on the plug, it kind of looks like a grid. OmniGrid. Can we trademark that? Let's check with the trademark office. Yeah, nobody's got that. Okay, it's our OmniGrid modular system. So if you want to plug anything into our OmniGrid modular power supply, make sure you use our OmniGrid modular power cables. Or you could say if you buy a Corsair modular power supply, make sure you buy Corsair cables. You could say that. But you could also, I don't know, make up a name and just invent something out of thin air to imply it has more value to the customer. That's my guess. Anybody in the chat? Aorus Team Jeffrey says that's a marketing name for modular cables. He says it's a marketing gimmick. William Lynn wants to know where you see OmniGrid written on your power supply. It's a good question. Modular cables are not interchangeable. Oh, sometimes that's the whole point of being modular. You can buy a kit from Cable Mods that works on many different manufacturers, from Seasonic to Corsair. So that sounds like it's pretty interchangeable to me if it qualifies. But it's not universally interchangeable. But it is certainly interchangeable. That's the whole point of being modular. If you can't interchange it, what's the point of being modular? Doesn't make any sense. Meterman says OmniGrid rulers are all over the place. Really? What's an OmniGrid ruler? I don't even know. EUC Adventures contributes $5 and says, I wonder if Apple uses Omni Apple cables. Sure, why not? See that? Just when you think you've answered all the questions, somebody has a new question. Wonderful. Seriously, no, I like that. I like that when I get a new question, because I typically get the same ones over and over again, which is, it's fine. You know, if you genuinely don't know, you don't know. Nobody was born knowing this stuff. We all have to learn it from somewhere. But it's just refreshing to me to get something a little different. I don't know if you noticed that about me. I'm a fan of things that are different. Not just for the sake of being different. Like, it's got to have a purpose for being different. But what I don't like is the lack of imagination and creativity of people saying the same thing and doing the same thing that they see other people say and do, and just repeating it. I have no respect for that. When you come up with your own stuff, or you research and find other stuff that's not as common, I find that a more admirable quality. I don't know why. I just came out this way. I don't blame anybody. It's nobody's fault. It's just really important to me to not do what everybody else does the way everybody else does it, and not solely for the purpose of doing it differently, but for doing it the way I want to do it instead of the way I'm told to do it. Like, if I can, this is what I like about PC repair. I may go about solving a problem in a whole different way than you are, or you will. Maybe you'd have jumped to this problem faster. Maybe you'd be checking the RAM. I don't know what you're doing over there. I don't care. Maybe you'd have solved this problem in 5 minutes. Maybe you'd solve it 2 hours longer than me. Maybe we'd both go at it completely different and still basically resolve it in the same amount of invested time. As long as the customer is happy, it doesn't really matter how you got there. And that freedom of imagination and creativity, that you don't have to follow a set path, is very, very attractive to me. I don't know why. I can't explain it. But that's just how I am, and in doing so my way, it brings me an inner joy that repeating what other people do for the sake of doing it because other people do it without really understanding why, it doesn't sit well with me, and I cannot tell you why. It just wasn't. I wasn't made that way. But why? All right, so we can safely reassemble the laptop. I'm very confident. I shouldn't, because I should test it first. But I'm very confident. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll meet you halfway. I want to put the back cover back on so I can flip it up right, but I won't screw it down in case I have to spudger it back off again. Spudger right off. So we're going to gently lower that. It's very flexible right now because the back is support. It prevents the whole system from twisting. So right now, if you're not careful, you can actually bend this and twist it. So you'll notice the gentle touch that I use as I work on this older machine. And the older the machine is, the harder it is to get parts, and the easier parts just break off all by themselves. You just stare at it hard and it breaks off. Now, while we're in here, we can, I mean, it's not going to hurt anything. I can get my little can air duster and I can blow that little CPU fan out. I mean, why not? We're already in there, so it's not going to hurt anything. There's not going to be enough dust in there to have to take it outside. Sure. Let's go with that. There really wasn't much in there. It's actually quite clean. It's a little cleaner now. $8:30 on a Tuesday night. It's 8:30 on a Tuesday night. And I've only got about 27 more hours of work to do. So we're going to be here a while. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. You see this hole right here? You see that one? See that hole right there? That's going to align with that little part on the... Remember I said the screw doesn't go there? because that screw goes there. Remember what I said about that screw? It holds the optical drive in. Remember I showed you? See, it's all starting to make sense. Okay. Don't forget about the screws under the hinges. That's not always there on all laptops, but on this one it's there. So if you run this, if you have this exact same model of laptop the same year it came out, then all of this applies to you. Otherwise, not so much. So the good thing about these little clippies is now I can more or less do the software work, and if this drive turns out to have an issue, it's no big deal. I can open it right back up. Super easy, but at least I can set it down properly and have a keyboard right side up, you know? I'm not looking at it sideways and upside down. That helps me to do the job quicker. And even the optical drive, I can just, once again, I can slide that you gotta put it in the right way. It won't let you put it in the wrong way. It will lock into the socket. You probably don't even need that to boot, but we'll just slap it in there anyway because it doesn't do us any good having it out. And we want to emulate having the machine put back together so that we can get the Acronis software. We're going to reclone the customer's mechanical drive. I also want to test and verify that this drive is in fact failed. And how am I going to do that? How am I going to do that? Let me think about that for a minute. I gotta think about that. If I only had a spare computer somewhere. I know, that's how I feel, Lyle. A big heavy sigh. So just so you know, in case you're wondering how diligent my watchdog is, there he is. He's making sure those power cables stay down. Do you like my new carpet? Where's your brother? He's not on the couch. Hey, Lyle? Lyle? So why are you waking me up, man? Do I go in your room and wake you up? Yes. Do you have to give me side eye? Are you giving me side eye? I mean, look, I say Lyle, and look who shows up. Why can't you be so diligent? Look at your brother. My brother is young, and I'm old. Leave me alone unless you're giving me a cookie. Oh, I'm getting side eye. I'm getting total side eye. Look at this. He's like, are you going to give me the side eye? Oh, there's the side eye. There it is. Side eye and goat ear. Oh, he's like, oh, gosh, could somebody adopt me? Hey, side eye, talking to you. Hey. Oh, now he's bothered. Uh-oh. Oh, he's getting old. He's getting up. Ain't what it used to be, is it? You guys want, I haven't even said anything yet. I said, do you guys want, and his head tilted like, hey, do you want something? You're such a nice boy. So you guys want, what can we give you? You want a treat? Yeah, let's get a treat. Let's get a treat up in here. Yeah, you get hungry from all that napping. I understand. It's really difficult sometimes to get a good nap in without starving. So that was your birthday last month. Well, no, I guess it was 2 months ago in July, basically the 4th of July. And BarkBox, they ask you when your dog's birthday is, and then you get a little extra treat for the dog on his birthday. Now, they share a BarkBox. The BarkBox was intended for one dog, but there's more than enough for 2 dogs in a single BarkBox. So I don't know what this is. It looks quite tasty, doesn't it? Yellow chew log. Would you like some yellow chew log? Yeah? Share some birthday chew log with your brother? With your brother? Let's see. We'll give you the little bigger piece there, even though it's not your birthday. And then you can have that piece. Okay? All right? And that's hopefully going to take you a little while, maybe. Chew that. Maybe just try just chewing it a little. No? Okay. Well, so much for that. All right. Got enough side eye for a while. Carrie, don't you have a USB to SATA adapter? Yeah, I do. I have to walk over to get it. And I'm not there yet. You guys putting carts before horses? Carts before horses. I'm going to title this video, Carts Before Horses. Okay, sorry, I sometimes need a little recess, especially when I feel like I've accomplished something and it requires a little more work. Like, when I put a system together, I get the board all set up and installed in the case, get it powered out and get Windows installed. As I mentioned earlier, I'll do the cable management and the drivers and the updates and the activation later because that's a couple of hours of work. And I just sometimes need to do something else. As much as I love doing what I'm doing, it's pretty easy to forget about everything else in your life, which leaves people in your life feeling neglected and unimportant. And it can have the effects of being burned out. And I am feeling it a little bit, but I know I have this vacation coming up in 3 weeks, so I keep telling myself that to push through, and then I'll have 3 weeks of no work at all, no work whatsoever. I'll be back in Michigan, back home, surrounded in beautiful nature, with the river behind me and a 1940s cottage. And are we there yet? Can I go yesterday? But that, as long as I know, like when I get this close to burnout, I have to do one of two things. I have to either stop and force myself to switch off, which is very difficult for me to do. That means watching Bill and Ted, some stupid, ridiculous movie, to try to get my mind off of things. And to, when you're self-employed, you don't, generally speaking, clock out. There's no clock in, there's no clock out. You're just basically clocked in, and anytime you're not working, you're not making money. So the idea of saying, okay, it's 5 o'clock, I'm going to stop, doesn't occur to me because it's still early and I have a lot of work to do. But I also start later. Generally, like Jeff Bezos, he likes to get up and what he calls putter for 2 hours. And I do the same thing. I get up and I check email and I check YouTube comments and I check Twitter and I check Facebook and I look at the news and I see how many other pedestrians were hit and killed last night from hit and run drivers and all the other. Here's something that happened in Phoenix the other day. One driver was so upset at another driver, he pulled a gun on him. and that driver pulled his gun on the other guy, and then they exchanged gunfire. It's not funny, but it's so preposterous. This isn't 1836. This isn't Tombstone, Arizona. This is not the OK Corral. I bet you the moron who pulled the gun didn't expect the other moron to pull his gun. And then the moron who shot missed, then got shot and died. So the lesson learned is, it doesn't matter. He's dead. There's no lesson learned. The other guy, probably going to jail for murder, I imagine. Self-defense? Was the camera rolling? Did anybody see who drew first? I don't know. What's his name? Doc Holliday? What's going on over here? Go look at the news in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Nobody's murdered. Nobody's shot. There's no road rage. There's no hit and run pedestrian accident. Crossing mid-block. I like how the news says the pedestrian was crossing mid-block at 3 o'clock in the morning wearing all black clothing. So you mean they were jaywalking at night, not wearing anything reflective, in a car, not expecting a pedestrian to be on the road? Like pedestrians are on the sidewalk, you don't expect a car to be on the sidewalk. Right? It's a reasonable expectation. Every single day. If you don't believe me, go to abc15.com daily and read the news for Phoenix. This is not national news. This is local news. And you will see daily pedestrian hit and killed. Somebody was shot. At least one person is shot. Not necessarily road rage. Husband shoots his wife. That's love, huh? Yeah. They arrest the guy. He's like 65 years old. They arrest him for killing his wife. They put the handcuffs on him. He says, "Why am I being handcuffed?" And they said, "For murder." And he said, "Oh, I guess she died then." Wow. That was his wife. Anyway, Phoenix and me are not a good fit. I don't like it here. And I'm going back for a couple of weeks home to Michigan, where there's a different culture, where it's more aligned with the way I was raised, because that's where I was raised. I was raised in Detroit, but that's still Michigan, and it's all still kind of the same people. If anything, it's even calmer and quieter, right? But regardless of that, I will say hello for at least one video while I'm there. And last year, I shared a live stream of a live stream. It was my digital detox I wanted to share with you, that you could enjoy it virtually, to just enjoy the peaceful nature of a live stream, the wind blowing through these giant oak and maple trees. It's very unlike the desert. And it holds a great value to me, because I've been in the desert for 40 years, and that's a long time. There's a lot of people who live in Michigan for 40 years, and I got to get out of the snow. I'm like, I got to get into the snow. I got to get where it's cold. I'm so done. I'm so done with the heat. So everybody, the grass is always greener kind of a situation. And yeah, so I keep telling myself that's just, we're in the final stretches, you know, it's coming. I'm so close. I just got to wrap up a few things and not take on any new projects. But then this happened, and, you know, what are you going to do? This is reality, you know. So controlling what I can control. I also have to log in remotely to one of my client systems that called me earlier to deal with an issue. I'll do that later off stream, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. I might still be here doing this in 2 o'clock in the morning. And business is good, right? I can't complain. If I wasn't working, I'd complain I had no work. And I'm so busy, I'm complaining I'm busy. So no matter what, I'm going to complain. It's okay. Don't feel bad for me. I brought this on myself. Okay, so what I need to do, first and foremost, is I need to clone the mechanical drive, just like I did originally. The drive is unchanged, right? I just gave the mechanical drive to the customer. They stuck it in a drawer. In theory, the drive should still work. All the data that was on it hasn't been altered or changed in any way, shape, or form. It'll be missing a ton of Windows updates. But other than that, that should work the same as it did a year ago. And as far as the customer is concerned, it'll all look exactly the same. They won't suffer the same kind of consequence, potentially, if the drive is completely DOA. I don't really want to check the drive right now because regardless if it's corrupt, it's unusable to me. Typically, if the machine won't post, we're beyond data corruption. We're now into a firmware type of corruption or a failure of the NAND storage itself that's preventing the BIOS from completing its check. It's highly unlikely that drive is repairable, but you can't assume anything until you check it. But I don't have any motivation for checking it now. It's not a priority because whether it's corrupted or not doesn't change the repair process. Furthermore, I don't trust the drive. Since I don't know what caused the corruption, even if I could fix it, I wouldn't want to put it back after all this work and have the guy call me next week that it corrupted again, right? This is your opportunity now. Swap it out, do it right the first time, get it done, cut your losses now. Don't hope for the best unless you have a lot more time on your hands than I do and you're willing to have a customer make a second trip under the impression you didn't do it right the first time, because that's what it's going to look like to the customer. So how much is your reputation worth? The price of a drive is what, 50 bucks? Who cares? It's 50 bucks. It's cheaper than any advertising I can ever do. And this is the first time I've seen a bad SSD, so I'm not spending 50 bucks all the time. This is pretty rare. 50 bucks, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It didn't even cost me 50 bucks. I bought it off the customer in exchange for replacing his drives for one big NVMe drive and discounted the NVMe drive and made up for the loss in the video views I get on YouTube. So it's not costing me anything. It's fine. It's nothing. It's people have donated more than $50 on this live stream, right? So the video is paid for whatever this is. And this guy, he's getting a warranty repair as far as he's concerned. I'm getting good video content for work I have to do anyway. And you get to see real repair work done. So I don't see a downside in trying to resuscitate an old drive. I don't think that's a good idea. But for my personal use, if I'm curious, I don't think it's going to work. I could be wrong. And if it works, I still won't trust it. I'll keep it around for testing, I guess. But how can you even trust it for testing? So one way or another, it's going back to ADATA. I can assure you it's going back. And I've got an Acronis boot disk. Now, Acronis has released their 2021 version every fall. Is it fall? It's not fall. Well, pretty much this time of year, Acronis updates to a new version. And so 2021 was just released. And I have not created a 2021 restore rescue disk because I don't need it. But I will eventually. I'll get around to it. But for right now, this is still 2020. It's still fine. It's going to serve us. It's going to serve a purpose. So that's the rescue disk. And then I need to get a SATA adapter to plug the original mechanical drive into a USB port so I can clone it. And I should have, let me think for a minute. Do I put it? I have a drawer labeled adapters. It's very full. There's a keycap puller for a keyboard. There's a power supply power on thingy that EVGA did. Oh, there's 4 of them in here. What else? What is this? What is this? Oh, that's some kind of USB to. Oh, it's a right angle HDMI plug. Well, I guess that's technically an adapter. It's in the right drawer. Here it is. I've talked about these in the past. I think I even have a quick tips video. These are under $10 on Amazon. You can buy them other places too. I have an Amazon affiliate link. So I'm going to talk about Amazon a lot. I also order from Amazon a lot. And it's got one end that looks like that and one end that looks like this. Not for desktop 3.5-inch hard drives, but for these little 2.5-inch solid state or mechanical drives. You simply plug it in. You don't need an enclosure. You see the circuit board is in here. Technically, this is an enclosure. So if you buy an enclosure, you're putting an enclosure in an enclosure. I don't know why you would do that. It's a waste of money, and it limits the cooling ability because you've just added another layer of oh, the word is there. Insulation. You've added another layer of insulation unnecessarily for aesthetic purposes when this was already in an enclosure. So all you do is you plug in any 2.5-inch laptop style hard drive, mechanical or solid state, and then you plug this into any USB port, preferably a blue USB 3 port if you don't want to be there for 4 days. I mean, depending on how much data you're moving. It doesn't matter how big the drive is, it depends on how much data is on the drive. This customer barely uses his computer. He maybe has 90 gigs of data. We're going to push that through USB 3, ideally, if the laptop supports it, or we're stuck at USB 2. It's probably going to take maybe an hour. I don't know. We'll see. But it is what it is, and probably could have started this before I started talking, but I really needed a little break. Now, because we have the new drive installed already, I mean, we could go the other way around. We could have put the original drive back in and put the new drive on and cloned it the other direction. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. This is my preference. Again, the appeal of the whole business of computer repair is there's multiple ways of, I would say skinning the cat, but that might be politically incorrect and insensitive. It's an old expression. There's lots of different ways to accomplish the same task. And I like to do it my way. I'm funny like that. You probably like to do it your way. Are any of these USB 3? Sometimes they're not blue. Sometimes they have a little double S, which is not reminiscent of the Holocaust. Actually, it looks exactly like that. Why is nobody complaining about that? I don't know. All right, so let's plug this in. And before I plug the USB drive in, obviously you have to run off power. You don't want to try and clone and hope your battery doesn't die, especially a battery that's not charged to begin with. And then we're going to need to boot to this USB stick, which may not be obvious. I don't know if is it F8. There's a boot options menu somewhere, F9, F10, F11, something. See, I'm afraid it might be booting from this used drive. I don't know what's on it. And I want to wipe it clean. Oh, it's loading Acronis. Very good. So maybe the drive was wiped clean. Good for me. So we'll go to Tools. Can you see this at all? Probably not. Yeah, let's just do this. Well, that looks pretty good. So right up here, it says Tools and Utilities. And I was about to click on that, but I don't want to click on it yet. I'm putting the cart before the horse. Every time I say cart before the horse, you need to take a drink. Because apparently that is a running theme that I did not voluntarily decide to do. But I need to plug the USB, the drive I'm going to clone from, this one here, I'm going to plug it into a USB port. And then I need to give Acronis a moment to recognize that drive. It's not going to see it right away. The room got really dark so you can see the screen. If I brighten the room up by increasing the video gain, you'll see me a lot better, but you're not going to see the screen. It just whitewashed out. And this adapter has two little lights on it, a blue light and a red light, that lets you know if it's active, and then the blue light will blink if the drive is reading or writing. So I see the blue light is blinking now, which tells me it's initializing in the background. Nothing's happening on the screen, it's happening in the background. So we go back to the screen and let's bring down the video gain. Now, I'm going to choose Tools and Utilities. And our option comes up, which I hope you can see better than I can, to clone a disk. It's right down here at the bottom. And that option is not appearing, which suggests to me that the drive hasn't initialized yet. So if it only sees one, it can't clone. So Acronis is smart enough to say, yeah, well, if you only got one. Okay, so now clone worked after I went back out and back in again. And automatic is selected by default. Now it's going to do resize partitions if there's a difference in the capacities of the drives, bigger to smaller, smaller to bigger, bigger to bigger, smaller to smaller. It doesn't matter. It just takes care of it. As long as you're moving less data than the size of the drive. If you have a 500 gig drive, you can't put 600 gigs of data on it. You follow me? But if your 500 gig drive only has 100 gigs of data on it, which I suspect is the case here, then you only need a drive 100 gigs or larger of any capacity that a minimum size, at a minimum, has the size, the capacity to hold the amount of data, regardless of how big the drive is. How big the source is or how big the target is irrelevant. You can go big to small, small to big, NVMe to hard drive to SSD, SSD to other SSD, hard drive, SSD to NVMe, NVMe to NVMe, M.2 to SATA to M.2. It doesn't matter. As long as the total amount of data you're moving from your source, so the blue drive is the source, to the cloned target drive that's in the laptop. Make sure you get that direction right, or you'll be copying the wrong direction. Now, Acronis is smart enough that if it recognizes you've installed a brand new drive that has no partition and no formatting, you've literally taken it out of the package and installed it, that's obviously going to be your target. It cannot be a source because it has nothing on it. So it won't even offer you that. But if you're taking a used drive, be very, very careful that you select the right source and the right target, because there's no undo button here. This is only going to happen once, and I hope you have a backup in case you go the wrong direction. So if you're going to do this, take it seriously. If you care, we're going to choose next. And it comes up and it sees we have 3 drives. And this is, I want you to pay attention to this. Disk 2 is SanDisk Extreme Pro. That's the drive. It says the interface is USB, but that's the USB flash drive that we booted from. So Acronis is on this. This is a big flash drive. It's 256 gigs, this little flash drive. And I've partitioned it so that it has the Acronis rescue disk on one partition on the flash drive, and then Acronis backup images around the remainder of empty space. Because it's fast. It's a super fast flash drive. It's expensive too, but I use it for a living, and so I can justify that. So this drive we will never select. So this disk 2 is the flash drive that we booted from in Acronis. We are not using disk 2. Disk 1 is shaded out. Disk 1 is the SanDisk SSD that we installed in the laptop, which I have cleared. When I removed it from the customer's machine and ensured that the customer had everything, after about 30 days, I took the drive and I wiped all the partitions and reset it back to the way it was when it came out of the box, meaning it has no partition, no format. That's why it's shaded out. You cannot select it as a source because it has no partitions and no format, exactly like a brand new drive would have. But if I had not done that, then it would come up as disk 1 and it would not be shaded out. And I would not want to select disk 1 because right now it says select the source. The source. The source is that blue hard drive I've plugged in through the USB cable. That is our source. Think about this. Don't just click next. So disk 3 says 465.8 ASMT21150. Well, ASMT is the name of the little SATA cable adapter, not the name of the hard drive. You see, computers, when you take a mechanical hard drive and you plug it into a USB adapter, it's looking at the USB controller instead of looking at the hard drive controller. The hard drive controller will be looked at when it's plugged into the motherboard. But because it's not plugged into the motherboard, it's only seeing the cable. This cable is an intelligent cable, if you want to call it that, a smart cable. And it's made by a company or a controller that's from a company called ASMT. And it does identify a USB interface. Can you guys see it okay? I hope you can see it okay. And then I'm going to hit next. And now it's going to look around to see potential sources, meaning it's going to measure how much data is on that drive and then look for any other drive that has that capacity to hold that much data. If the drive does not have the capacity to hold the amount of data Acronis is reading right now, it's just, all Acronis is doing is taking an inventory. It's not actually copying anything. It's saying, okay, all of this data added up, this may take a minute, adds up to what? Now let me look at what other drives are connected to the system to see if any drive is this big or bigger than the amount of data that's over here that I'm checking. And then it will offer you that as a target drive, or drives if you have multiple drives. If you have multiple drives, you've got to be very, very careful that you don't overwrite the data on the wrong drive, because there's no going back. So be sure you have backups of everything. Make sure that you fully understand what you are selecting, because you cannot go backwards. You can't undo this except with a backup on yet another drive. Okay, so that's the difference between an image and a clone. A clone happens one direction. You better make sure you pick it right the first time. An image, on the other hand, just creates a file on a blank drive. That's, you know, or a file on any drive, as long as it's got enough room to hold the file. And the insides of that file will contain all of the data of the source drive, right? So that file could be 90 gigs, that one file. And so like this flash drive that I've installed the Acronis on, that's a 256 gig flash drive. It'll hold a 90 gig image, no problem. Unless I already have two 90 gig images on it, in which case there's not enough room for a third 90 gig image, because then, mathematically speaking, we would exceed the storage capacity of the drive. Okay. If I covered everything? If I left anything out? Again, this might take a little while, and there it is. Now, here's what's interesting. Because we're doing a clone and not an image, disk number 1, which is our SanDisk, my bad. Yeah, no, that's right. I'm confused. Disk number 1 says it's a dynamic drive. I don't know why it says that. And it's not offering it as an option. It's saying we can only go... This is a little confusing because the flash drive is made by SanDisk, and the solid state drive I installed is also made by SanDisk. But the flash drive clearly says it's a USB interface to the right, just in case you're confused. Also, the SanDisk flash drive is 256 gigs, which represents 238.5. If you count a gig as 1,000 versus 1,024, which is technically what it is, the number comes out a little different. And then the one above it is 447, but that's, you know, what did it say on the drive? 480. So again, if you divide it by 1,024 instead of 1,000, there's a discrepancy in how the numbers are reported. It's not that the drive is any smaller, it's how they get to the math. It's still the same size. I don't want to clone to the flash drive. That's no good to me. Something's not right. And you'll see that disk 1 is shaded out. I can't select it. And there's a number of reasons that this can occur. Mainly, what often happens is that if the BIOS had set the drive as a RAID, as part of a RAID array, then simply unpartitioning and formatting the drive doesn't remove the RAID array setting from the, what's it called? It's not the boot area. beginning of the drive. I can't think of what it's called. And that stays there until you clear it by going into the BIOS and disabling rating, and it removes that notification from the drive. Or you can plug the drive in and run a disk part command using an elevated administrator command prompt, and then carefully type in list disk, identify which disk, select disk 1, disk 2, whichever one it is, and then type the word clean, which I have a video, and it will completely erase that drive, which is what I thought I did, but I must not have if it's coming up as a dynamic. Now, again, there's a lot of different ways to go about solving a problem, and how you want to go about it is your choice. One of the things that I like to do is I like to keep moving forward, even if it's going to take me longer. I would rather initiate that and go find something else to do than start over and keep experimenting until I stubbornly do it a certain way. So because this is behaving like it is, and I don't know how much data we're moving, and I don't know how much free space is on this drive, and I don't really care. I don't want to do the clone anymore. Like it's not. That's not Acronis's fault. It's not. I don't think Acronis is doing anything wrong here. And this wouldn't have happened if I'd used a brand new drive, and apparently I didn't clear it properly. If I'd have cleared it properly, I wouldn't have this problem. I can still clear it properly. Okay, there's ways to do that without having to take it apart. Or, alternately, I can cancel this. I still don't know why it's not coming up. Disk 1 is in dynamic mode. Yeah, that usually means that like a RAID array was set on it, or it wasn't cleaned properly. So let's just do a backup. Let's just take all the data off of that and put it on the flash drive. Now, this doesn't help us clone the drive, but what it will do is it will give me a copy of the customer's data. In case this customer comes back next week, I'll still have it. So it's not a bad idea. So we'll do disk and partition backup, which is different than a clone. If there's enough room on the solid state, on the flash drive, you'll see all the drives coming up here. And disk 2 is 256 gig. That's a USB disk. We don't want that. And you'll see Acronis didn't select that. Acronis automatically and intelligently selected disk 3, which is the blue external drive. And it's showing how big the drive is here, but how much data. It's only 56 gigs. And then there's another 17.5 gigs on the recovery for a total of about, it's less than 90 gigs total. So it actually says 74.96 gigs right down there is the amount of space it needs to store a single file of that size onto any storage device. And it won't be bootable. It'll be like a zip file. It'll be like the single file that contains all this data compressed, packaged up, which we can restore differently once we have it. We don't have to restore it to a file. We can restore it entirely to another drive. So I'm going to just click next because it already selected disk 3 and all the sub-partition. You want all the partitions. You want all of disk 3 in this instance. And it's going to say, okay, do you want to create a new backup? Yes. And it wants to know where I want to put it. So I'm going to browse, and I'm going to go to the drive D, which is titled images. That's the name of the partition, so I can identify where I store my images on the flash drive without having to search through a number of drives and look at the contents to figure it out. I named it. And I'm going to call this HP laptop for Bob. All right, we're going to leave it like that. And I'm going to click OK. And then under options, no, where is it? Backup options, I make a few little changes. I can make the compression level maximum. Now that may take a little more time, but it'll save the estimated size of the backup. Instead of 76 gigs, it'll be 38.25. So it's estimating it can cut the backup size in half. I don't know how accurate that is. I also want to do archive validation. I think Acronis should be turning this on by default. I'm a little disappointed. They continue to force you to manually validate. And if you don't know to do that, you may falsely assume that the backup you made is validated and verified, when in fact, until you validate it, you may have a corrupt backup. You don't know until you validate it. And therefore, in my opinion, Acronis should be setting that on, and for people smart enough and dumb enough to turn it off versus being smart enough to turn it on. It should be the other way around, in my opinion. And those are the only two changes. If you want to leave comments, like I can make a little note, this is Bob's laptop that on September 1st, but the file will have today's date on it anyway. The file date will be today's date. So, but you can put little notes for yourself. And then hit proceed. And so what it's going to do now is it's going to take the data off of the external USB drive through whatever limited speed the drive has and whatever limited speed the USB port, whichever of the two is slower. And it's going to put it over here to this USB drive, my flash drive, as a file, a single file, assuming I have enough free space on there to do so, which I do believe I have. And it's going to take a while, and that's okay, because taking a while to back up data is a lot less time than taking a while to recreate lost data, which can never truly be duplicated exactly. You'll never take the same picture again, you know? You can try, it'll always be a little different. So it says it's preparing and it'll be a while. It's gonna be a while. That's Acronis, that's how it works. It's super easy to use. I really like the product a lot. I use it a lot in business. There's other cloning utilities and backup utilities. There's free versions that require a lot more education. They're not as automated, they're not as intelligent, and they're not as simple to use as Acronis. I have a choice when I choose to clone or do backups. I'm free to choose. I have no sponsorship from any backup company. So when I tell you I use Acronis, and I've been using it through 2009, that is a free will decision. And as I've experienced and experimented with Macrium Reflect, it left me disappointed. Clonezilla leaves me disappointed. Every cloning utility I've ever used has left me disappointed when compared to Acronis. Some people like Sean Connery as James Bond. Some people, like me, prefer Roger Moore. And yet I'm sure others prefer Pierce Brosnan, or Daniel Craig. And I think it amounts to who you saw first. I think if you grew up watching your very first James Bond movies were Sean Connery, then to you, James Bond is and always will be Sean Connery. If you're the later generation and you went to the movies to see Moonraker and You Only Live Twice, so that's Timothy Dalton, right? But whoever you saw first, you typically identify, you do this, I don't do this, as the foundation for everything that follows. So if you grew up watching Sean Connery, it's James Bond. If you grew up like me watching Roger Moore, then Roger Moore is. If the kids today are growing up watching Daniel Craig, then that is James Bond. Tom Baker is and always will be Doctor Who. That's it. That's done. There's no argument. He's John Pertwee. Give me a break. No. Patrick Troughton. Yeah, okay. William Hartnell. I mean, he did it first. Kudos, but he's no Tom Baker. Colin Baker is no Tom Baker. So if you use Acronis first, and then you go and use Macrium Reflect or any of the other cloning utilities, Clonezilla, I think you'll agree with me. But if you use those utilities first, and then you go and use Acronis, then you might say, well, I like the other one better. Does that make the other one better? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I've had no reason to go to another product. Acronis has always been competitively priced. It always makes the job easy. It's always reliable, assuming you check the validate. And the only reason I tested other products was because of the pressure I felt from viewers, which is why I got into this whole Threadripper mess, by the way. In fact, I would say every ounce of trouble and headache I've had has been from entertaining the thoughts of viewers going, why don't you use this chip? Why don't you use that motherboard? This is why. Have you seen the whole Threadripper story? That wasn't my idea. That was the audience wanting that. They wanted it, and I gave them what they wanted, and I've been paying for it ever since. literally and figuratively. But it is good content. You know, if I just want it to work every single time and I choose Intel and it always works, that's kind of boring, right? There's nothing interesting about it. Oh, look, he plugged it in and it worked. There was no RAM incompatibility. There was no BIOS update. He didn't have to tweak anything in the BIOS. It just all worked. Isn't that incredible? No, it's boring. Why don't you make some interesting content? Build a Threadripper so you can fight with it for 2 years. That's what I want to see. Oh, and spend 4 times the amount of money for it. But hey, you're just an Intel fanboy, Carrie, because you just like things that work, you weirdo. We want to tinker and toy with things that are finicky. Otherwise, what's the point? So we might share a slightly different philosophy on the process of building. But I will tell you that I do try to keep an open mind and try to say, oh, maybe they know something I don't. I have not found that to be true in the case of comparing cloning utilities, comparing Intel to AMD, or what else have people recommended? Not having fans spin when you're blowing the dust out of them. Like this is 1972 and there's no such thing as a diode and oh, fans operate the same way they used to 40 years ago. So like there's this weird combination of ritualization, almost religion-like faith, despite scientific fact, in resolving technical issues. And there's to just muddy the waters, there's old, outdated information being carried over today as though it still applies, like partitioning multiple partitions and separating your operating system from your data. There was a reason we did that in 1997. That reason doesn't exist today. And people are still doing it because they're still following the rules that made sense in 1997, and they refuse to let them go. And then they further advise other people they should do it too because that's what they were taught. I'll be fine. I'm gonna be okay. I just need something. It's 9:25 in the evening here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have 1,227 people watching around the world, but only 380 thumbs up. That's just sad. If you like this content and you want to see more like it, then what's wrong with you? But that's really rhetorical. Just hit that thumbs up button and that lets the content creator know that you say, hey, that was rude. Really? You got to do that on my face? Careful what you ask for. If you hit the thumbs up button, it's just a simple way of telling a content creator that you like what they're doing. Go. And you want to see more stuff like that. Or hit the thumbs down button, or just do what you're doing and do nothing. That's fine, I don't care. I mean, clearly most of you are doing nothing. Nobody's clicking up or down because I'm looking at the numbers. And that's fine. Look, don't bother yourself. I'll be fine. I'll be okay. If you like the content and you want to know when new content like that, when I post new content, you can hit the subscribe button, and then the little bell icon appears, and then you can tap the bell. They don't send email notifications anymore. YouTube has stopped doing that. Thank goodness that's done with. On your YouTube account, I'm going to make a video about it. Sometimes I talk about something so many times, it bothers me to talk about it again. And you've heard how many times I've mentioned the same thing, it doesn't bother me. So how many times does this have to happen for it to get to me? There are settings under your notification options. You are the one in control. I can't control it. And you go to those settings to tell YouTube how you want to be notified. And email is no longer an option. Thank goodness. Thank goodness email is no longer an option. So if you're watching on a phone, or you have a phone and you have your YouTube account on your phone can alert you when I go live, or anybody that you've set on your notifications. I'm just going to look at my phone now and see if I got one of those notifications. I think I turned it off. I did turn it off. However, you get a great big sort of alert on your phone that says the person you're subscribed to has posted a new video, or going live or is live. Right? You can turn that on or turn it off at your will, at your leisure, at your desire, at your command. You can also have it notify you other ways, which are eluding me at the moment because I'm trying to remember all the different ways. But email is no longer a thing for alerts, which is good. Because what would happen, sometimes I'd have like a really bad internet connection and the stream would drop. And then by the time I got it fixed, like it would automatically shut the stream down if it can't communicate with me for like 90 seconds. It says, I guess he's done. And then I communicate again and it says, oh, I guess he started a new video. So let's send another email alert. And it will repeat every time my connection drops. So some people on some nights got multiple emails, practically like spam. And nothing I can do about it, right? Because they turned on notification and they said notify me by email. And every time my connection got broken and reestablished because of the minute and a half or 2 minutes, whatever it is, YouTube forced it closed. And then when I connected again, it said, oh, new video, but it was the same video. So here's another email. So I'm glad email is done. I also would receive harassment from some users that would use the notifications, the email notifications, to be aware of when to harass me. So they can't do that anymore. I win. It's just attrition. I told you. So I'm very delighted that email notifications have gone away. And if you want to be notified, go to your settings and take a look and adjust them. And if you don't know where they are or how to adjust them, in YouTube search, type in the word notification space settings, and I'm sure there are probably 100 tutorial videos of varying age. Find the most recent one, look at the date it was posted, because YouTube keeps changing it. And they walk you right through the whole thing. It's super easy, man. But I'm so glad we're done with the email notifications. Oh, thank goodness. Like the amount of harassment I was getting, and YouTube did nothing, because that's what they're good at. This is still, by the way, preparing. It hasn't moved anything yet. Going through USB it takes a while, but that's when you shift to another project, or maybe have some dinner, or spend some time with your family. Because this doesn't need you right now. It's like, I'm good, I'll let you know when I'm done. And depending on the speed of the USB, the speed of the hard drive, the amount of data that you're moving, the target's speed, etc. We're going from one USB to another USB, which is probably about the slowest way I could do it. And it's not the only way. This is just a way. And I can cancel it and change my mind if I want to. But I just kind of feel like the ball's not in my court anymore. So until the ball gets hit back to me, I have no responsibility. In other words, there's nothing I can do to speed the process along. All I can do is interfere. So leave it alone and it'll let you know when it's done. I can go take a nap. When I wake up in the morning, it'll be done. So it kind of depends on how impatient you are and how much you like your family. I suppose that's what it boils down to. Okay, a couple of contributions. What have I missed? John Young has contributed $10. He says, here's a small contribution to an awesome channel and a great guy. Thank you. Hey, there's Peter Laycock. Peter, very good friend of the channel, a benefactor to the channel. Peter Laycock contributes 50 pounds, very generous. Peter, I'm glad to see you in here, wherever you are. Just noticed that. He's very generous. Peter's a generous guy, super nice guy. Joins us from Scotland. I think it's in Scotland. If you want to shout out where you're watching from, that's kind of cool to see the world shouting back. 1,182 people are watching all over the world. Where in the world are you? Sherry says, I'm glad you're on later lately. I get to spend time with my family and then enjoy some carry and chat. The chat is my family, and I'm so glad to spend time with you all. Thank you for joining me. I try to release content irregularly, in the sense that there are people all over the world watching in lots of different time zones. So if I go late at night, it's maybe early in the morning somewhere else that doesn't normally get to see that live type of or immediate view. I also, again, I don't like being predictable. I don't like doing what everybody else does. I always like to keep things fresh and variety of content and different subject matter, but still stay true to what the channel's about, which is building, repairing, and upgrading and empowering people. But at the same time, we're still people, and we have interests beyond the computer that we can also share for those that are interested, and for those who aren't, just come back another day, it's fine. Sometimes people think I make the videos specifically for them. And if you pay me for it, that's a possibility. But I'm making the videos for the masses. And I'm trying to have a variety of content that is not going to appeal to everybody, but will appeal to somebody. And then I'll make some other content that will appeal to somebody else, but not to the same person that the previous. That's okay, because I didn't make it for you specifically, unless that's what you like to watch. So you don't need to tell me you don't like my content. You don't have to tell me. Just don't watch it. It's fine. You don't need to tell me unless you're paying for it. I mean, RoboForm is paying me and they don't tell me that. So why would you? In the meantime, do know that I don't want to alienate anybody. I don't want to make one kind of content. First of all, that would drive me insane. Second of all, I would be doing a disservice to the community by prioritizing one part of the community and then saying the other side isn't worth it. I don't like being treated that way. I don't like being alienated. So what I'm trying to do is sort of play it by the seat of my pants, if you will, based on how I feel. And based on the workload that I have, there may be builds, there may be upgrades, there may be repairs, or maybe we're going to talk about music for 2 hours. I don't know. But you're not obligated to watch any of it. And you're not obligated to tell me if you don't like it. You can. I can't stop you, but I don't know what that's going to change. I can't undo what's been done. And I didn't do it for you specifically. I did it for a large audience, which could be 2 people. Okay? For me, that's a large audience. And if you're not one of those 2 people, that's okay. Maybe tomorrow the video will be one that you're interested in, and then there'll be 3 people. Or maybe one of those 2 says, I don't like what you did today, so back to 2 again. But 2 different, one of the same person and one somebody different. And in that way, I'm trying to have everybody feel included. And I suppose at the same time, everybody's not included, depending on the video. And if it's of interest to you, all you need to know is if you enjoy the content, please watch it. And if you don't, please don't watch it. I try to make the subject title very clear of what to expect. If it says hangout, we're not building or repairing, we're hanging out. So if you see that and you want to watch builds and repairs, don't watch it. You've already seen the title. If the title says building and repairing, sometimes I don't get around to it. You know, it's rare, but okay, it's not that rare, but it happens. But it's because that's what the majority of the audience directed me to do. While I was live, not after the fact. Like, you can't tell me after the fact and then think I can change it. I can't go back in time. So I don't know what sort of response people are expecting. But it's not my intention to alienate anybody. But it's also not my intention to make videos for any specific person other than me. And let's be clear, I'm a very selfish person and I make videos for me. I enjoy making them. And with your support and your contributions, I can make more of them. If you look back at this channel for the last 12 years, there were months where 1 video was posted. And the reason why that was happening was because I wasn't getting paid anything. It was literally costing me money and time to make content. And I was spending money. I was losing money. And I was doing it anyway because I like it. Because I was doing it for me. I was never doing it for other people. And now, if other people see it and they like it, hey, that's awesome. But if they don't like it, okay. I mean, sorry you don't like it, but I didn't make it for you. I made it for people who like it. But because everybody likes something different, I try not to make the same thing. I try to vary it any way I can. If you've seen the same build, then I took a different build order to it, or I changed a part here or there, because I don't like doing the same thing over and over. How many H370 HD3 motherboard builds can you watch? You could probably watch more than I could make. But for me, I love making the videos. I love interacting with the audience. And I like all the friendships I have, virtual or otherwise. It's pretty cool. I would have never met Mitch Morrison. I would have never met, I'm trying to think of people I've met in person. Rich Robbins has been on the show. IL has been on the show. These are all viewers. These are people I didn't know IRL. I did not know IRL. I didn't know him in real life until the video, and then contact me. Gentleman named HY, he was a viewer that came on the show. We did a Threadripper build for him. And then there's people I've met over the phone and did work for. People like John Yasuda, people like John Jack Wilson, people like, it's countless. It's really countless. Mahdi, I've never actually met Mahdi in person, but I feel like I know him. We've talked on the phone a lot. He's ordered 4 computers from me, none of which would have been possible without this channel, doing what I love doing, right? So if you don't like it, I'm sorry. But I'm not going to change it. It's always going to be a variety. It's meant to be a variety so that it can appeal to other people who otherwise other content wouldn't appeal for them. I don't want to just do one thing. It's so boring and it's going to get old. I just like watching you build. Okay, well, people have to order systems for me to build them. I don't have sponsorships that I can just build for the fun of building. And then what do I do with it when it's done? There's only so much room in my house. And what about people who want to see other things? What about them? Are you just thinking about what you want with no consideration about what other people want? Because that's not cool, is it? So I try to treat everybody the same in the sense that I don't care. I'm making what I want to make. I have the freedom to have no corporate censorship, to have no script and no agenda for my YouTube channel. And all of you watching also can do the same thing if you want to. You all, in the chat room, you have YouTube accounts. And with a cell phone, you can create content for fun. And when you do that, and somebody watches it, you say, hey, look, I got 3 views. Isn't that great? And then they leave a comment that says, hey, your lighting is bad and your sound sucks. And you're like, oh, that's deflating. It's my first video. Welcome to YouTube. It's just... One of the things I try and do on the channel, people think it's complaining, is I try to make my viewers aware of some of the challenges that are going on behind the scenes. You have no idea what's going on because most YouTube channels don't talk about it. They don't talk about the harassment. They don't talk about the psychological warfare. They don't talk about the bullying. They don't talk about the attacks, virtual or otherwise. Everything's always sunny and everything's always nice and beautiful. And that's, if you look at Scotty Kilmer's video, you would never, like if you Google Scotty Kilmer, you will see videos and articles about what an irresponsible piece of junk, wannabe mechanic. And then you think about who's writing these articles and who's making these videos. Are they mechanics? No. A guy on Jalopnik wrote a scathing article about Scotty Kilmer. And my first question was, who is this guy? And why do I care what he thinks of Scotty Kilmer? And he addresses some valid concerns, but you don't have to watch him if you don't like him. It doesn't mean he's a bad guy or he's got bad intent or that he's dangerous. Look, he's working on a car with no jack stand. He's supposed to be a responsible mechanic, and the only thing saving his life is the trust in a Harbor Freight Tools cheap hydraulic jack. And he's supposed to have all this experience? Okay. If you're paying for the content and you're getting a degree or diploma or certificate, that's not acceptable. But if you're watching the content and you're watching a real mechanic who's worked on thousands of cars and can't waste his time with jack stands because he's never once had a car fall from a faulty jack, doesn't mean there can't be a first time, but experience can lead. Let me put it to you this way. I have shown the results of my A+ certification that I took in 1995. In 1995, I already had 4 years of experience and did not need to study for the A+. I just went in and I took the test. There were 2 tests, one for hardware, and then you had an option of Windows or Mac back then. And then I did Windows. And the test was fairly accurate as an assessment to my skill, which was he knows his hardware, he knows his software, and he fails on the safety. Luckily for me, I had a passing score. Without studying or knowing anything of what to expect, my safety was the worst part of the test. I think out of 5 questions on safety, I missed 3 of them. Or I did not answer the correct response that they deemed appropriate. So in the meantime, I'm still working as a tech and I'm still held accountable and responsible for all the damages that I cause. And if a jack falls on Scotty Kilmer and kills him, I bet he won't do it again. But regardless of that little nitpick, a lot of people may not even notice that. Because he's not saying, you know, here's where you jack up the car. He's already got the car jacked up. He's not even talking about that. He's assuming you already know that. And furthermore, the camera shot may be not showing the entire underside of the car. It's possible. I don't know. I'd have to go back and relook. But maybe he's got a jack stand out of frame that you can't see. So this person who is writing critically about somebody who's actually doing something and has a history of doing it for years that's verifiable. Guy used to have his own TV show. But who are you? That's what I want to know. Who are you? Why should I listen to your opinion? What are your qualifications? What gives you that authority that what you have to say should be taken with any measure of seriousness other than you're a quarterback couch quarterback? I know how to do that. You're a backseat driver. You've never driven. You don't. It is maddening. And Scotty Kilmer never discussed it. You would never know all of the harassment he gets. I don't know how much, but I can estimate. I know he gets more than me because he's got a lot more views. He's got 1 billion views. He's got 1,000 million views. I want you to think about 1,000 million views. And I know how much harassment I get from just like 45 million. I don't have 1,000 million. I don't even have 100 million. I don't even have half 100 million. And I get a bunch of harassment. And yet he will never show that. As most YouTube content creators don't show that. Is that right? Should we hide the ugliness? Should we say everything's fine, everything's great? Because that's not what I do here. I'm here to talk about this is what you need to know. It may not be pretty. I'm not putting on makeup before I come on. I'm not getting dressed up. I'm not here to impress you with my physique. Good thing. That's not why we're here. That's not why I'm here. I don't know why you're here, but it's not why I'm here. And everybody has this freedom to create their own content. If you don't like the content you're seeing, then make the content you want to see. What do you think happened the first time I made a video? How many views do you think I got? I didn't care. It's not why I made it. So, over time, it started to build. I didn't do anything. It just built on its own. I didn't do anything. I made 2 videos. And a year went by. I never made another video that first year. And I got a check in the mail from Google. And I said, oh, what fresh scam is this? This looks pretty official. They must think I'm an idiot. I started Googling. So that's a real check. This is from my YouTube video from last year. So when you achieve over a $100 balance, they'll cut you a check. Took a year. I didn't do any search engine optimization. I need to make more videos. And so here we are. It didn't happen overnight. And if everybody stopped watching, we got like 1,091 people. Earlier there were 1,600 people. Sometimes there's 300 people. Does it change my content? Does my content change because, oh, now there's 2,000 people watching? No, it's the same. Because I'm not doing it for them, I'm doing it for me. And if you don't like it, like there were 600 other people here, apparently they didn't like it. Or they got tired, I wore them out. It's fine. It's all good. You can enjoy a piece of the content. Or not. It's the same to me. It's all the same to me. But I will tell you that when you have people that are kind and supportive and they're understanding and they understand the challenges and the obstacles and the money and the time, and they just say something nice, it's so infrequent. It never happens enough compared to the complaining. And sometimes that's all it takes, you know, to get somebody back in front of the camera again. I like watching, there's a YouTube channel called Eva in the City, and she kind of walks around London doing shopping. And what I like about it, though, is it's showing real London. It's not like a touristy, polished video, you know. It's real. I feel like I'm kind of there. I'm not really interested in the purses and the perfumes, but I'm interested in looking at the stores and the foods. Yeah, it's very interesting, and it's very real. It's very authentic. And then she had a personal loss. Her mother died. And then she had to deal with the pandemic. And a lot of what she's doing is shopping, vlogging kind of thing, where you have to go out. And she kind of went into a funk. And she stopped making videos. And then after a couple months, she made a video just to say, you know, still really depressed about the loss. I can't seem to get over it. For the pandemic, I can't, you know, everything's different. And I just don't feel like making videos. And then she made another video a couple weeks later. And I think the kindness of people leaving comments saying, hey, we missed you. We missed your content. You know, we know you're struggling, but we're here with you. Don't block us out. I mean, you can, but please don't. It's kind of hurtful to us. We want to see you. And I think that sort of reinvigorated her and helped her. And she's still working on this, but I think it's helping her to get back into the groove where she was making content on a more regular basis and working around the pandemic and working around her pain. And I think it's good for her. Personally, I could be wrong, but I do believe that's good for her. Certainly good for the viewers. But if you have viewers also attacking you at the same time you're going through these personal issues and then the pandemic, it may be just enough to say I've had enough. And I'm sure we've lost a lot of YouTube content creators. Big YouTube content creators gone, just vanished. That's unfortunate. And then these people feel like they won by robbing all of us. They stole from all of us. And they stand proudly, anonymously, unable to really share or prove that they're the result of it. And they move on to their next victim. And you've got to know this is happening. I feel it's my responsibility to tell you that every popular, or I'm not even that popular, but once you hit 100,000 subscribers, you are a target that you were never a target of before. And the more subscribers and the more you grow, the bigger the target gets and the more often you're attacked. And if you don't have a positive community to counterbalance the negative, even though the negative is a small portion, they're really loud and annoying. So they appear to be bigger than they really are. It's all an illusion and it's all psychological. It can be very challenging some days to voluntarily put yourself up to be punched in the face by a complete stranger for no reason whatsoever other than they think it's funny. And to continue to do it knowing that's coming, it's got to be more than the money, because the money's not much. Maybe if you get 1 million subscribers, you know, maybe like if I was Scotty Kilmer and I had 1 billion views, which he says accrued him over the years a total of $7.5 million. He doesn't spend it. I don't know what he does with it, but I'll let you punch me in the face for $7.5 million. Sure. But not for a quarter of a penny. Can I punch you in the face for a quarter? I don't want to punch you in the face. I like you. So anyway, that's sort of what you get to deal with if you start to grow and become a little more popular. And it will only get worse as you continue to grow. And if you're lucky enough to be more popular, then you get lucky enough to be the target of attacks from random strangers who have decided they hate you and would write articles about how irresponsible you are, having never met you and don't have your experience and have no qualifications to be your peer, but they will tell you what you're doing is wrong, even though they've never actually done anything recorded on video or recorded historically for anybody to go and look up and verify their qualifications to weigh their opinion against their experience when they have no verifiable experience, and you do, and yet their voice is equal. It's frustrating. Yeah. And that's not me complaining. That's just me saying this is what's going on, man. That's just how it is. I don't know how to deal with it. I'm having a hard time dealing with it. And I figure maybe if I tell you about it and you were thinking about leaving a nasty comment, maybe you'll think, he probably got a lot of those today. I bet what he probably didn't get is, hey, I was thinking of you. Hey, I enjoyed your content. That takes just as much effort. But the result of it is very different. You can not make eye contact with somebody when you're walking down the street. Or you can and smile. There's a good chance they'll smile back at you. It's very interesting how this works. In most cases, a complete stranger will return a smile. Somebody you don't know, you don't have to say a word. All you have to do is smile. If you're a guy, you nod your head. You get a head nod back. It's cool. Makes you feel good. Or you can ignore each other, live in your bubble, and pretend like you don't exist. Each one requires effectively the same amount of effort, but one has a positive difference to both of you, and one is an awkward moment where you just get past each other. It's just awkward, and you just get it, and then it is a little tense. It's a little anxiety for some of us, more sensitive individuals. It's a little awkward. So that awkwardness is completely defeated, and somebody who might be looking like a thug might just smile and nod at you. It may not be a thug at all, and you may have completely misjudged them. Turns out that 90-year-old man's a pretty nice guy. Sherry says, nobody can see our smiles with these stupid masks. I'm talking about regular. We're going to get back to regular times. This isn't normal. We're living in unusual times. Unprecedented, never, not in our lifetimes have we seen anything like this. And you're right, but people can tell. They can see the squint of the eyes, right? Your eyes do smile. Look at my eyes. Hold on. This is torture. For you, not for me, because you're the one that has to look at me. Okay. Am I smiling? Can you see the difference in my eyes? Am I smiling? You can see it, right? You can see the cheekbones. They'll go above the mask. You can see it. Your human natural senses, you can sense that. And while a smile may not always be picked up by people when it's behind a mask, it often will be. I think you'd be surprised. Try it. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're going to do it anyway. You're going to tell me I'm wrong anyway. Sorry, I just cracked myself up. All right, a couple of contributions have come in. Jose and Veronica Lopez, $2, says, great vid, Mr. Carey from Louisville, Kentucky. You always know somebody's from the southern states when they say Mr. in your first name. I'm always amused by that. It's very respectful. It's very polite. I was taught to say Mr. Holzman, not Mr. I was taught Mr. last name. But when you meet somebody from Tennessee, Kentucky, maybe Louisiana, Alabama, I don't know. But definitely Tennessee and Kentucky. That's South, isn't it? Southern. It's a very unique cultural trait, which is fascinating because of how respectful it is. It's unusual to me because that's not the way people talk in Arizona or Michigan or California. They don't say, hi, Mr. Carey. If they're respectful, they'll say, "Hi, Mr. Holzman." And then I look to see if my dad's behind me, because he's the only Mr. Holzman I know. But regardless of that, it's really nice. It's such a nice cult. I don't know if they're aware of just how respectful that is, or if it's just a habit because that's how they were raised. But regardless, the end result is very pleasant. It's nice that you were raised that way. I think it's very nice. And it's weird to me to say Mr. following it by a first name instead of a last name, but the intent is very clear. And I'm not a big person about respect, like I don't really care, but I have to say I do respond to it very positively. Who are you calling Mr.? I wouldn't say that. I think that's really a nice cultural, and it's weird that it's just like Tennessee and Kentucky. Like they don't do it in Ohio, or what else is around Tennessee and Kentucky? It's like Ohio, Pennsylvania, somewhere around there. What's below? Can't think of what's below it. But they don't do that other places. It's very interesting. It's too bad, because the rest of the 48 other states could definitely benefit from that. It's pretty neat. As the kids say, it's neato. Tron contributes $1 Australian. Thank you, Tron. Stealth Mode with $5 says, here's to meeting new chat friends. Thank you, Carrie. Love it. Thank you. Michael Hariko contributes $5, says, hello again, late night tonight, rewind time. Mike, the Buckeye State, LOL. That's Ohio, right? The Buckeye State? Tony Wallow, there he is again, $4.99. He's going to bed. I've worn him out. Hey, Tony, thanks for your very generous contributions today. I appreciate it. I wish there was something more I could say, but just know that it means a lot. Thank you. And have a good evening, and thanks for joining us and for being a friend. John Williams says it's midnight in Wisconsin. Oh, Wisconsin's on Central Time? Oh yeah, because Eastern Time starts in Michigan, so you're not quite west. No, that's east. You're too far west. But so yeah, when I drive to Michigan, I lose an hour when I hit Texas, New Mexico. I think I lose an hour in New Mexico. I lose another hour, I think, in Texas. And then I get up through Illinois, and as soon as I cross over into Michigan, I lose a third hour. Because that's East Coast. Even though Michigan looks like it's in the middle, it's east. So somebody might say, I'm from back east. And you think, oh, you're from Maine? Florida? No, I'm from Michigan. Well, that's the Midwest. No. Look at the time zone. That's east. It's a thing. Hey, 5 hours in Michigan. I don't know what that means. Lloyd says that they do that in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, the Mr. Carey thing. I just think it's delightful. It's absolutely delightful. It tickles my brain. I like it. It's just, maybe if you live there and you hear it every day, you sort of are numb to it, but I very rarely hear that because there's not a lot of people from there that I interact with. So when I hear it, it's unusual. And I live a life, like I mentioned, it's like Groundhog's Day. It's the same thing over and over again. So when I'm presented with something different, it sort of stands out. Different good or different bad, regardless, it stands out. In this case, it's an interesting cultural behavior that doesn't exist across the United States, but only in certain areas of the United States. And you may not know that if you're not from or haven't been to those areas of the United States. You may not be aware of those subtleties. I wasn't even aware of it until it happened. And then I thought it was just that person. And then I realized, oh, it's all those people. That's cool. It's really cool. Abdul's contributed $7.77, and he says, that's true. Michigan is the East Coast. Well, it's the Eastern time zone, which is supposed to be for the East Coast. And so this has been a debate, a stupid debate, because it doesn't literally change anything. But yeah, it's not, when you're from Michigan, you're not from the Midwest, although you are considered to have a Midwestern accent, much the same as people from Wisconsin. We're moving along here. We're about 40%, 45% through the process of moving all the files of that drive onto the flash drive here. So it's taking its time. It's going to be a while, but despite the way it looks, work is being done. I'm cleaning my oven. You see, in the 1970s, early 1980s, it was this commercial for Calgon, where a housewife, which was an appropriate term back then, was soaking in her tub, having a relaxing bath. And she looks at the camera with her naughty bits covered in bubbles, and she says, "I'm cleaning my oven," because it was an advertisement for, I don't know, Easy Off or something, that you'd spray it in the oven, and so I'm showing my age. Eric Patterson contributes $2, says, "Hey, Carrie, get some rest. Vacation soon." No, vacation is when I get rest. I need to get stuff done so I can enjoy my vacation. Because if I have a lot of work waiting for me, it's going to be weighing on my shoulders virtually, and I won't be able to truly relax knowing I have this anxiety. So I really need to buckle down and get this stuff done, and I have that ability tonight and maybe even tomorrow night, where I can go as long as I want to. And I fully plan to take advantage of that. Where do the files go? The files all go into one file. It's a special file called a TIB, or a True Image Backup File. So it's filename.tib. And it's one giant file. It's sort of like you get a box in the mail, and you open up the box, and inside the box, there's a bunch of parts. And you take all the parts out, and you assemble it, and you have a couch. Or whatever. And it's way bigger when you build it than the box. It's taller, it's wider, but it was broken into pieces and shoved in a box, so they delivered one box to you. That's effectively what Acronis is doing, is it's taking all these files, and it's putting it into a virtual box that I'm calling a file. And when you open that file with Acronis, just like a zip file or an RAR file or a 7-zip file, when you open the file, you're opening a box, and you can reveal its contents. And then you can reassemble the contents, or you can maybe you just need a leg for your couch. You just take out the leg, because you already have the couch. You just needed a leg, but they sent you so with Acronis, you can recover individual files, individual folders, or the whole thing sourced from one backup file. And the beauty of that is, let's say you've got a 1 terabyte hard drive. Let's say it's external. And you have 5 computers in your house, and you want to make an image of every hard drive so you don't have to reinstall Windows, reactivate anything. You just want to be able to recover completely in like 10 minutes, whatever. It's super fast. Well, comparatively to reinstalling and starting over again. So you're like, okay, so I need a backup drive for every computer. Well, if you're cloning, which would be really unwise, you would be wasting a lot of space, but yes, you would need 5 drives for 5 computers. But if you could take the contents of each computer and put it into a virtual box that we're calling a file, because it's a file, and then however many gigabytes of data you have on the drive, regardless of how big the drive is, just how much are you actually using, we put that in the box. But there's more room in the box. You haven't filled the box. There's a box in a box. Okay, so when you get your furniture in a box, you take it out, there's often little boxes. This box contains the caster wheels, and this box contains the legs, right? So the file is a box, and the drive you put it on is a bigger box. So UPS, or your mail delivery service, may deliver a big box, and you open it up, and inside are a bunch of little boxes. I'll give you an example. I ordered multiple Mugen 5 coolers. Each cooler is in its own box. It contains in that box another box that has the parts needed for that cooler in that box. They put 4 of those boxes in one big box and shipped me one box with 4 coolers in 4 boxes, and each of those boxes has boxes containing the parts for each box. If you bought a silverware set, you would have a box for the forks and a box for the spoons and a box for the butter knives. If you bought plates, you'd have a box for the dinner plates, a box for the salad plates, and it probably all came in one big box. It's all a matching set. If you bought stemware, it's a fancy word for wine glasses. If you bought glasses, drinking glasses, I say it that way because of Jerky Boys. You got my, should I bring my glasses? Is he burning them up in there? It's a Jerky Boys thing. So if your external drive is, let's say it's 1 terabyte, I don't know, that's a common size. It's 1,000 gigabytes. And each computer in your house, say you got 5 computers and they average 60 to 200 gigabytes each, add that up. At the worst case, let's say you got 5 computers that are under 200 gigabytes each, that's 1,000 gigabytes. That's exactly how big your external hard drive is. So you can put an image of those all on one drive. It's pretty convenient. If you're replacing the drive, then you want to clone it. Then you'll take all the data off of the source drive and copy it bit for bit, including temp files, viruses, everything, your browser history, all of it is a mirror image onto the new drive, regardless of what type of drive it is. Solid state, mechanical, M.2, NVMe, whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as the amount of data you're moving is smaller than the capacity of the place you're moving it to. I can't put a big box into a little box. It won't fit. There's an old expression, you can't put 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag. It's an old expression. And no matter how modern we get with technology, these old truths are as true as ever. They're as relevant as they've ever been. It's math. It's basic math. So, for this flash drive, I have multiple images on it, because when I build a new computer, if I image it, it's only like 30 gigs. So if that's got 256 gigs, and I'm only using about 5 gigs of it for Acronis, then I've got 250, 245 gigs of free space. How many 30 gig new builds can I image? Well, let's do the math. How many times does 30 go into, I don't know, 220? I'd say about 7. I don't know, just off the top of my head. Maybe you could squeeze an 8. Then the box is too full and you either have to take something out of the box by deleting a file, or you get another box and start filling that one. Like when you're moving, you probably will put your stuff in more than one box, unless you don't have a lot of stuff. I'm American. We have a lot of stupid stuff, and I intend to take it with me. I'm going to need a lot of boxes. All right, I hope I cleared that up, or did I make it worse? Either way. Oh, we're moving along here. We're about 60%. It's moving. Four hours and 28 minutes. Sounds great. I'm just looking through the chat to see if I've missed anything. What are you squeaking about, boy? You need oil? Oh, side-eye. I'm getting side-eye. Hey, are you going to give me more side-eye? Is that your deal now? I'm not looking at you. I'm not going to look at you. Nope, I'm not looking at you. No, you made me move my head. Gave up the game. Why are you squeaking? Huh? What's the matter? What's going on? He's like, if you would pay half as much attention to me as you do to that black box you're talking to. Oh, here he comes. Oh, those hips are not good. All right, you're getting old. My hips aren't as good either. What's up, my boy? You can't have that. What's up? Your brother's gonna get jealous. There he is. Oh, there he is. Oh. Say hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Got any grapes? Hey. That's pretty funny. Okay. Oh, that cracked me up. Okay, so that's a children's video. It's a children's song that they wrote a cartoon. Just type in, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's really stupid and it's fantastic. I love it. Baby Shark is just really annoying. This is actually quite funny, but for the same intended audience. And just type in duck grapes. It's hilarious every time. If you have the mentality of a 6-year-old, which I do, and I'm proud of it. Because, you know, you gotta be proud of something. We're about, yeah, it's still 60 to 70% there. Let me go back into the chat, see what I'm missing. You're not supposed to feed dogs grapes. Well, there's always that guy. There's always that guy. The point of asking if I had any grapes wasn't literal. It was figurative, referring to a video of a duck asking for grapes. Furthermore, a dog can eat grapes and raisins and chocolate, but it is not good for them to eat it at all, but they won't necessarily exhibit any problems unless they eat too much of it for their body weight. So like if you have a little toy dog and it eats a big bar of chocolate, it might die. If you have a big dog like a German Shepherd, it can eat a chocolate bar and it'll say, hey, you got another one? There won't be. So it's just a good idea. Don't feed it to your dog. Don't give them onions, don't give them grapes. Raisins are grapes left out in the sun. Take some grapes, put them out in the sun for 3 days, you've got raisins. And then chocolate, and there's some other things. But if a dog eats a grape, it's not going to die. But it's just not a good idea. It's best to avoid it. Anyway, I wasn't offering the dog grapes. The dog was mimicking a cartoon for kids about a duck. It's not a real duck, it's a cartoon duck. And it's animated to a song. The song, when the guy wrote it, didn't think anybody was going to animate it. It just kind of happened. And then it kind of had a following because a bunch of 6-year-olds like it. And I have the mentality of a 6-year-old, and as I mentioned, and I like it. And I think it's funny, and I think you should check it out because it's pretty darn funny if you haven't seen it. You should take a minute and watch it because it's funny. It has nothing to do with giving the dog grapes. God, I love the internet. I love it. I just, it's because nobody knew that until you brought it up. Nobody had ever heard that before. I'll be okay. Looks like Matthew Camp posted a link to the video. That's cool. My dog, if I take my dog for a walk, he eats cat poop. We call it kitty crunchies. You can't get enough. Both of them. So I guess that's okay. It's basically Cheetos. So if the cat ate grapes and chocolate, and then my dog eats the cat poop, I don't even know why they don't have cat poop flavored dog food. I mean, the way my dogs go at it, there'd certainly be no feeding problems. Aren't you glad you brought this up? John says, my dog loved carrots. Lyle will eat raw mushrooms. White button. Oh, here he comes. Did you say mushrooms? Yeah, that's weird to me. But he won't eat peaches. He's got nothing to do with peaches. You keep your peaches. That's nasty. You gonna eat that mushroom? Uncooked raw? Got any more? Blue Dog Ron has posted the video as well. It's funny. Hey, they're dogs. Sherry says, I just played the duck song and it makes me miss my son so much. And give the dog psychedelic mushroom. Don't give him grapes, but you should totally give him psychedelic mushrooms. Listen, if I had psychedelic mushrooms, I ain't sharing them. Because that would be wrong to ingest them. I love it. I'm sorry. Acronis is a scam. They constantly want you to upgrade to the next version for more money. What? They're a business coming out with a new version every year? That software with a new version every year? Who does that? Every software company on the planet? By the way, you don't have to upgrade. It's not. So you could buy a subscription if you want to. I mean, Microsoft Office has a subscription. All of Adobe is all subscriber based. Or you could buy a perpetual license. You know, I'm using Acronis 2020. It's working just fine. I don't know what your big deal is. But if I try to use Acronis, I don't know, 2013, do you think Acronis 2013 can see an NVMe drive that was invented in 2018 or 2017? Like, do you think their engineers had crystal balls and they could develop drivers and recognize hardware that doesn't yet exist? So if you're, trying to clone, I'm sorry, it's just preposterous. If you're trying to clone the latest technology with an old piece of software because you're too cheap to spend $25, like that's your big deal? That's the hill you want to die on. That's the one that's ripping you off. Really? Really? They force you. Is that what they do? They force you against you. They hold a gun to your head. That's what they do. They hold a gun to your head and they say, you're going to buy this or he gets it. What a terrible company. How could they possibly stay in business? I don't know, because everything they do is legal, logical, and you've never run a company in your life and you don't understand business? That might be why. Would you want to expose just how lack of understanding of how business works to the entire population of the internet? Or would you rather maybe keep that to yourself? That's preposterous. Every piece of software has a new version every year. And because of the constant evolution of hardware, Acronis has to be updated. It has to be. Use your head. If you want to clone your computer from 1995, Acronis 2009 will work great for that. If you've got a Windows 2000 computer you need cloned, man, you can use Acronis Trimage Echo from 11 years ago. It's fine. It still works. But if you think that piece of software can work with new hardware that didn't exist, see USB 3.0 that didn't exist, or any devices, USB 3.1, 3.2 that didn't exist, you're going to say, this software is crap. It can't even recognize my external hard drive. Well, that's because your software is 3 years old. Your FireWire 3 didn't exist. Stuff like this is ridiculous. Did I say FireWire 3? Thunderbird. See, Thunderbird and FireWire are both technologies nobody uses. They're both high-speed buses that have a proprietary license, and so in my mind, they're like the same thing with two different names, even though they're not the same thing. They kind of follow, like, well, this didn't work as FireWire, so let's make it the same as a USB Type-C port, still charge a licensing fee, and make very few limited devices because it's cost prohibitive for a speed difference most people won't even notice. And I'm sure it's going to be fine. But no, Cronus will see that because they have a crystal ball. They can predict the future. And they have drivers that haven't been invented yet. It's such a ripoff. 25, is it $25? $30? I've seen it on sale for $15. This isn't exactly highway robbery. Oh my God. Wow. Just wow. So right now, it is finished backing up, I think. No, this is backing up a different, I don't know, why did it start over? I thought it was verifying the backup because it started over, but I don't, maybe it's a different partition. Maybe it's showing each partition's progress, but it says operation, but it would say validating, I would think, but we'll let it go, it's fine. Because they're such a horrible company that rip people off. How terrible of them to stay on top of the technology. They should totally pay all their programmers and pay all their developers and pay all the advertising and pay all the employees and sell one version and give you all the updates for free forever. And then they should promptly go out of business and file bankruptcy within the next 2 years. Malwarebytes had a lifetime license. And when Malwarebytes was a little company and nobody ever heard of it, and they weren't smart, they stupidly sold these lifetime licenses. Then they said, oh, wait a minute, we have all these users now getting constant updates and it's creating all this traffic and it's costing us more money in traffic and in product development, and we're having more developers and there's more viruses and the company is growing and our expenses are bigger, but we've got no income coming in now. We're going to go out of business. I told this story. I worked for a guy and his business was really struggling and he was trying to bring in some money to pay the employees. I was one of the employees and I certainly wanted to get paid. And he brought in a regular customer who's given us a lot of business. And he said, you know, I have this demo computer that's out here on the store floor. And I need an influx of cash. I'm kind of in a desperate situation. And I'm selected you first to offer you the system for $200 less than it cost. It's a pretty nice gesture. You're going to basically, I'm going to give you $800 and you're going to give me $1,000 back. Yeah. So basically he's got $1,000 in parts today, like today. I'm going to sell them to you for $800 because I need an influx of cash. And the guy says, can you get me 5 more at that price? I can't make that up, it's true. So that's how you thank me, by putting me out of, I just told you I'm losing $200, and instead of saying thank you, you said, could you lose 1,000? Could you just give it to me for free and then let me kick you in the nuts? Sure, yeah, because that's how business works. Swing away, Rochambeau. Gosh, I really like my dogs a lot right now. More now than ever before. It's so preposterous. It's just stupid. Here's what I got an idea. I don't know how to program, but I'll pay a programmer. And I'm going to write a program better than Acronis. And I hope this one programmer knows how to do it. Because if he doesn't, or she doesn't, then I'll have to hire another. So probably going to have to hire somebody who specializes in a graphical user interface. As usually programmers aren't really good at that. Like those regular coders, they're not into making things look pretty. Stereotyping, but that's kind of the way it is. And then you have specialists, and they design the graphical interface and make it user-friendly, you know? So there's another employee. So let's say we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. We got 2 employees, plus there's me. Now we all need salaries. How much are you going to pay? Well, if you're in San Francisco or Silicon Valley where the talent is, it's very expensive to live there, but there's a lot of talent, right? So you can take your pick of what you want for skill set, but you're going to pay a lot for it. But you don't have any income coming in. You're right now developing a product, you're creating something from nothing, and you have to finance it. And then you have to test it. And then if it fails its test, you have to pay some more to your existing employees to fix it. And you repeat this until you have a product that doesn't fail anymore. Then you need to hire a marketing company, because now you've got all this money after all this time, and you've got to figure out a way to let people know that this product exists. Okay, so now you've got all this investment. How much would you say you've got invested now? You've got 3 employees working for how many months, how many years to develop and do the best they can to provide a first generation product, to do the best job possible in the easiest way and the most reliable way. You've got to pay for the marketing. Then you got to figure out how you're going to distribute it. You think the bandwidth is free? You're going to have servers. You're going to need a website developer. You're going to need a host. You're going to need copyrights and patents. All of that is going to require a lawyer. You're going to have to hire a lawyer. They're not cheap. I don't know if you know about that. Lawyers are quite expensive. And if you don't hire a lawyer, you're going to get screwed by other businesses. They're going to take your idea and they're going to go sell it. They're going to make money from you because you don't understand business. And then you're not going to be in business very long. That's going to solve itself. So now you got a lawyer, you got a marketing person, minimal, 1 lawyer, 1 marketing person, 1 developer, 1 GUI interface person. You should have some quality control people. Maybe you give copies to your friends. Yeah, that's a real good check. And then you check it yourself, because you know, how much money do you have into this? But you're not done yet. Here's the hardware. There's the rent. There's the electricity. There's living expense. You gotta live. You gotta eat. You gotta pay your employees, and you've got no product yet. Nothing. So how much do you pour in out of your pocket? And then you're gonna go, I'll just give this away. Listen. Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, they have the money that they could do all of this and give the product away, and they won't do this. That's how stupid it is. Like, you'd have to be so profoundly stupid that even people who can't afford to do it and wouldn't even miss the money wouldn't do that. That's how bad of an idea that is. That's how disconnected from reality that is. That is profoundly so disconnected. So here's what I'm going to do. So now I got all this money invested. Now I'm just going to give it away. If you give that product away, you will receive nothing but complaints and bad reviews from people just like yourself who think they deserve something better for nothing, who've contributed nothing, and are entitled and have no clue what they're talking about. They don't understand or appreciate or respect how much of your heart and soul, your energy and your limited time here on earth, everybody involved is dedicated with passion to make that happen, and they just spit on it and they devalue it because you just gave it away. And then how long can you do that? How long can you give it away? Where's the money coming from to make it available to give away? It's like watching a toilet flush. And even if that costs you $20 million, Jeff Bezos is the richest man on the planet. $20 million is nothing. It's like dropping a quarter. He won't even bother to pick it up. And he wouldn't even do that. You know why I know that? Because he's never done that, and he never will. And that's why he's Jeff Bezos. And you're not. That's why he's Elon Musk and you're not. And that's why that guy over there, that's Warren Buffett. And you're not. Because those guys are all morons and idiots who make people do things. It's not the way it works, man. It is not reality. Nobody's forced to do business with any of these people. It's all voluntary. They do it because they choose to. And if you give people what they want and you offer it at a reasonable price, or maybe you're a monopoly, maybe you're an internet service provider here in Phoenix, Arizona, and you can charge anybody whatever you want and make up your own rules. Too bad. What else are you going to do? Well, all that's going to do is inspire somebody else to come up with some competition over time. It'll happen. And enjoy it while you can, because your ride will soon be over. You won't reign supreme and be able to call all the shots forever. I remember when you used to have to rent a telephone and get permission from the phone company. You could not buy a phone. You couldn't buy it. You had to rent it or lease it. and you could not plug anything unauthorized into the phone line because you could theoretically damage the entire network. That was law. That was U.S. law. And they held reign. You remember long distance phone calls? Whatever happened to those? For me to call across Phoenix cost money. It was a local long distance call. For me to call Michigan and talk to a family member from Phoenix cost, I don't remember, but it was money per minute that you were on the phone. Landline. And you know what? They enjoyed it until it ended. And that was broken up. And that will happen with your ISP, and it's going to happen with your electric company. It's going to happen with the, it's just a matter of time. In the meantime, you don't have to buy a Tesla if you don't want to buy a Tesla. You don't have to invest in stocks or take Warren Buffett's advice in hedge funds. Don't bother. Warren Buffett's investing his money in other places you spend your money. He doesn't care. You eat at McDonald's, he's making money. It's a great way to make money. And then, Jeff Bezos, he's providing service, especially during a pandemic where you don't have to leave the house. You don't have to ask for help. You don't have to wonder if it's in stock. You don't have to wonder if it's in the right color or the right size. You click, and it shows up at your door. What a terrible human being he is. He doesn't deserve to be rich by giving everybody what they want that nobody else would do. Why didn't Walmart do that? Why didn't Sears or Kmart do that? They could have. They chose not to. So, to the victor go the spoils. It doesn't make the victor evil or bad. That's just business. That's successful business. You should be paying attention. Nobody ever got rich giving away stuff. Backup operation succeeded. So now I don't have to shut Acronis down. Like I don't have to close it out. I can just hold the power button in and force it off. Or, you know what? I don't even have to do that. Warren Buffett. I'll tell you what I like. You know what I like the most about Warren Buffett? He eats like a child, like I do. He has McDonald's every day. If he sees Oreos, he's going to have some Oreos. And you know what? He's, as far as I know, perfectly healthy. He's a lot older than I am, and I think he's healthier than I am. And he eats crap. He's not pretentious. He doesn't care what kind of car he drives. He had it's like a 7-year-old Cadillac, and his daughter said, "Dad, this car is embarrassing." And I think it had 15,000 miles on it. Like he barely drove it. It was like brand new. She's like, "It's out of date. You got all this money. Just get a new car. It doesn't have to be a Jag. It doesn't have to be a Porsche. Just get something modern. You're embarrassing me." So to appease his daughter, he traded in his perfectly fine 7-year-old low-mileage Cadillac, and I think he bought a new Cadillac. Which to Warren Buffett, a Cadillac, that's like a fraction of a penny to him. That's like nothing. It's a car, it's nice, it takes me back and forth to work. I don't need to have a flashy Lamborghini or a Ferrari. I'm not off showing off. I'm not interested in racing. I don't care. It's fine. It could be a Toyota. It could be a Honda Prelude. This is comfortable. It's comfortable. Like, I don't care what the gas mileage is. I don't know. He's American. He likes to buy American. It's Cadillac. It's American. He's staying with Cadillac. It's a modern Cadillac. It's not the best Cadillac money can buy. It's not a big Escalade. It's not got the tinted windows. He's not a baller. Did I say baller? He's not a baller. He's Warren Buffett, man. He's just like you and me. Except he's filthy rich because he's smart. Smarter than you and me put together. He was investing when he was still in high school, maybe junior high, he started investing. He studied how compound interest worked, and he instantly understood, wow, this is an amazing way to make money. I better get started now. If I start now, the sooner I start, the more I'm going to make. He learned that at like 13 or 14 years old. Not a lot of 13 or 14-year-olds understand the stock market, interest, or compounded interest, or what that even means. I certainly didn't, nor did I care. That's why he's Warren Buffett. But I love how normal he is. I love, if you see like, the royalty of the British Empire, the Empire, if you see the Prince of Wales, you kind of feel like they don't have the same problems you and I have, Maybe they do. I don't know. They have different problems. But I don't know that they're relatable. I don't have issues with the press and paparazzi. But, this idea that you have to behave in a certain way and dress in a certain way and have a certain responsibility, I'm sure is no picnic. But on the other hand, you want for nothing materialistically. So I don't know that, for me, it's nice to be relatable. All the British royalty are all related. That's a scary thought. I'm just going to sit on that for a minute. Let's go back over here. The reason I said I didn't have to reboot, that's because what I've effectively done is I've moved all the data from the external mechanical hard drive through this USB port, onto this flash drive into one single file. Now I can tell the computer I want to restore this file to the internal hard drive, maybe. Because it sees that internal hard drive as a dynamic disk, that still may be problematic. I don't know until I try. Remember, assume nothing until you've tried it. I don't know. So there's a couple of things we can do right now. First and foremost, I can unplug this mechanical drive. We are done with it. We have a valid backup of everything on this drive. Every virus, every temp file, every cookie. Uh-oh. I said cookie. Now here's the original drive that we upgraded last year, and I suspect Acronis isn't going to see it, and I suspect it may even freeze the whole computer up. I'm going to go ahead and plug it in. And you can see this has lights on it. You see the blinking light? It's trying to read it. And I'm going to wait for that light to stop blinking, and I don't think it's ever going to stop. I think Acronis is trying to read it, and it fails, and it asks again, and it asks again, and it asks again. Oh, it stopped. So that may mean it gave up, or it may mean it means either it was successful or it was unsuccessful. Either way, it stopped trying. So let's see if I go back to the home screen and I choose backup, if that drive appears. That drive does not appear. It's as if there's nothing plugged in. It does not acknowledge that drive exists. The only thing it shows, so the internal drive has no data on it, so there's no drive to back up because there's no data. There's no data on this drive, nor is there a drive letter. That suggests that something's wrong with the drive. Now, whether it's corruption or hardware failure, I can't trust the drive ever again since I don't know the reasoning behind it. So either way, that's a warranty return. Out of curiosity, we can plug it in and see if like I can take this and plug it into Thready, but it could interrupt the stream. I want to warn you right now. If I plug this into Thready right now, this could cause the whole stream to stop. If plugging a bad drive or a bad flash drive can impact any open application you have. So if you're going to be messing around with stuff like this, close all your other apps, save all your work in progress. So I'm not going to do it because I don't want to end the stream yet. So what I want to try and do, and so one of the reasons I disconnected the mechanical drive is so it will no longer appear as an option as a source or a target drive. It's no longer there. All I wanted was to pull the data off of it. It's now on the flash drive over here, and now I've removed it so it no longer appears as an option for us to screw up and mistakenly select. I've just made my options a lot fewer. So now instead of doing a clone, we can do a backup recovery. So I can go to recover, and I imagine you probably can't see this, and all of the images on this flash drive appear, and there's a number of them on here. I see Thready's backed up here. I see the Nook is backed up here. My laptop is backed up here. The 3950X that I built, that my sister is using for production, for editing, is there. There's a lot of images on here. And there was still space to put an image of this customer's on the same little flash drive. So we want HP Laptop Bob. We're going to select that. Let's do right click and choose recover. And it should ask, do you want to recover files and folders, or do you want to recover the whole disk and all of the partitions? So if we just accidentally deleted a file, we can just pull that file. But if we want to recover everything, then the default of recover whole disks and partitions is what we want. Now, Acronis enables you to have multiple backups, so you don't have to recreate the image. You can only perhaps then back up anything that's changed since your last backup, so it won't take as long. And so it comes up here and it says select a date and time, which is kind of stupid. Acronis should be smart enough to know that we only have one image, and it's right here. For some reason it thinks it's July, probably because I reset the BIOS on here and it hasn't resynchronized the right date and time. And then you could have multiple images at different times of the day. So on the right side it says which one, there's only one. And then I hit next, and now it says, it verifies, what do you want to recover? I want all of it. So I just hit the main checkbox, and then all of the checkboxes below then are selected. So I don't have to check each one. Just the main one on top selects all of them, and then hit next. And it should ask where we want to recover it to. And so right now, Acronis is looking at the image, it's looking at the size of how big of a destination we need. And then it'll compare what destinations we have available that have that capacity or greater to offer to us as a target drive. That's the intelligence I'm talking about. This type of intelligence doesn't exist in other backup software. Then you have to kind of do all this in your own head. And for the people that are technically adept, it's no big deal. But for the rest of us, kind of a big deal. So Acronis makes this very simple, simpler than any other backup software. They're not a sponsor here. I'm just telling you. I'd like them to be a sponsor. We'll see about that. But it doesn't change whether or not I use their product and why I prefer it. Sponsorships don't pay that much. My opinion is more than they can afford. I can assure you of that. Oh, I see a good friend there, Don Melitas. He says, oh, the antibiotics are kicking in. Those don't have any effects upstairs, do they? Antibiotics usually don't have any feeling whatsoever, do they? Kazison says that bad SSD is too valuable and unique to return. It should be framed or encased in plexiglass. It should be studio art. This is the drive. The first time, you have a point. That's valid. I mean, for $50 for a piece of art, that's a part of the studio, the part of the channel's history, as a reminder and evidence of how reliable solid-state drives are. That's a pretty. I was going to say that's not a bad idea, but that's what I want to say is that's a good idea. Acronis is still working. It's still looking at the size of the folder, the contents of the file to determine. Oh, geez, how many people have been trying to reach me? Uh-oh. Kelly Stewart contributed a $100 Amazon gift card. Hey, Kelly, thank you for that. My good friend John Dies. Can I say he's a good friend? John is a fun guy to hang around. Like, if you want to be where the party is, you go where John Dies is. That dude, that guy is I like to live vicariously through other people, and he's one of those people. He's somebody who does things I think of doing, but I would never do. Like, I'd really like to see if the server room door is locked at the Wembley State. Not Wembley. What the hell's the name of the stadium? I'm such a sports fan. What's the big stadium in Chicago? The big baseball with the ivy backfield. What is it called? Sports Ball. We got to tour that. And John goes off on his own. We have the whole stadium to ourselves. And he's like, it says it's the server room. They know a whole bunch of IT people are coming to tour, right? So you think they'd lock that up? Nope. John opens the door. He's in the server room. It's free reign to do whatever he wants. There's no security, nothing. And you think, you're fun to be around. You are a fun person. And you're going to get us in trouble. Wrigley Field. There it is, Wayne. Thank you. Wrigley Field. I couldn't remember. What do I know? It's sports ball. So we had the whole place to ourselves. There's like, I don't know, a couple hundred of us at the CompTIA conference in Chicago. And Lollapalooza was going on. And it started to rain. And we're at the Hyatt Regency right across the bridge from where Lollapalooza was happening. Big crowd of people watching all these bands play. And so it starts to rain and people start pouring out of there into the hotel that the conference is, Hyatt Regency. And it's jammed up. Like, there's the elevators, there's like 6 elevators, 3 on each side to go to the rooms. And there's a huge line and a long wait. And John goes, let's use the service elevator. Well, you can't use the service elevator. He's like, watch me. And I'm like, all right. So I follow, me and a couple other techs. I think Mike Smith was with us. We go in through the employees' entrance to the hotel lobby has a door that goes to an employee area for the kitchen and other things that are back there. And employees are in and out, in and out. This door swings both ways. And it's employees only. And John goes in there like he owns the place. He just swings the door open and he walks over to the service elevator and he hits the button. And I swear to you, every employee there thought he belonged there. He was so confident and went right for the elevator as if he knew where it was. He knew exactly what to do. Nobody thought he didn't belong there. And we were just with him. Like, we're just with this guy. And so all these suckers are waiting at the main elevators in the lobby, and we're already up to our 20th floor, whatever we were staying. Like, 3 minutes we're there. Like, not even 3 minutes. And for me, I would never do that. What if I get caught? Probably nothing. You probably get chastised, but I don't want to get chastised. It hurts my feelings. Sean's like, I gotta be fine. And it was fine. And there's some stories. Anyway, he made it fun. Well, not just him. There's a couple other guys I was hanging around that were just a lot of fun. You wouldn't think a nerd conference would be fun, but it was quite enjoyable, and there was a lot of drinking. I don't really drink, but I enjoy watching other people drink. It's quite entertaining for me, and especially when they want you to drink. Oh, it's very important that you, come on, Carrie. Nobody wants to drink alone. Just have one. Yeah, it was very entertaining. Good times, good memories. Made a good friend. I never met John, and I met a couple other people there. They've created a lifetime of friendships. It's pretty darn cool for a business conference, to establish that kind of bond. Because during business hours, it was all business, but after 5 o'clock or whenever the conference shut down, it was on. Anything goes. It's good. It was great. It was really a lot of fun. I'm so glad. Because, people break off in different cliques for whatever reason. So if I had found another group, that wouldn't have happened. I don't know what I missed, but I know what I experience, and I'm so glad that I did, because those are like once in a lifetime stories. You brought a bunch of IT people to Wrigley Field, and you didn't lock the server room door? Seriously? Now, granted, we weren't supposed to be anywhere near the server room, but we had the whole stadium. There was nobody around. If you wanted to hit some balls to the infield, fine. If you want to go touch the ivy in the outfield, do it. You want to go stand in the dugout, have at it. Go to the concession stand, free hot dogs, all you can eat. Have a good time. John's like, what's down this hallway? Let's go see. Server room. Oh, it opens. I think I'll take some pictures with my phone, just in case anybody doubts I was in the server room. And he didn't do anything. He didn't damage anything. He didn't touch anything. But the very fact that he even tried, I find that very humorous. It never occurred to me, maybe I should go look and see where the server room is. That thought never entered my head. That's hilarious. There he is. There's Chris Field Computer. So that's John. He's still hanging out in there. He says, I still have the pictures of the server. He's a fun. So I'm a pretty reserved person. Oh, what a shock. I'm a pretty reserved person. I'm not going to generally initiate unnecessary contact. So my best friend growing up was very, very outgoing. And he seemed to enjoy a reaction. It didn't have to be positive. It could be negative. He didn't care. He just seemed to enjoy getting a reaction. But when his reaction, when the reaction he creates was positive, he didn't know what to do with it. Now me, I'm reluctant to make the first move. Okay, but if somebody makes a first move, then okay, we're good. Then I know I can proceed without worrying about rejection or offending somebody. So we got along great because he would initiate things I would never initiate. And they would quite often go over quite well. And then he didn't know what to do because he was expecting it to go over bad. But now that we had this acceptance, this mutual sort of groundwork that he put his foot out, then I picked it up and went with it. And we made a great team. And so hanging out with John reminded me of my best friend, John, who both have that very outgoing personality that I like to live vicariously through. But this John here, he's good on his own. He doesn't need a sidekick. My best friend, John, he needed a sidekick. We needed each other. It was a good counterbalance, and it was very reminiscent of a childhood friend. He says, I remember Carrie said, destroy the pictures. I don't think I said that. I probably said to post the pictures on Facebook immediately. Acronis is still working, by the way. It's going through USB. It's going to take a few minutes. God, that was so funny. That was so funny. And the fact that we just went into the elevator, the service elevator, we're not dressed in uniform. We don't have any business there. And the employees just, nobody said a word. They went about their business as though nobody questioned it. It was absolutely crazy. In this day and age where everybody's always double checking security and everything, but once you're inside, nobody cares. It's crazy. You're up late, John. I think John's in Maryland. It's on the East Coast. It's got to be what? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning? What's the matter with you? You think you're me? Don Melitas, who's watching us in Australia, says, Carrie, you only live once, mate, so go for it. Look, I tell myself that all the time. I've jumped out of an airplane at nearly 12,000 feet in the air. Perfectly good working airplane. And I said, you only live once. And sometimes that'll get me through. But sometimes even that's not enough. Like the emotional block is so strong, it's stronger than the logical. Like logically, what's going to happen to you? What's the worst that can happen? But emotionally, I'm like, No, it's not that important. It's not. Is it important to go see if the server? It's not important. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And I'll talk myself out of it, even though there's no real risk other than maybe getting my feelings hurt. So sometimes emotion can override logic, and it really frustrates the logical side of me because I know, hey, this makes sense. Do the math. And I'm like, no, not worth it. I'll do what I can to stay in my comfort zone. But I did jump out of an airplane, and I'm very proud of myself. And it was a great experience, and I loved it. It was amazing. And I always wanted to do it again, and I just never got around to it. But wow, there's nothing on, I was going to say there's nothing on Earth like it, but I guess that's probably true because you're not on Earth. You're sort of falling towards Earth. It's not like being on Earth at all. This is a wonderful, wonderful, life-altering experience. I wish Carrie would get to the conferences. Hey, wait a minute, John. I was at TechCon last year. Where were you? I had to make a new friend named John because you weren't there. So that's on you. And this year, it got canceled. That's not on you unless... Did you travel to China back in February? But I think... I know I will be at the next TechCon. And if you go there, you'll see me there. Unless, the world ends or my world ends between now and then. But if everything stays the same as it has been, then the pandemic goes away or we get vaccines or whatever, then the conference should be on next year. And then you should make it out there because it was way, way better than ChannelCon. Was it called ChannelCon? The CompTIA, it was way better, way, way better. So you missed out. You missed out. Best conference. It would have been better if you were there though, but it was as good as it could be without you there. He says, I'm coming to Arizona soon. Might be the better bet. Hey, we got to get together. I'm sure we can find an unlocked server door somewhere downtown in one of those high rises during the pandemic. There's got to be tons of unlocked server doors. I'm sure the U-Haul building is just wide open. Just walk right in. You want a trailer? Edward says, hello, Carrie from Terre Haute, Indiana. Welcome. Thank you. This is still working on analyzing the image. Yeah, it beats manual labor. Okay, Zyson says airborne, another great set of memories. Oh, so military, yeah. Yeah, well, you have to jump out of the plane. I didn't have to. He says, now I don't want to go to jail. Oh, listen, I got your back. Don't worry about it. We'll start a GoFundMe page. We'll get you some bail. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You're self-employed. What are you worried about? You can have a felony on your... They're not going to not hire you. You'll be fine. See, I'm an enabler. I won't do it, but he will. And I'm like, do it! Do it! You can do it. I will be a cheerleader the whole time. Entertain me, dance monkey. Guys, in the airborne, I jumped from airplanes built through the lowest bid contracts. Isn't that a Buzz Aldrin line when they was going to the moon? And they said, what's it feel like where you're in that rocket? What is that like? Is it exciting? What's going through your mind? They're counting down 10 seconds down to liftoff. What's happening in your mind right now in that moment? And was it Buzz Aldrin? It was one of those first Saturn rockets, I think. And he says, what's going through my mind is I'm sitting on a ball of fire that was built by the lowest bidder. That's what's going through my mind. The best answer ever. Contribution of $10 from Rusty Nail. Hey, thank you, Rusty. Oh, we're at 5 hours and 20 minutes. When does YouTube pull a cane and pull me off the screen? Don't go there. And Don has offered a piece of wisdom I figured out when I was very young, and I didn't realize it was an actual expression. But I was able to determine when I was young that it was easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Like if you wanted to do something, and let me rephrase, if I wanted to do something and I felt my parents weren't going to say yes, then I would just go and do it and then risk whatever the punishment was. Like to me, that was better than being told no. And then if I did it, then I'm disobeying. But if I did it without asking, then I'm not disobeying. I just failed to ask. And so the punishment would be less. That's how my 7-year-old mind worked at the time. It kind of still works the same. Yeah. And if you bring home A's all the time, they expect it. But if you start bringing home C's and D's, then when you get an A, they're like, here, here's $5 for every A. All right. I'll bring home a couple of A's then. So the more you did, the more they expected, and you didn't get rewarded. But if you did less, then you got rewarded when you did more. That's what I was taught. But that's what I figured out. It was like, all right, how do I work this? The Cronus is still doing its thing. It can be a very slow process. I suspect we're on a USB 2 port, so. That's funny because Don is in Australia and he says it's worked for him. It seems to be a universal truth regardless of where you live. It's interesting. Hey, John, how many bad, you've been in business for a number of years. You have your own business. You do basically what I do. Not as good, but you do what I do. How many bad solid state drives have you had to replace or repair, or have you personally, I don't care about stories you read about on the internet or what you saw in a YouTube video. How many bad solid state storage drives, whether they're 2.5-inch SSDs or NVMe M.2 SATA, whatever, how many bad solid state drives have you seen? I'm just curious. I don't know. I don't know. John and I don't talk very often. We got to talk about that. Cronus is still working. There's a delay from when I speak to when I'm heard. So I'm sort of waiting, hoping I'll get an answer here in a minute. He says, I've touched about 5 bad solid state drives in 5 years. 3 were from Dell and 2 were retail. And in 5 years, how many solid state drives would you estimate you touched? Total. Ooh, I'm not repeating that. We got some military rivalry occurring. Military rivalry. Yeah, so the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard quite often think each one is superior to the other one. It's a thing if you're not in America. So John estimates he's touched probably hundreds of solid state drives in his career in the last 5 years. And probably 350 Dells in 5 years. So if we look at the numbers, and I do believe John is more than likely not exaggerating, because configuring a computer, especially if you're doing a bunch of the same systems, you're hands-on maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and it counts if it's a simple, if it's a whatever, regardless. So 5 bad drives in 5 years that he's personally seen and witnessed and replaced, bad solid state drives out of hundreds. And we know if he's saying over 300 Dells and a couple hundred retail, let's just call it 500 machines in 5 years. Let's make it a conservative number. That's 1 for every 100. That's 1 a year out of 100 a year. I'll take those odds. I will take those odds. It's still, it's not that solid state drives are indestructible. I never said they were indestructible. I had just never seen a bad one until today. And I still don't know what's bad about it. Like, I don't know, is it just corrupted? Did the controller die? What happened? I don't know. Don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not good enough. A failure is a failure, regardless. So the response will be the same, which is, apart from curiosity, there's no more information to be gleaned that benefits my business. And I always knew the day would come that I would see a bad SSD. Why it's taken 7 years, I don't know, but here it is. It's 7 years, my first one. I've seen a lot of people say, I've had a bad SSD, but I don't know if they're telling me the truth, or what SSD they bought, or where they got it, or how they installed it, or what they did with it, or what brand it was. I don't know any of that information. So it's interesting. Okay, you had a bad SSD. I believe you. Fine, good, whatever. But I'm dealing with hundreds of machines. I'm not just somebody watching YouTube. I have hundreds of machines, and if anybody would see one, you'd think it'd be me, right? So I just wanted to verify I'm not some freak of nature beyond what everybody assumes, but that you also work on computers, not as well as I do, but you do work on computers for a living, and you have experienced, I'll be honest, I think you work a little more than I do. So like, I didn't see 100 computers last year. So that probably quantity, the more you see, the more you're likely going to experience. Gosh, is this Acronis ever going to finish? And Daniel says, now you can no longer say you've never seen a bad SSD. I will say it took 7 years from the date I first installed a solid state drive. And I've installed more solid state drives than I know. I don't know how many. It's well over 100 for sure in 7 years. Well over 100. And it took 7 years before I saw my first failed drive. And the follow-up question is, who made it? Who cares? No manufacturer is immune from product failure. So regardless of who made it, it doesn't mean you need to be worried. I have that brand. Hey, I got into a car accident today, but don't worry, I drive a Volvo. So it was fine. Said no one ever. I have a Volvo. Does that mean I can get into an accident? Yeah, that's what that means. Who made your brakes? Microsoft. He says he thinks I'm not catching that not as well as him. Clearly he's choosing to take the higher ground and ignore it. He's bigger than me, but then who isn't? And so that's not saying much. But he's further away and I'm not within punching distance. So it's, see, when you get to be my friend, you get poked. It's a term of endearment. Cronus is still looking at that image. Oh, it's taking forever. I don't even know if it's going to see the hard drive. This could all be for nothing, but you can see how much effort I put into it. So I don't mind. I can wait. Can a Cronus clone SD cards? Sure, why not? If it's got a drive letter, it'll clone it. Why are you up at 2 a.m., John? Don't you have a family? Don't you have children? Aren't you a responsible adult? Don't you have work in the morning? Isn't this a school night? I'm glad you're there, though. It's cool. Go to bed. He says, I used Kingston when I had a retail store. In the last 7 years, one Kingston died on me. Well, there you go. You just can't trust Kingston. Never buy it. That's what I heard. Is that what you heard too? Just don't use Kingston. He had one fail. Yates Network says, men and women like you guys, like you give guys like me and, what? Men and women like you, I think he's referring to the people in the military, give guys like me and Carrie and Mike and others the liberty to work for ourselves in the best country on earth. I think everybody thinks they live in the best country on earth. Like the people in Canada aren't exactly breaking down the border to get over here. I don't find a lot of people from Norway trying to enter the country illegally. Just an observation. I don't see a lot of Swedes or Danish. They're not like breaking down the walls to get in. I will say, absolute hats off and deep respect to the people who put their lives on the line voluntarily to protect the country. That is obviously the greatest sense of patriotism that you can offer. And I've never done it, so what kind of a patriot am I? But, I didn't have to because of people who volunteered. I did have to sign up for the selective service when I turned 18, which I guess you kids today don't have to do that anymore. XNet PC contributed $2. He says, sorry, I got here 5 hours late. Thanks for waiting. Yeah, no problem. Just don't make a habit out of it. All right, John's going to bed. Good night, John. Come here more often. Good to see you. Talk to you virtually. Carrie, what's your opinion on Intel NUC PC? I love them. I think they're fantastic. I still have the NUC I built here on the channel in 2013. It's in the other room. It still works. It's never broken. It got upgraded from Windows 7 to Windows 10. It works. It's a Core i3, and it works perfect. Perfect. No problems. I have another NUC that I was having some CPU fan noise, and it was a long, skinny, like NUC 7, is it called? So that's over at the other studio, and I use it as like a plaything. When I want to log in remotely and I don't want to use a streaming computer for this stuff, for my personal use. I don't want any personal information coming up on the stream. So I have this little NUC, because, it's super easy to move it. And I just plug the HDMI cable in and wireless keyboard and mouse dongle, and I can use TeamViewer, log in remotely to my desktop at the house. I can browse YouTube videos. I can do emails and do all of that. And the fan, the CPU fan makes a little noise at startup, and then it goes away. So I went online to buy a new CPU fan, and I couldn't find one. So I found one on eBay for like $40 for this $4 fan. And I thought I would upgrade the little Wi-Fi card in it because it's super easy. And I thought, oh, that'll be a good video. So yeah, that'll get done someday. It's working good enough. Like I said, once the fan, because the NUC is all proprietary, if you have a problem, it's kind of pain in the butt. But they're not likely to have a problem because the only moving part it's got is the fan. That's likely the only problem you're going to have. Or you could clog them up with dust and they could overheat, just like any other compact machine. So the new Nooks I don't care for. They're big and they're supposed to have interchangeable cards. That defeats the whole point of the Nook as far as I'm concerned. So there are different types of Nooks. So the one I built in 2013 is a little square box. The one I have at the other studio is a long rectangular thin box. And then they have this light up skull. The Nook, what's it called? The 9. It's very expensive, but it's a high-end Core i7 with Thunderbolt and all that stuff. All that stuff. Super high-end. But you can't really do much. You can add 2 solid-state drives, 2 M.2 NVMe's, and you can add RAM, and that's all you can do. That's it. You're done. So it's kind of limited like a laptop. But the footprint is really, really tiny, and they're very reliable. I mean, they're made by Intel, right? So Intel has a pretty good reputation. Still, I'm just waiting for a Cronus so I can wrap this up. Can we get this under 6 hours? Would that be possible? Bob says he's with the 101st Airborne veteran, 23 years in the U.S. Army. Very cool. Very cool. Something to be very proud of. Absolutely. And Lloyd says he was in the 3rd Battalion, H Company? I don't know military talk. I have no discipline whatsoever. I would not work out well. The military is not a good place for freedom of thought. If you're a creative and imaginative person and you don't want to be anymore, they will remove it from you. That's according to my friend who used to be very creative and imaginative until he joined the Navy, and it totally changed him. He is not the guy he once was. But you know what? There's an admiration and a respect, despite the fact that it changed who he was. That may be for the better, maybe, I don't know. But the fact that he did it, I didn't do it. You know what I mean? So, but he was a different guy when he came out. He was not as fun. He's kind of broken in my opinion. But maybe that's what he needed. I don't know. But regardless of that, he went in for all the right reasons and maybe didn't have the right expectations for what he was getting himself into. So I've seen the military turn some people around that were going in the wrong direction with drugs and alcohol and partying and just being completely irresponsible. And then they go to the military and suddenly they become productive, mature adults contributing to society when they get out. Some stay in and stay in for, until retirement because it's a good fit for them. It really works well. And then there are other people it doesn't work so well with, but that's not very common. I think that the fact that they all have something in common is that they've all volunteered themselves to put their lives on the line for the government officials who decide you're going to fly 4,000 miles or 10,000 miles across the planet and put yourself in harm's way and maybe die so far from home. That's I can't even put into words what that must be like. How much more can you possibly give? And how can you not have respect for that? It's not possible. I don't like to say anything negative about the military. I don't like to do it. But there's some people who get damaged, and it's sometimes not reversible. But that's not where the focus needs to be. The focus, in my opinion, needs to be on the fact that they voluntarily put themselves there. It wasn't like they were bullied and have PTSD because of bullies like I do. They have it because they put their life on the line, or from day to day didn't know, what that day, that was going to be their last day, and had reasonable reason to seriously ponder that thought. And to be so far away from your family, to be so isolated and alone, you have a whole new family that you count on. You've got to protect each other. And I can only speak from my imagination. I have no idea what that's like. I've never would voluntarily put myself in that position unless I didn't have a choice. So what does that say about me? It says you'd be in the brig and dishonorably discharged is what it says about you. Yeah, probably. They'd still be looking for me. AWOL. You can't keep a guy like me down. You can't keep me trapped in a place. I got to get out, man. I got to get out. I took a cruise to see what it was like. Hated it. Oh my God, I felt so trapped. I'm on this boat with all these people. And it's like 5 o'clock. It's dinner time. And they're lined up to go have dinner. They're lined up. The doors aren't open to the dining room. They are lined up to be first. We're not going anywhere. You're not getting off the boat. The dining room is there for everybody. We're just here to eat. Look, if you're on a cruise, you're either newlywed, overfed, or nearly dead. Have you been on a cruise? Probably not lately. So this is what we do. We stay trapped on this boat in the middle of the ocean, and we try to occupy our time with slot machines where we can lose money, overpriced drinks where we can lose money, not just alcoholic drinks, a simple Coke. Everything's got a tip on it, right? You got to tip everything all the time. And then at the end, you get another tip. It's really expensive. It's really uncomfortable. It's really crowded. Oh, yeah, we're stopping at an island. We're going to get a little tender. You can get on a little boat and go out to a little island. Doesn't that sound like fun? Yeah, you and 2,000 other people wait in line. The boat will take 100 of you at a time. It'll go back and forth 20 times. In about 2 hours, you should be on the boat. You'll have 4 hours there, and then you can get back on the boat. You can wait another 2 hours to get back on the boat, and then come back in. And if you miss the boat, we're going to leave you behind, but have a good time. I hated it. Get me off this boat now. So trapped, what's the word? Claustrophobic. Oh my God. And I was worried. I was like, I may not like this. I didn't. So I did it 2 more times. Second time was actually pretty good, and the third time, I was done. I got so sick. I think I got the H1N1 virus. Remember when that was a thing? Swine flu or whatever? Ooh. So I paid all this money so I could become deathly ill, not be able to work, have a fever over 100 degrees for over a week, thought I was dying. Great time. Oh yeah. I'll never forget Ensenada. Totally worth it. Not a fan. Yeah, I absolutely did not like, I did not. So the second cruise was good. I should say that I was paid to go on the first and second cruise. I was paid because I was a presenter for a computer club in Florida. And so they paid me. And I'm like, how bad could it be, It was bad. No, that wasn't the first. That was the second and third cruise. My bad. The first cruise was the stupidest thing I ever did, which was, I said, I don't want to spend a lot of money because I may not like it, but I didn't like it because I didn't spend a lot of money. Let me explain. I found the cheapest cruise I could find, mistake number 1. To go the shortest distance possible, mistake number 2, so that I could gauge whether or not I would feel claustrophobic or I would enjoy the experience. not an accurate assessment based on the first two factors. So I did not know at the time because I'm slow. I ended up taking a booze cruise from LA to Catalina Island on the cheapest cruise line at the time. Was it Carnival? The wait time to get on the tender to get from the cruise ship to Catalina Island, and there's nothing on Catalina. I've been to Catalina Island like 4 or 5 times. There's nothing there. There's a casino. You can ride a horse. Have a good time. I'm like, I think this empty ship is actually, all these people got off the ship to go to the little tender and wait in the line for 2 hours to go to the empty island with nothing on it but a casino. There's a casino on the ship. But regardless, I had this whole ship that was like suddenly empty. I didn't have the whole ship, but comparatively speaking, it was relatively deserted. I was like, hey, this is pretty nice. I like cruising. And then the people came back and it was like, get me off of this boat. Jane, get me off of this crazy thing. It was yeah. I paid money to do that. How stupid am I? Now, if you personally own a yacht or a nice sailboat, I don't even care if it's a Bayliner, and it's just you and me, maybe a couple others, no more than 6 people, and I don't have to pay for it, I'll throw in some gas money. Let's go. I love being on a boat on the water. That's great. You want a rowboat? You want to get in a canoe? Fine, sign me up as long as we're not going where the people are. One of my most enjoyable experience in Michigan since I was a child is getting in a canoe. In Michigan, there's all kinds of lakes and rivers, lots and lots. And not the biggest population compared to California or, whatever. So there's a lot of elbow room. There's a lot of free space. And so when I went back to Michigan last year and the year before, I made it a point to relive my childhood and get in a canoe and go on the river. And in both cases, I was basically the only person on the river. The river's like 132 miles long. The Osabo River is 132 miles long. And it's only about 40, 50, 60 feet wide. Maybe 3 to 8 feet deep, mostly 3 feet. If you tip, oh no, I have to walk to shore. But it's so peaceful. And it was so calming, and it was all surrounded by nature. No cell phone signal, so you're on your own. I loved it. Even to this day, it's empty. You could see wildlife, eagles, deer, squirrels, raccoons, I don't know, beavers maybe? I don't know. I didn't see beaver, but they're probably out there. Yeah. And then I was talking to the B&B owner, and I was like, hey, it's really nice. It's empty. Oh, you should have been here last week for spring break. I'm like, all right. I don't know, right? That wasn't a thing when I was growing up. But I imagine it probably got crowded for a weekend on spring break. That's typical pretty much anywhere. I don't care about that. That's an exception. Any other time you go out there, it's all yours. It is all yours. There's so much room. If you live and you're constantly sort of jammed in with a lot of people, year after year after year after year after year, for me, it's a strong desire to have a little me space, a little my area. This is mine. Stay away. I'll bite. There's a contribution from Marty. Hey, Marty, what are you doing up late, man? He's a night owl like I am. He's contributed $20, and then he contributed $5, and he wants to know what I'm doing up. I'm working, Marty. I'm waiting for Acronis. It's still analyzing an image. It's like, I don't know. I might give up on it here in a couple minutes. I probably should eat sometime today. Is it 11:30 at night? That'd be fine. I'll eat something. I have some chips. I have some popcorn that David Price sent me from Maryland. I can have some popcorn. You should have taken Jimmy and Lyle with you. I wish that was an option. I'm sure they would have loved it. There's so many trees. They'd be like, oh, it's going to be a while. I got to check my pee mail. The dog goes out and he has to sniff the same spots that he pees to see if he's got any pee responses. That's his pee mail. I just hope he doesn't leave any attachments. Ba-dum-bum-ch. Where's Mitch? Come on. Oh, man. Lyle's like, oh, that was a bad dad joke. He just kind of gave me a half roll and a sigh. Like, please help me. Yeah, I've been in the desert for 40 years, right? Typically, you hear somebody leave Michigan and go, I am so tired of the snow and the cold weather. I can't wait to experience my first snow and cold weather. And one of the things I'm looking forward to is I'm going later in the year, this year than last year. So I'll be in Michigan and I should start seeing, it should be cold enough for the colors of fall, for all the trees to start dropping their leaves, and it should be beautiful and crisp. It won't be cold necessarily, but it should be crisp. You know how long it's been since I have breathed cool, crisp air? It just happens when I go on vacation out of the state. It doesn't happen in this state, ever. Even in Flagstaff, it's just not the same. It's still too dry. But it smells better. I don't know how to explain it. It just smells better. It's very... Something in my mind says, this place I'm here, this is not healthy, and that place over there is far healthier. I can smell it. It's like drinking tap water versus bottled water. I suppose it's water, but if I had a choice, something tells me to get the spring water. I don't... It might technically be the same, I don't know, but there's the filtered tap water that's purified, and there's the spring water untouched by man. I think the spring water's healthier. He says, maybe I should send some Old Bay potato chips. Is that you? That's you in the chat? You should be blue. Why are you not blue? Old Bay potato chips sound amazing. Yes, please do. Please do send them. The thing about the caramel corn is it's very sweet, and I don't have much of a sweet tooth, so I can't eat a lot of it. I'll eat like maybe one handful, and that's a lot. And I'm afraid it might go stale before I finish it. But the Old Bay caramel corn, I would have never imagined that mixture, and it was quite interesting and a little scary to try it. But it was actually, the more I eat it, the more I like it. But again, it's still a bit sweet for me. I like things that are bland. I like vanilla ice cream. I like a hot dog on a bun with no ketchup, no mustard, no relish, no onions, no chili, no nothing. Just a hot dog in a bun. Hamburger, same thing. No cheese, no ketchup, no tomato, no pickle, nope. Just give me the burger on a bun. Cook a steak, put salt and pepper on it. Don't ruin it. Put salt and pepper on both sides. Cook it till it's pink. We're good. Leave it alone. Nature made it just the way. Don't mess it up. Corn on the cob, leave the husk on it. Stick it in an oven at 200 degrees for about 2 hours. It'll be the best corn you ever had. Put some butter on there, put some salt on there. Best corn you've ever had. Leave it alone. I love bland. And anything that can enhance the blandness, I'm all about. Seasoning, salt and pepper, it brings out the beauty of the blandness. Just savor that. A plain grilled chicken breast on white or wheat bread with salt and pepper, nothing else. Oh, God, don't get me talking about food. Don't do this. And don't let my foods touch. I don't want my foods touching. They all go together in your stomach. Well, my stomach doesn't have taste buds, does it? Rusty Nail says, Old Bay potato chips are great. I didn't even know such a thing existed. I have to explain to people what Old Bay is in Arizona. They don't know. They think I'm making it up. It's some new age hippie thing. That's been around longer than I've been alive. A lot longer. It's like a staple on the East Coast. How could you not know what that is? Crazy. I'm introducing Old Bay to people all the time. I enjoy it on white button mushrooms with butter, Old Bay, and some garlic powder. Oh, and I've learned a new trick. Cut up a jalapeno, slice it up, dice it up. Put it in the pan with butter and let it kind of brown. Then put the mushrooms in with the garlic powder and the Old Bay. You don't really taste the jalapeno, or you don't really taste it, but after you eat the mushroom and you swallow it, there's this burn, very light. It's not like, oh my God, my mouth's on fire, I need some milk, it's not like that. It's a very mild little sensation, and it's like, ooh, hello, I think I'll have another one. And then you can do the same with popcorn. Again, you can put your coconut oil, put your sliced and diced jalapenos, and if you like spicy popcorn, add a serrano, add a habanero, cut them, just one, cut it up, and let that coconut oil heat up and let it, infuse into the oil. Then add your popcorn kernels in a regular pot, just a pot. Put the lid on the pot. Pop it as usual, dump it out as usual, salt and butter as usual. But now when you eat the popcorn, it still tastes like popcorn. But after you swallow it, depending on how many and what kind of pepper you put in, I made popcorn that was deceptively, like, you eat it and you're like, oh, hello, I need some water. I was way, way too hot. But just one jalapenos, nothing. It's nothing. I come from Michigan. We don't eat spicy food in Michigan. So, like, for me to eat a jalapeno, it has to be pretty mild. Like, I'm not into pain. Some people are like, oh, try this, it'll set your mouth on fire. You go ahead. Let's say we did that, okay? Let's not do it, but let's say we did it. So I need to update the mushroom video and the popcorn video. Yeah, I need to redo those because I like it so much better now. Yeah, I wish I'd have thought of that a long time ago. It's not, I can't emphasize this enough. It doesn't burn, it doesn't hurt. It's just an interesting sensation that comes after you swallow. You don't get it while you're chewing. And then, of course, if you keep eating, then you'll start to build up. But it's super delicious. It's very interesting. And yeah, I need to. And of course, you can add more and different kinds of peppers if you want to spice it up even hotter. But I just like that little tiny. So like a Detroit pizza, right? Or Detroit barbecue potato chips. They have a little spice. They have a little tanginess. So in Arizona, you get like the regular Frito-Lay potato chips that are barbecue. They taste like ketchup. Or the pizza, the sauce tastes like ketchup. In Michigan, there's a little vinegar in it. A little vinegar. Not a lot, just a little bit. And it makes you go, ooh. It's got a little teeny tiny cute little bite. It's like a little tiny baby animal's just nipping at you and you go, look at how cute, he's biting me, isn't that cute? It's a little teeny tiny little bite. And it's just, after I have eaten in same way, I've now made this little change that sort of got me excited again, like, oh wow, I wish I'd have thought of this sooner. And I have to share that with you because if that's of interest or you're curious, it's a very inexpensive experiment. Are you going for a new record on a live stream? I'm just trying to get one job. I had one job. No, I had like 5, but I'm still on job number 1. Not my fault this is happening. Troy says, carry in Acronis under tools and more. You can use it to format fresh drive that the system can't read. I was thinking that was in there, but I've never done it that way. But let me turn you blue, Troy, because I appreciate that's a very helpful tip. And I wouldn't normally, I kind of stick with what I know in the concept of being efficient, but clearly this is taking a lot longer than, this is not efficient. So let's just shut it down. I'm gonna hold the power button in because I'm done waiting. Something's wrong. That shouldn't be taking that long. And when I turn it back on, it should immediately start from the flash drive again and bring us back into Acronis one more time. And then I'll look under tools and I'll see if I can format. I don't think it's a format. I think it needs a complete system partition wipe. Oh, that was interesting. I had a weird disconnect just happen right at the 6-hour mark. And no drop frames. So that tells me there was, well, first of all, that's interesting. OBS says I've been live 5 hours and 58 minutes. YouTube says I've been live 6 hours and 30 seconds. Somebody's not telling the truth. I can't be live if OBS isn't streaming. So OBS has to be telling the truth, and YouTube is not telling the truth. Unless that's a delay in the future. I don't know how that works. And my dog is snoring. I have literally talked my dog to sleep. It's not just your dog that's asleep. Who said that? Is that AA Ron? You done messed up, AA Ron. You guys can't see this. Tools. Utilities. Add a new disk, clone a disk. Acronis Drive Cleanser. Permanently destroy all the data on your partitions. Well, I don't have any partitions. So that doesn't do it for me. There's no format here. Maybe add a new disk. What does that do? Disk 1 is dynamic. I don't know why it says it's dynamic. That's really weird. And then let's hit next. I don't know what I'm doing. The destination dynamic hard disk drive you've chosen contains some dynamic volumes that could contain useful data. No, that doesn't. Deletion of all volumes on the destination. Yeah, fine. Do it. I don't care. Initialize an MBR layout or GPT layout. Okay, that's a good sign. I like that. MBR, please. I would like some MBR. Unable to lock the dynamic disk. Boot your computer from a Linux-based bootable media and then try again. What if I don't? What if I just try again? No? What if I said GPT? What will that do? No. Denied. Okay. All right. I see where you're going. I see what's happening here. Let's hold the power button in and shut it off. Linux-based. Linux-based. I have a Linux-based Acronis right here. It's almost like I did this for a living. How you like me now? Acronis True Image, 64-bit. Okay, we're loading. Carrie, the chat said the USB on the left are super speed and the ones on the right are 2.0. Well, I'm using the ones on the left just by coincidence, but I can't. I don't know that this laptop is new enough. It was still taking forever. All right, let's do this again. Tools and utilities. Add a new disk. Disk 1 is dynamic and hit next. It's all the same stuff. Blah, blah. You can destroy all the data. Yes, destroy it. Initialize disk and MBR layout. Yes, yes, yes. Next. Disk 1 unallocated partition. Check the box. Yes. Yep. Well, looks good. Accept. Looks fine. Good. Next. Proceed. Wiped out. Done. Okay. Well, now that I'm on a roll, and because I have a backup on the other flash drive, I'm going to take the customer's original mechanical hard drive that I removed last year and plug it into the USB port. Give that a second. The blue light is flashing. It says it's analyzing the partition, so that means it recognizes the USB. We'll go to Tools and Utilities, and we're going to choose Clone Disk. This is all the same stuff that I had the close-up on. What's the source drive? The source drive is 465 gig. It can't see that it's Western Digital. It only sees the controller. That's the USB cable, which is a little tricky. That's a little tricky. And I realize you can't see what I'm doing, so I'm just kind of reading it out loud because it's an exact replication of what I already did with the camera on it. So you're mostly just watching a Cronus with a little clock right now as it's analyzing the data. That takes a little bit of time. And then hopefully it'll offer me the internal drive, and I'll just select it. And then the little green bar will move across the screen, and when it's done, we should be done for the day. Don't most people get a 15-minute break after 2 hours? Then they take lunch after 4 hours, and lunch is usually a half an hour or an hour. And they come back, work another 2 hours, get another 15-minute break, and then work another 2 hours, and then they go home. Isn't that how that's supposed to work? I've read about people like that. Where do you get one of those jobs? When I go this long and I'm out of communication with people, it sometimes creates problems. So I apologize. It's a little rude for me to go back there and look at my phone. I don't like it when people do that. But it's been 6 hours. Are you still alive? What's happening? Did you stop liking me? Yes. Yes, I did. Ask again. Abdul contributes $7.77. He says, no likey HP, something like that on brakes. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. Now disk 1, which says it's a 447 gig SanDisk SSD Plus, that's the one we installed a couple hours ago, is now available for us to select. So thanks for the tip, I appreciate it. That did the trick. So it's going to erase the partition in the format that we just partitioned and formatted, because before it was a dynamic disk. I don't know why Acronis couldn't just do that. I mean, obviously it has the ability. I might have to bring that up. Maybe Acronis 2021, if I had been using that, wouldn't have done the same. I don't know. It's pretty weird. I probably won't see that again. And we'll hit next. And then it says, hey, your destination drive may contain data. You're about to destroy it. So that's why I tell you, you've got to be very careful over the direction of your clone, that you're selecting the right source and the right target. So it's showing the drive is empty now, and when we're done, it'll just be about a 1/10 full. And then it shows there'll be additional partitions as well. Yeah, great, whatever. Go ahead. And now it's doing it. Now it's finally doing the first thing. But I'm still happy to have an image. I don't normally have time. And if I would have had time a year ago, it wouldn't have mattered. I don't usually hold on to customer images that long. But if I did, then it wouldn't have mattered if the customer had the mechanical drive, because I'd still have an image of it. In this particular instance, it works out the same. But I do like to have an image of any customer's computer that I repair for 30 days after the repair with the customer's consent. Most customers are appreciative that I'm doing that for free, to warehouse your data with no charge under the circumstance that if the work I did fails, I can put it back to the way it was when I delivered it to you. Most people are everybody that I've ever dealt with is very appreciative. I had one customer call me and say, remember how you told me you made a backup on my machine about a year and a half ago? And I'm like thinking to myself, this isn't going anywhere good. I said, yeah. Well, my neighbor's a drug addict, and I'm sure he broke into my house while I was at work, and he stole my laptop. And my son, who died, I have pictures of my son on there, and I lost them. They're gone. I don't have them. She was absolutely convinced that her drug-addicted neighbor, I don't know how she knows this, broke into her home while she was at work and stole, among other things, her laptop, with which she had a son who died in a car accident. Tragic story. It's really bad. Very young. And she didn't make backups of those photos. Now, I'm sure they're not the only photos, but they were probably unique photos. And I was hoping you still had that backup of my stuff. Like I would hold on to her stuff for free for a year and a half. I mean, there's no harm in asking. But really? Of course I don't know. First of all, what if I got robbed? Then I have your stuff. And then what if the person's intelligent enough to know that's a true image and restore it and get all your personal files? And then I'm held accountable for that. So there's this weird sort of balance between protecting myself and putting myself in harm's way by being a nice guy. Here, let me hold on to a copy of your data. It's not my data, it's yours. Let me hold on to that for you indefinitely for free and use my storage space, my drives. I didn't offer that. I never offered. Why would you? Okay, so I understand. Maybe there was a long shot I still had it, I guess. But that'd be a little creepy. That would be a little creepy. Oh yeah, I still have your data from a year and a half ago. Let me go get that for you. Oh, thank goodness. Now I'm going to sue you. Like, that's a real interesting situation where you're trying to do the right thing and you get in trouble. So 30 days. 30 days is my rule. If you don't need it in 30 days, then your work is good. And it's on you now. You've had 30 days to make a backup. That's not my responsibility unless you pay me for that. And if you pay me for that, like an insurance company, I'm now held liable and responsible to secure that and to be able to provide it on demand if it's needed. That's what clients pay me. That's part of my job. No home user pays me to do that. No home user has ever put me on a retainer and said, do this for me every month or whatever the frequency, every week. It's never, ever happened. You know why? Because you could just buy carbonite and be done with it if you're a home user. If you're a business, maybe carbonite could work, but it's not practical. So I have a service for businesses that includes maintenance. It means you're going to have all your updates, all your antivirus, all your security, all your optimizations, and all your data is going to be backed up and stored off the cloud, old school, so we know where it is and we have full control over it. And the owner of the business also gets a copy of the data at least once every 3 months, and I request that they take it home and put it in a safe. So if I die, if I fall off the face of the earth, look, at the end of the day, it's their business. It's every bit of data the business has ever created in the history of the business. I think the business owner should take a copy of that home every once in a while and put it somewhere secure. I have a customer who so doesn't understand technology that he says to me, I'm starting to build a lot of these drives up in the safe. How do we destroy them? I said, give me back a few of them that are the oldest, and I can recycle them. I can update them with the latest backup and give it back to you in the next 3 months. He goes, well, how much are they? I said, a 1 terabyte backup drive 2 years ago $60. He goes, for $60, I'm just really nervous. I'm just really nervous. I would feel better if we could destroy these drives. I go, they've only been used once. They're brand new. They've been used one time. But, you're right. It is only $60. But do you know what's involved in destroying a drive? It's kind of expensive. You have to physically shred the drive. Like they have a machine that shreds it, or you have to smash it into pieces with manual labor. It's a lot of work. We could just hand the drive back to me, and I will update it and recycle it, and then give it back to you, and we can keep rotating these around. I would just feel better to spend the $60 and destroy these drives. Whatever you want to do. At that point, don't argue with your customer. You've explained it. They've explained it. Respect their wishes and give them what they want. And so that's what we did. I had upgraded a couple of their computers from mechanical drives to solid state drives. I said, well, what do you want me to do with the old drives? Because they have employee data, customer data. I can securely erase them. No. Well, I can recycle them. We can reuse them in the office in another project. No. Okay, what would you like me to do? They're perfectly fine. They're just a little obsolete for our needs, but they're perfectly fine. We can securely erase them and even donate them to. No, I need those drives destroyed. I need evidence that those drives are absolutely, completely destroyed. Yes, sir. If that's what you want, that's exactly what I will do. So all I'm saying is, you've heard me. That's all I'm asking you to do. Just hear me. You've heard me. Now I'm going to hear you. So after you've heard me and you've understood me, and you say, no, I don't want that, the conversation is now over. You're the customer, and if that's what you want to do, that's what we'll do. No problem. I, as a technician, go, that's a waste of money. There's no reason to be that paranoid, but it's also not my business. And so if that data gets out and it causes an effect, how does that affect me? Apart from a lawsuit, the fact is that's his business. How dare I? How dare I? If he says that's what he wants, that's what he gets. That's my job. He's the boss. I work for him. He doesn't work for me. So instinctively, I want to say, but that doesn't make any sense, man. Don't go there. Don't do it. My instinct is like, oh, such a waste. He's the customer. That's what you want. You understand. Yes. And that's what you want. Yes. Then that's what you'll get. I did what I could do. I said, hey, you got a computer that needs repaired. Would you mind if I filmed it? No, I'd rather you didn't. Okay. And then he starts telling me why. I didn't ask why. I don't need to know why. It's none of my business. He goes, look, man, they could look up serial numbers. They can see that's associated. I'm like, no, they can't. The serial numbers of the motherboard and the hardware are not associated to you in any way, but it doesn't matter because you don't want me to. And you don't have to explain why. That's why I asked. I asked if you would. I told you I can't show you all my repairs. Some customers don't like that. And it doesn't matter why. It's none of my business. It's fine. No worries. But that's why I have a job. If they understood the technology better, maybe they knew they could do what I'm doing and they could save some money and do it themselves. Don't let the secret get out. Anybody can do what I do. But they don't have time. Even if he could do it, which he can, he doesn't have time. He'd rather pay me and delegate that responsibility just like his other employees. He doesn't do their jobs either. He's capable. He's busy being the boss. Whatever he's doing is working because he's got employees and I don't. So I can't tell him how to run a business. How preposterous would that be? Let me give you some business advice, Mr. More Successful by far than me. No, not a good business move. So anytime I show a repair, I ask, is this okay? People generally know, and I would assume, look forward to seeing the video. But some people have no clue. They don't know I have a YouTube channel. They don't care. Just fix my computer. Do you mind if I film it? I don't care. Just get it done. Is it going to make it take longer? It's a day either way, you know. Whatever. Just get it done. Okay. Usually, that's the response. Every once in a while, somebody will say, I'd rather you didn't. And I don't ask why. Never ask why. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why. It's a yes or no question. Well, according to YouTube, I'm 6 hours and 20 minutes into this live stream, and I'm not even halfway done with the clone. Lyle's legs are twitching. You think he's chasing some bunnies? An Arizona burrito and a taco on me? I don't eat that stuff. See, that's all mixed in foods. That's all like beans and lettuce and tomatoes and ground beef, and it's all rolled into a tortilla. No. You can have mine. Don says, did you feed the dog? Yeah, they eat at 5 o'clock, and I didn't go on until 6. So they were fed, and they got a little treat a couple hours ago here on camera. And they're just kind of sleeping. They're a little out of their routine tonight. This is not normally where they would be, but they're usually wherever I am. So this is, what is it? It's 12 o'clock at night. It's just after midnight. They would normally be in the bedroom. It's kind of funny because sometimes Lyle will see me go through a certain routine, and he knows the end of that routine is the bedroom. He'll just go into the bedroom and wait. He's like, oh, I know where he's going. He's not done that tonight. He's still by my side. I guess he feels like I need to protect him. He's like, hey, keep an eye on me while I'm sleeping, would you? I'm his dog, apparently. What if the bunnies are chasing him? Hey, look, I don't know what's going on in that dog brain of his. Noir says this is the best live stream. Riveting of 6 hours and 23 minutes of non-stop babble. My dogs love me. They are comfortable with you and know what you do. They know I feed them. Let's not take that too far. Oh, I'm sure they're great. What model of Fantex fans are those? Those are Fantex SKPWM fans. D RGB 140 millimeter 3-pack. Whatever that means. Yeah, about 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast for people still tuning in. Don't know why you're up this late. Go to bed. Thanks for hanging out, but go to bed. What are you doing? You crazy? Don't you people have jobs? They took our gerbs. Okay. Okay. This needs to finish pretty quick because I'm starting to feel a little pain. It's not good. Sometimes when I'm really focused on a problem, I don't think about eating. And then when things slow down and I have a moment to sort of realize I've not eaten or used the bathroom for 6.5 hours, and I think then it starts rolling in my head. And once it's there, like once the cat's out of the bag, it's hard to focus again. So we're going to wait for this. I'm going to see this through. I'm going to stick it out, and we're going to see this through, and I'll be fine. It's fine. But then we're going to wrap it up pretty quick afterwards because I'm starting to, it's just now. There's a little bit of pain. Richard Angeline's contributed $5. He says, a new record for me watching a stream. There you go. Right? What's wrong with you? Ooh, that kind of hurts. Ow. Suck it up. Be tough. I got an appointment tomorrow morning, too. I got 10 hours. It'll be fine. Ah. The discomfort I'm feeling isn't from not using a bathroom. If you don't eat, there's not a whole lot of need to expel anything. So no, the discomfort is in my tummy, and nothing looks good to me that's junk food on the table. And I really don't want to cook anything, and everything fast food is going to be closed. So I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll toast a bagel. It's bread, it's filling, it's easy. Take 10 minutes, there's no mess, it's fast. Crystal Robinson contributes $5 and says, enjoying your company this late night. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the support. Thanks for joining me. The Cronus is, we're nearing 50%. It's on step 5 of 8. So we're, according to the step, we're more than 50%, but according to the green bar, we're less than 50. I don't know. It's done when it's done. Again, it's doing all the work. All we have to do is wait. And it'll wait patiently when it's done. I can go to bed. This will finish when it's finished. It'll wait for me indefinitely. Hours, days, weeks. It'll be there waiting. Be fine. But I'd like to see it through. I'd like to finish what I started. Pop-Tarts. I don't have any Pop-Tarts. I kind of went through this weird Pop-Tart phase. It's really weird because I don't have much of a sweet tooth, and Pop-Tarts look sweeter than they are. And then I got one that wasn't frosted, which are pretty rare. And I'm not a fan of strawberry, and it seems like all the non-frosted ones were primarily strawberry. And I thought, oh, there were peanut butter Pop-Tarts. And they had like a little sugar sprinkle on the top instead of icing. And they're really good. So then I bought some more, and then I bought some more, and then I was like, what am I doing? What am I eating Pop-Tarts? And then they sat on the counter in the background for like 3 months, and they threw them in the garbage. I don't know how long they're good for. And I'm like, just these aren't healthy. Get them out of the house. I'm done. I will do that. I will go through a fad of like, oh, I got to have some Pringles, and I'll eat Pringles for 2 months, and then I don't want another Pringle for another year. Cheez-Its. I'll eat a box of Cheez-Its, and then, no, I always want another box of Cheez-Its. The toasty ones especially. Yeah, those never get old. Try butter on a Pop-Tart. Any flavor? That doesn't sound good. This is what the stream has become. It's become, what's Carrie going to eat? I don't know what I got. I got a lot of food at the other studio. Man, I have frozen pizza. I was in a weird mood. I bought Hot Pockets. They're disgusting. The last time I had a Hot Pocket, true story, I went to Burning Man in 2009, and I was in a $250,000 RV that a friend of mine had and offered to help pay for gas, and I could sleep on the couch in the RV, and it was good. It was cool. We were there 9 days. Burning Man's a 7-day event. We were there 9 days. We were there a day before, and we were there a day after. Anyway, that's a long time. But it was a beautiful, luxurious RV. That's not the way Burning Man's supposed to be. In the true spirit of Burning Man, you should be in a tent. You should be surviving. This was surviving. But Burning Man was happening outside the RV, okay? When you look through the windows, Burning Man was outside. Nothing when Burning Man was happening in the RV. That was like this weird bubble of luxury with air conditioning. Who has air conditioning at Burning Man? Well, I guess these days. But anyway, I suppose there's no Burning Man this year. Regardless, the guy who owned the RV, he had this freezer. Has a fully luxurious $250,000, or maybe it was more than that. I don't know. It was a big modern RV. More money than I have, okay? So it was at least $10. And in his freezer, he had this Costco-sized big box of Hot Pockets. And I swear, every day he said to me, would you like a Hot Pocket? No, I packed my own food. I packed beef jerky, I packed Doritos, I packed Pringles, I packed things I don't have to cook or don't have to clean, and it's instantly available. And I don't have much of an appetite in the desert in 110, 115 degree days and 40 degree nights. It's mostly survival. So I sort of knew what to expect because I had been to Burning Man in 2003, and was it 2003? Yeah, and then again in 2009. So, is that right? I think it's right. Every day, which you're like, no, it's disgusting. I don't want a Hot Pocket. I'm not that hungry. I'm in the desert with nothing. It's no life. It's barren. There's no life. There's no plants. There's no animals. There's no insects. It's just barren. Death all around you. And I'm like, I'll be fine. Keep your Hot Pocket. Day 9 or day 8, right at the end of it all, I was out of Doritos and I was out of beef jerky. I'd eaten all of it. And I was starting to feel hungry and I was starting to miss home. And he takes the box and he's getting a Hot Pocket and there's one left. He goes, there's one left. Do you want a Hot Pocket? And I said, you wore me down. Yeah. And he puts it in the microwave because there's no oven. It's an RV, so it has a microwave. I hate food in the microwave. I just hate it. You want to heat up some water? You want to pop some popcorn? That's what a microwave oven's for, as far as I'm concerned. It serves no other purpose. So he puts the Hot Pocket in that little chemical sleeve, pushes the buttons on the microwave, and I'm like, God, I must be hungry. This whole process is disgusting. It was the best Hot Pocket I ever ate. I'm like, here it goes. Wait a minute. And I ate the Hot Pocket, and I looked across the little table the RV has, and he had eaten his Hot Pocket. And I said, I'm about to tell you something you will only hear at Burning Man. He says, what's that? I said, thank you for the Hot Pocket. Well, there goes that sponsorship opportunity. Bye, Hot Pockets. Damn, I was this close. There's a comedian named Jim Gaffigan who's the most famous routine this comedian has ever done is about Hot Pockets. And if you haven't seen it, you need to go right now and search YouTube for Jim Gaffigan Hot Pockets. And I promise, if you know what a Hot Pocket is, you will pee yourself. It's that funny. It is not good advertising for Hot Pockets. He says, oh, now they have lean pockets. That's for people who want to eat healthy but still want diarrhea. What do the directions on that package say for cooking? Remove from package, place directly in toilet. That's funny stuff. And that's just a taste. That's a bad word, but that's a bad choice of words. That is just a little sample of that whole routine. And when Jim Gaffigan does his stand-up comedy, he is obligated. That's what people want to see. Do the Hot Pockets thing you do. So like a band that has a big hit, they save it for the end. And so when he does his tour, his comedy tours, you're like, he didn't do the Hot Pockets thing. He has to do the Hot Pockets thing. So at the end, he'll sort of do that at the end. And it's always funny. It's never not funny because it's very relatable. Very, very funny. How long before someone sends you Hot Pockets? I assure you, if you send me Hot Pockets, they will be cooked before they hit my front door, and they will go straight into the garbage can. It's 110 plus degrees outside. So sending anything that's perishable from heat will be completely destroyed. I have a metal mailbox. If the package goes in the metal mailbox, that mailbox, the internal mailbox, probably hits around 200 degrees Fahrenheit. And I may not check the mail for hours after it's been delivered. I don't know. Sometimes the mail's here at 10 a.m. and sometimes the mail's here at 4 p.m. I don't know what's going on at the post office. So they're going to be well cooked and ruined. Do not send perishable food items to Phoenix or Nevada, like Las Vegas, or Albuquerque in the summer. It will be completely ruined. I promise you it's a complete waste of money. Don't do it. Now in the wintertime, maybe, but not in the summer. It won't survive. Don't waste your money. Please don't waste your money. Contribute to the channel and I can use it to make more videos. Don't send me any Hot Pockets. Please, 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 please. That's just mean and a waste of food. If you call that food. I mean, if Velveeta is cheese, then I guess Hot Pockets are pizza. Microwave food, Ghost Shadow says, is a massive step up from United States Marine Corps mess hall food. I don't know. I went to camp when I was about 10, and we had the big mess hall. I thought food was pretty good. It's probably not the same thing, though, huh? I had a bunk bed in a cabin, and there were like 5 bunk beds along one wall, and the cabin wasn't probably bigger than my kitchen. And the beds were just little twin-sized beds, and I was just 10 years old, so basically the same size I am now. And then the beds, the mattress was about the 1/8 in and on springs, and then there was, you picked where you wanted to sleep, just like an army barracks, I guess, I don't know. And then you had a camp counselor who was kind of like the drill sergeant, but I guess nicer. And then there was a little river with a little bridge, and that's where the girls, there was like a girls' camp, and you weren't allowed to cross that bridge after 6 o'clock at night. And they did campfires and played the guitar and rowboat and taught us survival stuff. I don't remember any of it. Identify plants and trees. We saw a garter snake. I still have a picture of it. We just stumbled upon it. Ooh, scary. And we were alone, away from our families. So it kind of was, at that age, it was kind of frightening. And I can't remember where the camp was, what it was called, how old I was, and my parents don't recall ever sending me to a camp. But I have the photos. Because I had a little 110 camera. Remember 110? I had a 110 camera, and I shot a whole roll of film. And I have pictures of the cabins and a picture of the counselor. I don't know his name. I have no idea who he is. There's a picture of the snake. There's a picture of the bridge over the little creek that goes to the girls' side. And I searched the internet trying to find these cabins. Come to find out, it's a pretty standard layout for a campground. There was a big mess hall, giant building, big mess hall, and then 5 cabins kind of in a semicircle, like an arch, and then the little bridge, and then the river, and then 5 cabins exactly the same in the semicircle on the other side, and a big lake. I mean, it sounds perfect. And I remember there was a little town, I don't know, it had to be somewhere in Michigan. I know my parents probably drove for a little while to get me there, or maybe I took a bus. I don't know. I'm sure my parents drove me. And my parents, they don't know what I'm talking about. And so I went online and I started searching for, camps in the 70s. This had to be 1978. And I found one that looks just like it. I'm like, those look like the cabins. That looks like the mess hall. It's Michigan. How many? And I sent them the pictures. I said, can you tell me, is this your camp? And they said, I don't know what camp that is, but that's not our camp. And I'm like, given it's been quite a few years, could it be it's absolutely not our camp. I'm like, it kind of looks like your camp. She's like, no, sorry. I never found it. And to this day, it exists only in the developed film. And I didn't take a picture of the sign of the name of the camp. And I don't know if it was a Boy Scouts related thing or if it was a school related thing. I want to think it was Boy Scouts, but then why were the girls there? But if it was school, there's nobody I went to camp with I can remember. Like no schoolmates were with me. These were all new friends, and they didn't remain friends. Like I don't think I can reach out to a couple of childhood friends and say, "Did you go to camp?" But I recall I was alone. Like I was in a strange place surrounded by people I didn't know, sleeping in a bunk bed with somebody who I didn't know, with a camp counselor I never met. It was pretty frightening. But I loved it. Like it started frightening and then I warmed up to it. And I was like, that's pretty cool. It was fun. And then I wish I knew where it was. I have no idea. And if I didn't have the photos, I might doubt it ever happened. Maybe I dreamed it. My parents don't know what I'm talking about. Nobody I know seems to know what I'm talking about. This maybe didn't happen. I have photos. Glenn's Music says, I just joined. Please repeat everything. Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest broadcast. Today is September 1st. No, it isn't. Today's now September 2nd. Richard Angeline, watching the entire stream, says, I feel like I just put in a few days' work. You are definitely underpaid. I can tell you that. Thank you for the contribution. Matthew wants to know, what are my thoughts on the 3000 series NVIDIA cards? So we are going back. That's right at the beginning I talked about it. Well, if Acronis is an evil company because they come out with a new version of the software every year, then NVIDIA is also an evil company because they just came out with or they're going to come out with in 2 weeks, the 30 series graphics cards, which are twice as fast as the 20 series and half the price. Look, this is the same as it's always been. It's a graphics card. It's faster than the ones before it. In order for NVIDIA to stay in business, they have to innovate and give you a reason to buy another graphics card. Or after you have a graphics card, you don't need one, and then NVIDIA goes out of business. So if NVIDIA wants to stay in business, they have to give you a reason to buy another graphics card. That's the whole point of their business. But does this graphics card do anything special, different? It does it faster. Oh, let's get excited about that. So it's the same thing, but it's faster. Yes. Hold my excitement. Whoa, geez, you just got to complain about everything, Carrie. I just don't find that exciting. Show me something new. Show me something creative and innovative that's not the same thing but faster. Do you have any idea how much work it is to make that faster? I don't care. I didn't say my card was slow now. I mean, I'm ready for crying out loud with a Sapphire Nitro Plus 64, Vega 64. Ain't exactly leading the pack here in GPUs. With a 3090, you can game in 8K. No, I can't. I don't have an 8K TV. Well, you could buy one. Oh, that's good, because I had all this pile of money and I didn't know what to do with it. So I can buy something completely unnecessary because the numbers are bigger. Have you seen 8K? Nope. It's amazing. Okay. Have you tried fish tacos? I mean, you know, look, it's a business. They're doing what they have to. It's fully expected. There's no surprises. Prices are a little surprising, given NVIDIA's been pretty greedy lately with no real competition. You could say the same about Intel. But now the prices are pretty darn good. And I have a 2080 Ti blower style for Xenos sitting brand new in a box I haven't opened. I got a 1070 Ti sitting in my shelf for over a year. I haven't taken out of the box yet. And now there's a graphics card coming out in the next 2 weeks that's twice as fast and half as much money. How am I supposed to feel about that? Excited? Oh, I'm real excited. That's great. Thanks. Appreciate that. Let me look for something. I have a folder on my hard drive back here. At least I think I do. That I might be able to share with you. Oh, rats. I had to log in remotely to 2 customers tonight. It's an after business hours thing I got to do. But I still have to do that. All right, so I have pictures of this camp. I have these pictures. I know I do. Probably, see, I didn't know what to name it. I think it's just under old photos. Ah, yes. No. No, that's, there it is. Oh yeah. Okay. So I have witnesses. These pictures exist, and I did this. Okay, there's one thing I want to show you. Oh wow. So I have in my pictures folder, I have stumbled on some previous trips to Michigan I forgot about. When was that? It was a long time ago. It was 20 years ago. Okay, where's the other one I want to show you? Nope. How about this one? So I a couple of years ago, I said it'd be kind of cool if I made an intro for a video in a canoe, and I never used it. Because the audio, I'm not wearing a microphone, so the audio is not good. Yeah, that's not good. The camera's just not staying steady because the canoe's rocking back and forth. But I think we shot it a couple of times. Yes, no? Yeah, I think so. I think. Okay. Yeah. Got to do something while Cronus is working. Cronus is nearly done, so good. It's all going to work out good. Let's take a look. Oops. In OBS, you can add files individually, or you can add a whole directory. And I'll save myself some time. Oh, let's see what I did here. I don't have a mapped folder. Oops. That should work. So, okay. This is probably gonna, I can't pause this. These were the bunk beds. See, they're really thin, and we had a sleeping bag and a pillow. I don't know why I took pictures of this weird stuff, because I can't identify. There's a little bridge, that was a little tiny bridge, and the other side was the girl's side. Right? It was a big, like, oh, don't do that. There's a little garter snake we saw, and I took a picture of it. I don't know whose feet those are. You can see it says October of 1978 in the corner of the photo. That's the lake. That was the mess hall. So it was a pretty big building. And then those were the cabins. It was four. Was there 4 or 5 of them? They're kind of arched. But it turns out that's kind of, and the 3 windows on the side, like this other camp I found matched it. That was the camp counselor, this blonde-haired guy with the puffy coat. And the 2 windows on each side of the door. Everything matched on this campsite. And there was exit above the door. It was pretty sparse. There's no, I don't think there's one light in the whole, it's pretty rustic. But it looked a lot like Army barracks to me. I have no idea where this was. And no, those are just the few that I have. I think it was Boy Scouts. That was in Michigan. It had to be in Michigan. In 1978. I wouldn't have traveled anywhere. That would have been Michigan. I just don't know where. So that, I thought that was pretty. It was evidence that I wasn't making it up. And as for the intro I shot on the canoe, this is pretty rough. This would be normally edited. But let's see if I can play it. Let's see if it'll work.
Too far apart.
This is not good.
Because we're in the sun?
Yeah.
Gotta shoot the other way. I gotta get on the other side.
Yeah. Good luck.
Oh, it was a kayak. Sorry, my bad. So, yeah, I was in a kayak. Whatever. Same thing. Kinda. I'm like, hold on, I gotta get you so you can see me. There's a leg. You see any other people on that
Hey
river?
guys, welcome into my latest video. Hey guys, I'm here kayaking on the Ensemble River in northern Hey guys. Hi, it's Kerry Holzman and I'm here kayaking in the beautiful Ensemble River in northern Michigan. But you guys, you probably want to watch a computer video. So here's a new one for you. Enjoy.
It is not recording.
Yeah, and I think it just starts over. So, yeah, the camp was it had to be in Michigan. It had to be. And it may have been, a 90-minute or 2-hour drive from Detroit, somewhere towards the middle, I would guess, of Michigan. Put those knees away. Nobody ever sees my knees. Consider yourself lucky. There's a whole rumor that I even have knees. Glenn's Music has contributed 10 Australian dollars. He says, I have a tech question. Okay. My friend's PC, I'm going to sneeze. I feel it. Let me try and work through this. My friend's PC has a second hard disk drive that's suddenly not being recognized. Crystal ball. My friend's PC has a second hard disk drive that is suddenly not being recognized by Windows, but it has all of her documents. Should I take out the hard drive and send it someplace for data retrieval? I'm allergic to tech. Jeez. Yeah, that would just be perfect. Well, I answer your question. This has been finished since I came back. So let's go ahead and just, I don't have to click OK, or at this point, we just shut the machine down. Just shut it down. Hold the power button in. It will eventually shut off. I will once again disconnect the customer's mechanical original drive. I will unplug the Acronis Rescue USB stick, and ideally, it should now boot back to this customer's desktop the same way it did a year ago, approximately when it. Look at this. We got the rotating logo. It's all working. So, while that's working, if your customer has important documents and they did not make a copy of those documents, put them online somewhere or copy them to a flash drive somewhere to have a duplicate, that is a simple. Documents are small. Like they're not going to take a long time to upload. And is that uploaded? It's doing it. It's uploaded. It's loading the desktop. I don't know. When your customers don't make backups, and this is somebody you know, this is somebody that you've not met for the first time, presumably based on the story you're telling me, you should have been telling them, hey, if you're looking out for your friends, right, or if this is even a customer, you should be, are you making backups? Let me show you, or let me guide you. Just tell them bicarbonate. They don't even have to know nothing. It'll just work automatically. It just works. All right, there's what you should have done. Okay, but whatever. So now you're in the situation, and the shoulda, woulda, coulda isn't helpful. There's no knowing why that drive is not appearing. It could be something relatively simple or complex. You could have a firmware problem, a software problem, a hardware problem. It could have a platter damage. It could have a head read problem. It could have all sorts of possibilities. It's quite a variety of a buffet available to you. If the data is that important but wasn't important enough to back up, the safest thing for you to do is don't play with it. Get it disconnected immediately, because time is of the essence. The longer you wait, the less likely data recovery gets. Immediately, I mean immediately, disconnect it. Now, once you've disconnected it, once it is no longer getting power, and you want to sit on it a while, that's fine. But don't keep powering it up. Every time you power it up, whatever, if it has a mechanical problem, it will get worse. If it has a software problem, it may get worse. In no way does it get better in any circumstance. And if it's failing and it has a certain amount of time left, every second it's on is 1 second less the recovery expert has before the expense goes up and the time goes up and the potential of recovery goes down. Time is critical in data recovery or accidental file deletion. You need to respond immediately because over time you'll overwrite the empty area. Even if you didn't write anything intentionally, but you were browsing the web, the computer's downloading updates without you knowing it in the background. It's expanding temp files, virtual memory files. It's browsing the web. It's downloading images and data from the web, and it's saving that somewhere. And if that space has been marked as deleted, it says, "Oh, it's free space." It overwrites it. Even though you didn't actually save anything with intention by using the computer, it naturally overwrote it through its operation. Is that loaded? That's loaded. Okay, we're good back here. So that's laptop repair is good. I just need to put the screws back in it, give it back to the customer. Everything's cool. Data recovery is expensive. I have a video from $300 data recovery showing the massive investment he has. Over $250,000 in specialty hardware for different types of data recovery. Flash drive data recovery, solid state drive data recovery, RAID array data recovery, regular hard drive data recovery, bad firmware, bad head swaps. If there's platter damage, nobody can recover. Once the platter's damaged, it's done. So we don't know yet what the problem is, but I can tell you that most data recovery services, and I encourage you to get some pricing. It's typically 4 figures. It takes 2 to 4 weeks, with no recovery guaranteed. The reason why I did a piece on $300 data recovery is I've never seen data recovery offered that cheap. So you think it's probably some guy in Des Moines, Iowa sitting in his garage running SpinRite. No, this place is in Studio City, California, a very expensive place, I might add, and it's the cheapest data recovery, and they are very, very communicative with their customers. They will tell you every step of the way where hey, we got your drive in the mail. Hey, we did a test on your drive, and here's an attached list of files we can recover. If you want us to recover these files, it's $300, and then you need to provide us with something to recover them to, or we'll sell you an external drive for $100. So then you're at $400. If you don't see any files on here that you want, we're not able to get what it is you want, then it's $99. That's the fee for all the time it takes to get that far. Most of the time, they achieve 98% or better data recovery on 8 out of 10 drives. 2 out of 10 drives, they're just beyond what they can do, but nothing they're going to do to it will hinder the ability of one of those more expensive places. It won't reduce their likelihood of sending it to one of the more expensive places. It won't cause any, like if you try to fix it yourself, you could make it worse. What they're going to do isn't going to make it any worse. And most of the time, they'll save you a bundle of money. They're the highest rated on Yelp data recovery company on the planet. Look them up. $300 data recovery or 300ddr.com. They are very, very transparent on their pricing. They are very communicative along every step of the way, letting you know exactly what's happening all the time. And they're quick. Their turnaround time is amazing in this space where it's normally quite a long wait time. And the guy's busier than ever. And I said to the guy, I said, if everybody made backups, you wouldn't have a career, would you? I mean, this whole place would be closed up. Yeah, it's true. No, I have to go. I'm busy. That's kind of the way it played out. Like, he's super busy all the time. he looks like he's making a pretty good living, and he's saving people money, and he's very open and very honest. Most data recovery places, I've never, ever seen a data recovery place say, come on in and let me show you what we do. They're usually quite secretive, as though it's magic. I can't tell you how the magic is done. It's sort of an unspoken rule in data recovery. Now with YouTube, that's changed a little bit. There are a couple of data recovery companies that have shown a little bit of what they do. If you attempt to get the data back yourself, maybe a piece of software like Recover from Paraform, maybe that is all you need. But if the data is important, and if the drive is, like when I see data recovery requests, they're never, ever just Paraform. It's never some piece of software I can download and recover. Like the drives are clicking, or they're not spinning up, or they're not being, like they're in busy mode. So when you plug the drive in, the system just sits there forever, and it's sort of waiting for the drive, and it just waits forever, and you just get the little circle thing, and the hard drive light stays on, and nothing happens. When that happens, you're screwed. Like you have to get professional data recovery at that point. So I don't know enough based on your description if it's worth the risk to install a piece of software, but install it with the drive disconnected. That's critical. You disconnect that drive. Then if you want to install any data recovery software and attempt to recover it and see if you can get it back, understand that the benefit is that you don't have to wait and you can save some money, and the risk is you're going to make it worse. Because if nothing else, if the head is broken on one of the heads and it's contacting the platter, the more it moves, the more it scratches the platter. The platter is where the data exists. The platters have two sides, and there's usually multiple platters. All you're doing is it's like taking a key and rubbing it against a paint job. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So what started was a scratch that was an easy touch-up paint job. Now you've completely ruined the paint. The whole car has to be repainted or whatever it is. But this is data. You can't recreate it. It's done. So we don't know. You haven't provided enough information. And I'm not an expert in it. So proceed accordingly. But if I have to get data recovery, I'm going to Brian Cometa, and I'm spending as little as possible for the best possible job. And I want to remind you that $300 data recovery is the that's the name of the company. I said, Brian, have you ever increased your prices? Because you'd have to change the name of the company. And he goes, well, because drive sizes have become bigger since he created the company. They have an added fee. If the drive is over 2 terabytes, there's another fee. But they're very transparent on the website at 300ddr.com. $300, that's the first D, 300DDR, $300 data recovery, 300ddr.com. And it's very transparent, it's very clear, and if you're still confused, you can call them or email them, and they will respond during business hours instantly, like immediately. If you pick up the phone and call them, they will answer it. And they will gladly answer any questions or concerns. They're very nice, very honest, very transparent. I can't say enough good things. Brian, why did you name the company the price? Prices go up, inflation, how can you do that? That was 8 years ago. It was $300 8 years ago. It's still $300 today. That's crazy. But again, drives larger than 2 terabytes, which are pretty common now, they take longer to recover. There's more to do. There's more data there, potentially. So the bigger the drive is, the longer it takes. And the more complicated it kind of gets. Certainly takes more time. So depending on, hey, if it's a RAID array and it's got 12 drives, that's $300 for each drive. If you got 12 drives in a RAID array, he can probably recover them at a minimum cost of $300 per drive. And you're going to say, well, that's $3,600. Yeah, and that's about 1/4 what other recovery services will charge. 1/4. That's how cheap he is. cheap. That's how aggressively priced he is. And he's not a guy working out of his garage. And he's got a long history of doing this. Why is he so cheap? And he lives in an expensive place. The rent can't be cheap in Studio City, California. He's a stone's throw from Rodeo Drive. You know that's expensive because everybody else says that word is rodeo. Oh no, this is Beverly Hills. We don't have rodeos in Beverly Hills. That is Rodeo Drive. I'm like, where's the dollar store? I'm looking for a Dollar General on Rodeo Drive. Can anybody point me to the dollar store? There doesn't. It's my dad joke. I did sincerely want to find a dollar store on Rodeo Drive. There isn't one. I looked. Anywhere near. Not even close. By the way, when you drive down the streets of Hollywood, it's like, and then it says, welcome to Beverly Hills, and then the road goes, and it's all smooth, because it's all paid for, not by the city, it's paid for by the residents of Beverly Hills. So they have the smooth, like you're just like, and it says, welcome to Beverly Hills, and then and it's just beautiful, smooth pavement. And you're like, this isn't paid for by the city, is it? They're like, no, Beverly Hills, no, that's private land, I guess. It's paid. The roads are paid for by the HOA, I guess, or whatever. It's pretty interesting. You have to see it. It's crazy. Anyway, yeah. So that's all the information I can give you, and then you need to decide how you want to proceed with those expectations, whichever way you decide. Brian is a super cool. Brian Cometa over at $300 Data Recovery is a super cool dude. And totally, I just like went back in the 80s for a minute. I'm fine. It's totally radical. For sure. And he's very open, even in showing me all the hardware and how he uses it. Soldering stations, hot air soldering stations, portable little clean rooms for head swaps. I've never seen the likes of which. Even the silly little stuff where when they're bored and they're throwing pencils up in the ceiling. And I'm like, what's going on up here? He's got a great sense of humor. We get bored. And he's got several employees that work for him and have worked for him for years. And it's not a one-man band like me. He's way more professional than me. And he holds a lot more responsibility because these are businesses whose livelihoods are hanging on the line of getting that data back. These are individuals that have critical personal data who you can imagine the sense of, well, I guess you don't have to imagine it, fear and anxiety over the loss of photographs, financial information, memories, emails, whatever you've been archiving, and you didn't back it up. Backing it up is cheaper, faster, and you would never, ever, ever need a recovery service. And you have to understand, nobody who's ever lost data expected it to happen. They didn't expect to get ransomware. They didn't expect the hard drive to die. They didn't expect to accidentally hit the delete key. They didn't expect data corruption. They didn't expect a bad Windows update or a bad driver. They didn't expect a bad cable or a power supply or a power outage or a robbery or a theft. They didn't expect a flood or a fire or a catastrophe. They didn't expect the car from the drunk driver crashing into the building and crushing the computer. They didn't expect it. But there's a lot of different reasons why people lose their data that are completely unpredictable. And until it happens to you, you'll never quite understand the gravity of what I'm saying. I've had a few people, very few people say, I don't care if my data gets lost. There's nothing important on there. I very rarely ever hear that. Very rarely. But you're not the person that's going to call me crying and go, what do? I don't have $300. Oh, it starts at $300. That's a bargain. Let me tell you, that's a bargain. Best to not be in the situation. Chris Moles contributed £5. He says, this is the first time I woke up and I found you're still on. Here's a little something. Hey, thank you, Chris. Did I put you to sleep? Don't answer that. Maybe the 1K dollar store. That's clever. Is there a 1K dollar store in the Rodeo Drive? Rodeo Drive? Don't say that. It's Philistine. It's Rodeo. Okay. But isn't it spelt shut up? Don't think about it. We're rich. We can we can pronounce things differently. We make the rules. It's the golden rule. The person who has the gold makes the rules. Didn't you know that? XNetPC says, did you know Geek Squad, of all places, has one of the most advanced data recovery labs in North America? If they can't do it in store, they send it in. They even do enterprise servers with SCSI and RAID. I wouldn't dare trust anything important to a corporate entity with a high employee turnover rate. No. Sorry. Corporate America doesn't give a rat's behind about you. They care about their shareholders and creating shareholder value. And if by increasing profit, they hire people that work at a lower salary because they're not as experienced, and they get on the job training, and then once they figure out what they're doing and they realize they're worth more and they want more money, and they say, I'd like some more money, and Geek Squad says, we're not giving you any more money. So they say, bye. And Geek Squad says, bye. And then they bring in another person and the whole thing starts all over again. So your odds of getting somebody that level, it's possible. But the next time you go back to the store, they're probably not there anymore. It's an extraordinarily high employee turnover rate. And it's a great place if you want to be a tech to learn. It's a great place for on-the-job training. Now, as for a data recovery center, when I worked at Best Buy, there was no Geek Squad. I was computer repair for Best Buy before Geek Squad. I helped create it. There's a whole story I've told about that. Because Best Buy was opening, it was in 1992? No, it had to be later than that. 93? And they put an advertisement in the newspaper. Remember when they had classified ads in the newspaper? That's where you went looking for a job. And so they were saying, hey, we're opening a new electronics store. It's kind of like Circuit City. You've never heard of it before. We've never been in Arizona before. And if you want to apply for a job, we're going to be opening locations. And I sent in an application for a computer technician, despite there was no opening listed for a computer technician. So they called me in for an interview, and they said, do you mind if I ask you a question? Why did you send us your resume for a computer technician when we didn't list a computer technician job? Okay, well, I'm in a room having an interview. This is not something you would be asking me live in person if you weren't looking. So anyway, I said, well, you're an electronics store like Circuit City? They said, yes. I said, so you sell computers. Now, these were 386 computers that typically didn't have a CD-ROM drive or a sound card. That was a multimedia kit you could add on to the computer for like $300, and you're going to need somebody to install them. You know what I mean? You're going to need somebody in store to do that. So I said, well, if you're selling computers, you're going to have computers come back for repairs and upgrades. That comes along with selling computers. You've got to have I imagine you'd have to have a computer tech. And I kind of smiled and he said, yes, well, we've realized that. And we're wondering, what is your experience? And I said, I've got a couple of years experience. I've done this and I've done that. And they said, what's your average turnaround time? How long does it take you to fix a computer? From the time it comes in to the time it goes out. I said, it's 1 day. It's 24 hours. And they looked at each other and they laughed and they said, I don't think you understand our scale. The store we're looking to hire you for is right down the street from where you live. It will be the largest single Best Buy in the entire state, our flagship store, dealing with thousands of customers every day. Now, knowing that, what would you anticipate your turnaround time to be? 24 hours. They said, okay, all right. They didn't believe me. So they end up hiring me, and then there were 5 stores opening. And they hired 1 computer tech for all 5 stores, for each of the 5 stores. And they hired 1 electronics tech for radio and television electronics. So the computer tech dealt with the computers, and the electronics tech dealt with like car stereos, televisions, VCRs, stuff like that. I worked with a young guy fresh out of the Air Force, very straight lace. His name was Aaron. My name is Carrie. At the Best Buy at the Arrowhead Mall, they hired 2 females, one named Erin, E-R-I-N, and one named Carrie. This created no confusion. Nobody had my experience. I was like way above, not to brag, but that's just what it was. I mean, realistically, I was way over my pay grade for what I was doing compared to everybody else. Like everybody else was like, ooh, I get to fix computers. It sounds like fun. And I'm like, oh, I get to fix more computers that I've been doing for years. That's great. Bring it on. Different environment, not corporate. Now I'm in retail. Oh, that was good. That was a really everybody who's going to work as a tech needs to work retail for a year. Once you've done that, you're ready, because it's very, very interesting, the public and what they bring you. It's eye-opening, to say the least. How did you not catch fire? Like, how are you standing here alive? You did this? You hot melt glued all these wires together? Because it was, what did you say? It was messy? So you cut them? You shorten them, and then you hot melt glued them, and then you hot melt glued all the hot melt glued at one big hot melt. How did you not burn your whole house down? How's that even possible? I don't even know what to do. You wouldn't believe what I saw. You wouldn't believe it. I was there, and I don't believe it. They sent us to Houston, us, the techs, for training for something they didn't do. Like, I was going to train them. They're training me. But they had to teach us how to use the computer. The in-store computer was all text-based, like DOS. There was no graphical user interface. There was no mouse. Okay, you had to type, and you had to select, and you had to read. And then you had to enter tickets all by hand, and you had to do all of it. That was how they did it. And so they had to teach us how that system works. So they flew all of us to Houston, Texas, a place where the humidity is so thick you can push it with your hands. You can be like, oh, there's some humidity. Like you're just wet all the time. You're never dry in Houston. Houston is a place where I am a minority. It was very interesting, otherworldly experience. I'd never been to Houston. And Texas is a big state. So if you've been to Dallas, you ain't been to Houston. You know, if you've been to Austin, you ain't been to Houston. If you've been to Amarillo, you ain't been to Houston. Houston's about this far from Louisiana, okay? So there's this different culture. And I was only there for a couple days. It was no big deal. No big deal. I was very uncomfortable. It was very awkward, and everything was weird. From my eyes, everything was weird and hot and wet all the time. And we got our training, and then they flew us back. Like, you know, I don't know why they couldn't fly the trainer to us, but whatever. It was a free trip to Houston. I'm going. I was young. I hadn't been anywhere. Couldn't afford it. I think I made $7 an hour, which was nearly twice what the average employee made. I think minimum wage was $3.35. It might have been $4. And then it did go to $4.25. And I said, does that mean I get 25 more cents? And they said, no. I said, so all those workers you hired who got their annual review that weren't making $4.25 are making $4.25 because law requires it? Yeah. And they said, yeah. And I said, and all the people they're training that you just hired today are making 425, negating their whole review. They don't get, no, nobody gets it. They got the 425. Like, okay, that's cool. And that just sucked. Because what ended up happening is I had to explain, this is going to sound pompous, but I was the only one who had any experience. I was the only one. Out of everybody they hired, nobody had done it before. And they didn't have any policies. They kept asking me, how do we do this? What do you think we should do? They gave me no tools. Nobody. They didn't give us any tools, no spare screws. So when stuff came in, I started to collect spare parts because Best Buy literally gave me nothing. They said, here's your blue shirt, wear some khakis. This is your area. This is where you will work. Bye. Here's your work schedule. Nothing. They gave me nothing because they had nothing to base it on. It was all unprecedented. And I thought, I'm stepping out of maybe, I think it was Intel. Was it Intel? I was working in corporate America, which I thought was socially higher up. But the pay was better at Best Buy because I don't think I was making $7 an hour in corporate America. And I had to wear a button-down shirt and I had to drive for 30 miles. Best Buy was right down the street and I got to wear a clown outfit. It was super cool. So I was like, yeah, that's cool. I totally will wear the clown outfit. It's great. I used to work at Radio Shack. I had to wear a button-down shirt and a tie and slacks, not jeans, for $3.35 an hour. And I was happy to, have it. It's true. It's true. It's very true. And then I dropped $5 at the arcade to about 20 quarters so I could play Galaga. And it took me 2 hours to earn that $5 because after taxes, all right, I'm boring the dog. Okay. So anyway, I'm not a big fan of corporate America and how they work. And so you're not going to see a lot of respect coming out of me when it comes to, oh, they have one of the best labs in America. I find that very difficult to believe. That sounds like you read some marketing material somewhere and you believed it. Oh, we have the best marketing. We have the best data recovery. We do servers and RAID. Yes, so does everybody who does data recovery. You don't think Brian Cometa at $300 data recovery doesn't do servers and RAIDs? Of course he does. Standard everyday stuff. So what? Who cares? If you're not doing that, you're not doing real data recovery. That's part of what your job is. It's not special. And I guarantee you, Brian has more experience. He has more dedication because it's his livelihood on the line. He's not making somebody else richer. This is his reputation. This is his job. He's got his family to support. This is everything. This is all he has. He's not a drone. He has to do everything and be held accountable for everything. And he's responsible for paying his employees their salaries. It's a lot of pressure. He doesn't have shareholders that, hey, we need another round of funding. There's $80 million. Oh, thanks, Sheldon Adelson. Thanks for the $80 million. Is he still alive? Google him. Anyway, if you have the opportunity to hire somebody who has a career that is self-employed in any field, I promise you, the level of quality of the work, not from somebody just starting, because who knows if their heart's in it, but if they've been doing it for years, I don't care if they're a painter, if they're a bricklayer, a mechanic like Subaru Mike. You know how many problems I've had with the Subaru that Mike rebuilt? He didn't tighten the oil filter on real tight one time and it was dripping. That's it. Oh, Discount Tire ripped one of the tire studs off. Mike fixed what they did. And then he chewed me out for going to Discount Tire. That's fair. The driver's side taillight wasn't working. I said, Mike, would you look at that? And he tapped on it and it came on. He goes, seems to be working. Still works. I don't know. If it happens again, same with me. If you bring me a computer and I tap on it and it works, I don't know what to fix. Let me know if it happens again. I will pay the lowest price for the most experienced person to get the job done right the first time without a middleman grabbing a hand in the check, inflating the price with huge overhead. Scotty Kilmer, who has the car repair channel, said a dealership has expenses, overhead, right? So you've got your mechanics, you've got your service advisors. The service advisors make a commission. They don't do any physical work. They are the translator between what the mechanic says you need. They don't verify it. They assume what the mechanic is telling them is true. And if they can pad the bill in some way, shape, or form, it's in their benefit because they're making, 3 to 5% commission on whatever work you authorize to have done. And the dealership's got the building, the rent. It's between $1 to $10 million a year to pay for the dealership, to pay for all the employees, the air conditioning, whatever, the electricity, the utilities, to run that dealership. Where does that $1 to $10 million come from? How do they make it? It comes from you and the cost of the work. That doesn't mean the mechanics are the best mechanics. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who the mechanic was. I never got to meet him. Maybe this mechanic's been working on, maybe he's been GM certified for 20 years, or maybe he started yesterday. I don't know. And it's terrible that I say he. Generally, mechanics are males, but there's whatever. Don't make anything out of that. It's nothing meant by that. But if the mechanic is female, how do I know? I never get to see the mechanic. I don't know if the mechanic's any good. Did I get the same mechanic this time that I got last time? Because the last time I had a really good experience. Is it consistent? Well, if you keep going to the same guy, like Subaru Mike or Scotty Kilmer, and you have a reasonable expectation of how long it's going to take, whether or not the price is going to be fair, and the quality of the work, right? And you're not going to get that in corporate America. It's pretty rare that it will be consistent. It's possible, but it's far more likely to be consistent with somebody self-employed with years of experience who's solely responsible for putting food on their table and isn't answering to a boss. The boss they're answering to is you. You're their boss. There's a pride and a passion that some employees do have, but I don't know. I think it's pretty rare. I don't think employees I don't think some people grew up dreaming to do the job they're doing. They're just doing it because they have to collect a paycheck. They're just doing what they have to. I'm doing what I want to. Subaru Mike is doing what he wants to. Scotty Kilmer is doing what he wants to. It's not by divine grace. They have dedicated themselves to pursue that. They've made whatever sacrifices they had to make that reality. I will always give my business to those people before I give it to any corporate entity with employees. Unless I have to, if there's no choice. And there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. You might find a guy that's been hanging sunscreens on houses for 30 years and tells you about all of his experience, and he's charging a lot of money, and you're like, well, I'd rather give the money to a sole proprietor than a corporation, and it's going to be more personal, and the guy's got 30 years of experience, and then the guy screws the job up and the windows won't open because he didn't bother checking them a simple thing. It happens. It's not the normal. That's not normal. No guarantees in life. So with that, I would strongly advise $300 data recovery because it's owned by a guy, not a corporation. And he's transparent, which most corporations are not, and he doesn't have to be. He's not a publicly held company. Publicly held companies have to expose their finances in their plans. It's part of the investment responsibility to let the investors know, hey, we're expecting a loss. This is what we're going to do. And then the news media picks that up and says, this is a public conference call to shareholders, and here's what the CEO said. And then stock values can go up or down, and it's a mess. If you have a privately held company, like Elon Musk, will not take SpaceX private. Well, public. He won't take SpaceX public. He doesn't want shareholders because of what's happening with Tesla. He's had massive shareholders who want to cash out. They're like, sell this tech to Ford or GM or Toyota or Nissan and get out of the car making business. You're spending too much money. This is too hard. I want returns now, today. I don't want to invest for 10 years. I want to invest for 10 hours. Sell. I have a controlling share of this company, and I'm going to convince other people who also have controlling share, not controlling, but big, we're all going to agree to sell your company out from under you because we own more of it than you do, and we don't want to be in the car making business. We invested to make money, and we don't want to wait like our fathers waited. We want that money today. Sell your battery technology, sell the car company, and get out of the car making. This is stupid. And Elon Musk is like, how dare you? His own investors have turned on him. They talk to the news. They're like, oh, he's losing money. Oh, yeah, don't say who I am, but let me tell you. And then they start framing Tesla as this money-losing, trying to put pressure, public pressure, to force him to sell it so that they can cash their checks. That's all they care about. So Elon's been buying back shares as much as he can buy, and he's so regretting taking it public. He regrets it. So he won't do that with SpaceX because he's like, until SpaceX reaches a certain point, there's no way I'll take it public because of what can happen, how you have to fight for control of your own company. And he is dedicated to getting something done. And he can't do it when all investors care about is a return on their investment ASAP at any cost. Just give me the profit now. Now. And if your purpose and your passion isn't about profit, if it's about making electric cars and making the environment safer and making reusable rocket technology, see, like if you worked for the government and you tried something that wasn't part of policy or procedure and it failed, you would lose your job. But if you work in private industry and you're doing something the old-fashioned way, your competition is going to put you out of business. It's completely different between a privately held company and say a government entity. So NASA can't really innovate. They got to go with what's safe or you lose your job. SpaceX, on the other hand, they have to compete with Blue Origin from Amazon. They got to compete with Virgin Galactic from Richard Branson. They've got all these competitors, and if you don't raise the bar and take the risk, your competitors will, and then you're going to be left behind. But in a government job, you better do everything the way it's always been done, and that's why the technology used in NASA's Saturn V rocket was so old. The technology even used on the Mars rover was outdated because they wanted to play it safe. Nobody wants to lose their job to take a risk. It's a government job. Toe the line. Nothing more and nothing less. So private companies can invite innovation based on competition and profit, which involves risk. And look what it's resulted. Look at what he's done that the government could never do. Couldn't do it. Well, eventually, I suppose, but not at that price and not that fast. Elon Musk, when they were testing the rockets, and they had a launch pad issue. Like they were on the launch pad ready to launch. And then this error code comes up. Okay, so in NASA, what happens? You shut the whole thing down. You bring in your specialists to take the rocket. You bring in your other specialists to diagnose the problem, test the problem, and test the fix, put it all back, hand it back. This takes about 30 days. 30 days. So here's Elon Musk, and I forget what island. They're on some island somewhere testing the rocket. And this error code comes up right like minutes before launch. And they say, shut it down, send the tech out. Tech goes out, removes the circuit board from the rocket on the launch pad, brings the circuit board into the lab, sees the problem, fixes it, puts it back in the rocket. They're ready to start again. In hours. Hours. And the people in NASA are like, you can't do that. It's like, I just did it. And the rocket launches and it works. So they're like, okay, now we know. Make a note. Okay. Move on. Next step. And so the movement, the progression was so much faster because without all the bureaucracy and red tape. And it's mind-blowing if you understand what he's done. And if he takes that public and the company starts getting investors who only have one interest, and it's not about cheap space travel, it's not about getting to Mars, and it's not about saving the planet. It's about make me money today. now. And to show you the kind of dedication and the personality type, Elon nearly lost every penny he has because the SpaceX rockets were blowing up and he was running out of cash. He could only afford so many rockets. The investors are like, this is a dog. Let's bail now and cut our losses because this guy's nuts. He's literally burning money up. No positive results. You'd have to be a fool to keep your money in SpaceX. Tesla's losing money. SpaceX is losing money. What do they have in common? Elon Musk. So by default, now the Tesla investors are like, Tesla's not doing so good. And Elon, look at what he's doing with SpaceX. We better bail, cash out, cut our losses. Now this creates interpersonal relationship problems that results in a divorce. And Elon is like sleeping on the floor. Like he's flat broke. He went from up here to down here like that. And he doesn't quit. This isn't about profit for Elon. That's so respectable. So he's got one rocket left. One SpaceX rocket. That's all is left. If that rocket blows up like the last three, Tesla's done, SpaceX is done, Elon is homeless. That's it. It's all riding on one rocket. Can you imagine what that must feel like with that immense pressure? All the testing, you better make sure. What are you telling your employees? You better triple, quadruple check everything. You will all lose your jobs. Everybody here will be fired. There won't be any money to pay any of you. You will all be laid off, gone. This whole company, you double check, you triple check. You make damn sure everything is right. You take the data that we learned from those 3 rockets blowing up. You understand why they blew up, and you ensure that this rocket won't blow up for the same reason. Fix it. If you don't fix it, we all suffer. All of us suffer. Can you imagine what that was like to be an employee at SpaceX and to feel that, let alone to be the owner? And that rocket lifted off beautifully. Beautifully. It worked exactly as it was supposed to. And NASA picked up the phone and they said, you've passed the test. We're going to offer you $1.3 billion to fly some shuttle mission or some refueling missions to the International Space Station that we were, giving the Russians. We'll give it to you, save us a little money, keep it home, Oh, the money came back. And then the investors with Tesla said, hey, wait. There might be something here. And all the investors for Tesla, overnight. Do you know how amazing this story is? Do you know the significance of what he did? Now, look, it doesn't matter if you like the guy, if you agree with the guy or his principles. It's clear through his actions, he doesn't care about the money. He gave it all up. Even his relationship, gone. That's incredible passion. Now, what else is he doing? Solar panels, batteries for your house to, charge the battery at night when the electricity is cheaper and then run off the battery in the day. He's not doing that to save you money. He's trying to save the earth, man. And then what does he do next? Neuralink. What is Neuralink? Neuralink is a technology. What does this guy not do? He's boring tunnels underneath the city to alleviate traffic. And it's super easy. It's really relatively inexpensive. It's very safe. Being in a tunnel in Los Angeles, if there's an earthquake, is safer than being on the surface. And you can go, well, that's the craziest thing I ever heard. Well, think about it. If you're on the ocean and a wave is, aren't you better under the wave? Aren't you better in the water than being on top of the water? Of course. Of course you are. So the tunnels are built to a specification that allows some movement. So if there's an earthquake, you're actually safer in the tunnel. And you can bore all kinds of tunnels all day long. It's very easy. You can keep making them, go deeper, go sideways, whatever. Is that enough? No, now he's got Neuralink. Neuralink is the idea that, your brain is controlled through electricity. If you're depressed, if you've got a spinal injury, even the degradation, the natural degradation of the brain as you age, including vision impairment, theoretically is a correction that can be made if we can identify where these electrical signals are coming, where they're going. But they've got, they're different voltages or different strengths. I don't know if voltage is the right word. Some things are low voltage and some things are higher voltage, depending on, is it a mechanical thing like moving your hand, or is it that you're in pain and we can numb that pain instead of through medicine, but through canceling that signal? So the theory of it is pretty ingenious. And they had a pig that they were sort of emulating or showing like the pig is walking, and the neuro device is predicting where the pig's legs position will be next based on where it was. This is its gait, right? And it was predicting where the legs were going. And he shows the two graphs, and they're damn near identical. Like, they're so close together. It's, in theory, if the pig was sent those signals, it would walk exactly the same. It wouldn't be lopsided or fall over or lose back. It was predicted. So if all of that's true, you got a guy who's building electric cars that the big car companies can't do. He's been doing it. He's showing them how. He's running a car company like a software company. Nobody's ever thought to do that. He's building rockets. He's solar panels, batteries, new battery technology, Neuralink, the Boring Company. When does this guy sleep? How is that humanly possible? What planet is this guy from? Any one of those things in a lifetime would be an amazing accomplishment, worthy of history. That level of passion doesn't generally get found in corporate America, not even from the CEO, which often rotates around quite frequently. Where's my gold watch? Remember, they used to give you a gold watch for your dedication of giving away 3/4 of your life to the company. You got a gold watch. You don't get that anymore. You're lucky to have a job. Are you over 40? That's when the medical stuff starts getting expensive. We're going to let you go. So, you're not going to get a whole lot of loyalty from your employees when you treat your employees like they're broken tools, easily replaced. But when you're in business for yourself, you have everything riding on the line, and it's all up to you whether you see. If I fail in my business, it's my fault. If I want a raise, I don't ask anybody for it. I work harder. If I don't get the raise, whose fault is that? Mine. Am I going to walk in after buying a car and then say, I have to let myself go? I just bought a car, dude. What am I supposed to do? Not my problem. Hey, look, we changed the dress code. I need you to wear a silk tie. I don't have money for a silk tie. I just got paid. I just paid my rent. I have like $5. Well, if you don't wear a silk tie tomorrow, don't come in. Well, could you loan me? Can you give me a payroll advance? And I'll go buy some silk. Like, I don't have any money. You know what you pay me. If you can't show up in a silk tie tomorrow, don't show up. Ever. But that wasn't when we interviewed and you told me what the job was and what the attire was. I invested in that. I'm going to tell you one more time. You show up in a silk tie. I don't care where you get it. You will show up every day with that silk tie starting tomorrow, or don't show up. What did I do? Am I dressed bad? Get out. I'm done with you. Get your box, get out. That is corporate America. That doesn't happen with a self-employed person talking to their employee. I've never seen it. Never. I'm sure it probably happened, but I've never seen it. The other thing, it's a little exaggeration, but I experienced it. Just overnight, with no discussion, no warning, we're changing the dress code. You have to abide by it. I don't know where you're going to get the money to buy the clothes, but you better abide. Everybody has to abide by it starting now. But how do I make that happen? You got to buy the clothes with money. My rent didn't get cheaper. My bills didn't get cheaper. I don't care what your problems are, Carrie. I don't care. You're here to do a job and we want you to look a certain way. Do it or don't. But if you don't come in. Ever. You're replaceable. They've made that very, very clear. We have no loyalty to you. We owe you nothing. Do what we say. I've had 3 bosses tell me that I had to do what they said because it was kind of like the military. Well, Carrie, it's kind of like the military. Now, I have to tell you, I was sort of shocked the first time I heard it. I felt deja vu the second time I heard it. The third time I heard it, I was pissed off and ready to retaliate with words. So the third time I heard it was this young person that had just been made manager with no managerial training, background, or education. And I was a contractor. I don't work for him. I work for the contractor. He's not my boss. The contractor's my boss. And this is a very important distinction where taxes and benefits are concerned. And I hear, well, Carrie, it's kind of like the military. You do what I tell you to do. And I said, no. I said, if this was the military, I would be here 24/7. Okay, I'm here 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's number one. Number two, you would clothe me. You would provide the clothes that I'm wearing. You do not. Number three, if I walk out in the parking lot and I get hit by a car, you will pay for my medical expenses. I have no medical insurance because I'm a contractor. I have nothing. This is not like the military. I can quit and there's nothing you can do about it. It's not illegal. I can walk and I'm not AWOL. I'm not doing anything illegal. This is not anything at all like the military. But this was this control. You need money. You're broke. You and I both know you don't have a choice. Now, while those words weren't precisely said, that's the words that were effectively said. So I have never, ever taken a job for the money. I've always behaved, thanks to my mother, because when I couldn't pay the rent, I'd call Mom. But I always behaved like I was rich and I was working because I wanted to be one of the regular people. I want to see what it's like. And I never dressed like I was rich because I couldn't afford to. And I wasn't rich. But I made it very clear to my employers, I don't need their job. This is just something I'm doing. I don't need this. I'm not what you think I am. I'm not your average employee who's going to put up with your indignity for this pay and be treated with such disrespect and being told that I'm, lucky to have a job. No, you're lucky to have me. All right. This was a mutual agreement. I interviewed for a position. You told me what the position was and we agreed on compensation and now you're changing it, but you won't change the compensation and now I'm the one that's unreasonable? No, I won't stand for that. I'll quit. You won't quit. Oh, I'll quit. You won't quit. I'm quitting. Well, then get your stuff and go. Okay, bye. Do you know where all those people are who fired me today? Because they're not in any of those companies anymore. And in fact, several of those companies don't exist anymore. So thank goodness I got out of there. One company folded and left there. 2 companies folded. Naga Systems folded and Infinisys folded and left all their employees without paychecks. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I got out of there. Or I would have been rewarded for my loyalty by not getting paid. You show up to work one day, the doors are locked. What happened? Where is everybody? What's going on? Didn't you hear? What? Company's bankrupt. Are we going to get paid? I don't know. That's why I'm here. Do you know anything? I just got here. What do I know? I didn't even know that. When did this happen? Naga Systems. What happened? The doors are locked. Where is everybody? Oh, the guy bailed. He flew back to Malaysia where he's from. He's totally escaping all of his financial responsibilities. He's gone. He's out of the country. He won't come back. He's done. Did anybody see this coming? Nope. You're going to get a check? Nobody's getting a check, man. Well, you think the guy left the country? He's gone. He went back where he's from. He ain't coming back. So, well, it sounds horrible in the way that I've left some of the companies. Some of those companies, if I had stayed, like Infinitus and Naga Systems, oh, I'd have been much worse. Many people were. There were Naga Systems, I think, had 15 employees. Infinitus, I think, had 90 or 110 employees. They had like 15 company cars. Overnight, no warning. They don't tell you, hey, we're having some financial struggles, and if we don't get this straightened out, we're going to fold. No, they don't tell you. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not even up for discussion. It's none of your business. Until you show up for work and the doors are locked and the building's been emptied. I got bills. I have rent. I have utilities. How can you do this? How can you do this? So, because of that horrific experience in corporate America, I said, I'm going to be self-employed. I'm done. I'm just done. I will be responsible for my own success or my own failure. I have only myself to blame and only myself to pat on the back. I'll have to come up with my own health insurance. I'll have to come up with my own retirement. I'll have to do it all myself. But at least I'll have control over it. And if I fail, it'll be my failure, not, something that, blindsides me. Maybe a disease could do that, but I mean, it's not humanly controlled and manipulated to somebody's benefit higher up in the chain who isn't doing all the work and then is escaping all the responsibility. Where's the remorse? Where's the empathy? Where's the appreciation for your employees, without which you wouldn't even have a company? So for that reason, I said, I'm going to be self-employed. I can't give away my precious time to some corporate entity so they can get richer. And then every day is one day less left I have in exchange for $10 an hour. I think at the peak I made $13, $14 an hour. That's what my time on planet Earth. If you're on your deathbed and you have 2 hours to live, you have 2 hours left. And I said to you, I could sell you a few more hours. What would you pay me? Let's make a deal. Tell you what, I'll give you 1 hour. Simply 1 hour. What is that 1 hour going to be worth? What would you be willing to pay for 1 more hour? Given that you're just about to lose everything, right? Once you go, it's all gone. You can't take it with you. Wouldn't you offer it all? I mean, obviously, if you have loved ones and you have an estate, that's different. But I think most of us selfishly would say, take it all. I mean, it's all going anyway, right? I mean, if it's a difference between me having an hour and me not having an hour, what's the point of having any of it if I can't use it? I'd rather be here. If you've given me a choice between what I have and financially and what I have for time, what do you need? I'll give you whatever you want. I think that's a reasonable response. You would probably get most, don't you? So let me ask you this. Why is that hour at the end worth more than this hour right now? Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to wrap this up because it's been 8 hours. That's a full working day. See, it happens. I've worked a day in my life without lunch or a break. His life is so tough, man. You see all that manual labor he did? My gosh, how does he do it every day? My thanks go out to all the people who have contributed. I'm not going to go through the names. I'm tired. I want to go. I need to eat. And thanks for hanging out, man. All of you. All of you. You know who you are. I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah. I'm back for more. Thanks for joining me. Sleep well. Good night.